Chapter 174. Under a demon tree that was more than 100 feet tall. This demon tree was completely black, as if it was carved out of a large piece of demon stone. It was enshrouded in an extremely evil demonic aura. Between the leaves and branches that almost covered the sky, there seemed to be countless ghosts hibernating, emitting a sinister and terrifying aura. However, there is a little crystal light between the branches. Xiao Han stood under the huge demon tree and looked up with his hand over his eyes. Maybe it's another crystal card. Hee hee. Let's swallow this demon tree first. Boom! The demon Thearka's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm burst out with a whirlpool-like suction force. The nebula changed, and demonic light filled the air. Poof, poof, poof. The huge demon tree that was more than 100 feet tall was peeled off and turned into rays of demonic light that merged into the demon Thearka's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. In an instant, the huge tree turned into nothingness and was drunk by the demon Thearka's palm. The demon veins were continuously awakening. It was as if it could not be stopped. Whoosh! A crystal card fell from the air. Xiao Han seized the opportunity and caught it in his hand. Ha ha ha! The second crystal card. Xiao Han laughed and threw the crystal card to Huadeng. Senior Sister Hua, this is the clearance crystal card. Keep it well. Huadeng caught it and looked at Xiao Han with gratitude. Thank you, Junior Brother Xiao Han. Let's continue. Xiao Han was like a fish in water in this sea of demonic light. Now, Xiao Han's left arm's palm tattoo had awakened a total of 423 demon veins. Along the way, he had absorbed countless demon trees, demon flowers, demon herbs, and demon fruits. It was a great supplement. Xiao Han's mind was immersed in the tattoo on the shifter sovereign's palm. He saw that the 423 shifter veins were like spirit rivers and veins, surrounding the two shifter sovereign crystals like stars and gems. The two shifter sovereign crystals were shining brightly like stars and gems, floating with faint shifter ray civilization and runes. There were many demon veins on the demon Thearka's palm. They were countless and densely packed like the capillaries in a human body. That was the great demonic emperor's palm. It was lost, refined by Xiao Han with the help of the demon egg. This was a huge treasure. Once the demonic veins were fully opened, Xiao Han couldn't even imagine how terrifying the power of this palm would be. It was practically capable of destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth. A single palm strike could even pierce through the earth's crust. Wow! Boss Xiao, that head examiner really knows how to hide. He actually hid a crystal card between the leaves of a demon tree that is over 100 feet tall. If it wasn't for Boss Xiao being able to absorb demon aura and demon plants, which greatly increased our visibility, we wouldn't have been able to see the crystal card at such a high place and would have missed it. Fatty Zhu sighed repeatedly. Alright, let's not talk too much. We are still missing 3 crystal cards. Let's keep looking. Xiao Han smiled. The group continued onward. That's right. Boss Xiao, it's only been a few hours, but we've already found 2 crystal cards. The main reason is because Boss Xiao is too powerful. The demonic chi here can't restrain you at all. The time it takes to find the crystal cards is a full 3 days. That. Boss Xiao, are you interested in obtaining the so-called most precious red card? Fatty Zhu came over and asked Xiao Han with a fawning face. There's only 1 red card. It's extremely precious. It can be exchanged for rewards from the examiner. Moreover, it's helpful for the next round. I definitely want to get it. Xiao Han said without a doubt. Xiao Han, those participants from the Demon Hero region have threatened that they will not let anyone who dares to touch that red card. Those guys are fierce and overbearing. They are not to be trifled with. If you obtain the red card, it's tantamount to directly offending them. Xiao Yunrong said with some worry. It's fine. This Demon Hero selection competition is too difficult. Death is everywhere. No one knows what the next round is. Since the red card can help me pass the next round, why shouldn't I take it? It's tantamount to a life-saving trump card. I'm not afraid of the participants from the Demon Hero region. They are strong, but I'm not a softie. If we really fight, it's still unknown who will win. Xiao Han's face was full of domineering. At this moment, help me. Is there anyone? In front of them was a gray demonic aura. A pitiful female voice was transmitted, pleading. Who is it? Fatty Zhu said loudly. I'm entangled by the demonic vines. Hurry and save me. I'm a participant from the western region. Help! The female voice cried. Oh! Fatty Zhu nodded slightly. Boss Xiao, it's a participant from the western region. I'll go and take a look. After saying that, Fatty Zhu strode towards the voice. The dormant demonic egg in Xiao Han's heart turned slightly. He shouted to stop it. Fatty. Wait a moment. Ha! Fatty Zhu stopped in his tracks. Xiao Han carefully walked forward. The demon emperor's palm tattoo on his left arm throbbed, continuously absorbing the demonic aura in front of him. The visibility gradually increased. The line of sight in front of him was like seeing through the clouds. Shockingly, more than a meter away from Xiao Han, there was a deep hole in the ground. It was dozens of feet wide and bottomless. On the other side of the deep pit, on top of a demon tree, a demon crow was perched on the treetops. As it flapped its wings, it emitted a female voice. Save me! Quickly come and save me! Save me! The voice was delicate and cute, delicate and pitiful, and vivid. The demonic crow's sharp beak was stained with blood and some white viscous liquid that seemed to be brain matter. What? It's actually a demonic bird? This. It actually wants to lure us over. This. Fatty Zhu, Mo Qing Tong, and the rest were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. The demonic crow's cold demonic eyes swept across Xiao Han and the rest. Then, it flapped its wings and was about to fly away. Whoosh! Xiao Han slashed out a faint saber intent, cutting through the air and directly cutting the demonic crow into pieces. Everyone, back off. In the next moment, Xiao Han suddenly shouted. Fatty Zhu and the rest were about to cross the deep hole, but when they heard Xiao Han's shout, they immediately took a few steps back instinctively. Zzz! Shockingly, a giant python directly jumped out of the deep hole. This giant python was more than 100 feet long and as thick as a water bucket. The snake scales all over its body flickered with a frightening demonic light. Its eyes were like two large lanterns, demonic and terrifying, and it also had an ancient and tragic aura. Evil filled the sky. This was an ancient python that had sucked the blood of a mutated demon emperor. The demon blood had caused it to completely mutate. And it had become even stronger and more brutal. Boom, the snake's head moved, pressing down on Xiao Han like a mountain, toppling mountains and overturning seas. The snake's tongue swept out wildly. Gusts of demonic wind rushed over, blowing Xiao Han's clothes upside down. Xiao Han was fearless, and his aura suddenly rose from the ground. Rising steadily, the Son of Heaven's aura looked down on all living things. With a punch, he ruled over the world. The domineering Son of Heaven's true chi was added to Xiao Han's punch, causing the air to surge and the space to crack inch by inch. Bang! The punch landed on the snake's abdomen, and the snake scales exploded. The demonic python let out a heart-wrenching scream, and its body twisted and trembled. Bang! 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 Xiao Han seized the opportunity and did not hesitate at all. His two fists were like a storm of violent punches. Sometimes, he would use the Son of Heaven's divine fist to attack, and sometimes, he would use the pure strength of his flesh to attack. His entire body was shining with golden light, making him look like an ancient golden god, invincible and almost invincible. The demonic python was tortured to death by Xiao Han, and the snake scales all over its body exploded inch by inch. Just as the demonic python was on the verge of death, the demon emperor's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm exploded with a suction force like a black hole. Hiss! The demonic python let out a shocking wail, and its body twisted and turned into streams of pure demonic chi, which merged into the demon emperor's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. After 10 breaths, the demonic python disappeared without a trace as if it had evaporated. The demon emperor's palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm gorged again, and 500 demonic veins awakened. How nourishing! These demonic beasts have the mutated demon emperor's blood in their bodies, and that is the best nourishment. The demon emperor's palm tattoo is even more satisfying than eating ordinary demon generals. After all, the bloodlines of ordinary demon soldiers and demon generals can never be compared to the mutated demon emperor's blood. Xiao Han was overjoyed. How dangerous! There was actually such a demonic python in the cave. It was very difficult to defend against it when it was caught off guard. Fortunately, Xiao Han, you were able to predict it. Huada rushed up and said with concern, Xiao Han, are you all right? I'm fine. Let's go. After killing the demonic python, Xiao Han stepped over the deep pit. Suddenly, there's a crystal light shining at the bottom of the pit. When Mo Qing Tong crossed the deep pit, her sharp eyes caught a crystal light from the corner of her eye. That was not a demonic light, but the luster of a star jade, which was very dazzling. Another crystal card. Xiao Han laughed heartily. The third one. He activated the spirit turtle's quintessential qi, which transformed into a huge hand, and grabbed at the bottom of the pit. As expected, he grabbed a crystal card. Fatty, take it. Xiao Han tossed the crystal card to Fatty Zhu. Thank you for your care, Boss Xiao. Fatty Zhu took the crystal card with a silly smile and carefully placed it into his Zhan acupoint, as if he was afraid that someone would snatch it away. Everyone continued to move forward. Brother Xiao, it seems that you're coveting that red card. Mo Qing Tong observed. I feel that you don't care about ordinary crystal cards at all. Once you find one, you give it to us without hesitation. Heh. I've said before, I really want the red card. Xiao Han smiled. One had to know that Xiao Han had activated the Demon Emperor's palm tattoo on his left arm to absorb all kinds of demons in the so-called Demon Emperor's territory, continuously awakening his demon meridians. Furthermore, the demonic aura here no longer posed any hindrance to him. This made Xiao Han like a tiger in the forest, a dragon returning to the sea. This was his home ground. In such an environment, it was only right for him to fight for the red card. If he did not fight for it now, when would he? Everyone went around a call, and a demon forest appeared not far in front of them. The demonic aura here is getting thicker and thicker. Brother Xiao, it seems that we're getting closer to the two mutated demon emperor's corpses, Mo Qing Tong said. Yes, the demonic aura makes people feel very oppressed. Xiao Yunrong's face was slightly pale. Xiao Han, if you weren't beside us and absorbed a large portion of the demonic aura, I'm afraid we wouldn't have the confidence to continue moving forward. Don't worry. Xiao Han stopped. Let's keep moving forward. I also want to see what the two mutated demon emperor's corpses look like. Where would we get the chance to see mutated demon emperor's corpses normally? Now that we have this chance, it's a good opportunity to broaden our horizons. The demonic aura ahead is getting more and more violent. Under this kind of pressure, it will be easier to cultivate true qi, breakthrough and explode acupoints. Let's take this opportunity to cultivate our true qi. Yes, there is only motivation when there is pressure. Boss Xiao, Fatty Zhu's 38th true acupoint is loosening. It seems like it will break through at any time. Under normal circumstances, Fatty Zhu would need at least 3 months to break through the 38th true acupoint. But now, in this Demon Emperor's cave, using the demonic aura to refine my spirit, I can actually explode my acupoints very quickly. How satisfying! Fatty Zhu laughed. Mo Qing Tong also smiled slightly. Qing Tong is also breaking through her acupoints. Since that's the case, let's try to enter the core area of the Demon Emperor's cave and pay our respects to the mutated Demon Emperor's corpses. Ha ha ha! Let's go! Xiao Han said in high spirits. Everyone moved forward. Suddenly, outside the dense forest in front, a young woman in white was lying on the ground, crying. Her face was delicate and her body's true qi was slightly fluctuating. Her figure was like a mountain range, disorderly and disorderly. Her hair was messy, and her clothes were tattered with many big holes, revealing her naked body. Half of it was exposed, and her buttocks were also at an angle that would cause people to daydream. There's a woman? Fatty Zhu was stunned. Heh! The dormant demonic egg in Xiao Han's heart started to turn slightly. He signaled Fatty Zhu, Mo Qing Tong, and the rest to stop. Everyone. I am a participant from the North region. I got separated from my senior brother, and was humiliated by several participants from the East region. The woman in white complained as she was about to cry. Oh, is that so? Xiao Han smiled and took a few more steps forward. Brother Xiao. She has a faint demonic aura on her body. Mo Qing Tong suddenly reminded him. The next moment. Roar! The woman in white let out a demonic roar. Her face instantly became demonic and ferocious as she suddenly pounced towards Xiao Han. Pooh! A saber intent that could quench the void slashed out like an evil dragon, cutting the woman in white into two at the waist. This. Xiao Yunrong and Huada did not notice anything strange for a moment. They looked at each other in confusion. Xiao Han walked over, squatted down gently, and gently swept away the woman in white's hair. He saw that there was a terrifying hole in the back of her head, and her brain matter was completely sucked out. Ah! It's indeed a demon! Huada exclaimed when he saw this. In this hole, other than demon plants and demon beasts, there are also demons? After the demons sucked the brains of the participants, they disguised themselves as the participants. This is extremely terrifying and impossible to guard against. Xiao Yunrong was also in shock. Our vital energy is unable to detect the demonic aura emitted by demonic beasts. However, I could sense traces of demonic aura emanating from these demonic beasts who had their brains sucked out. Mo Qingtong walked towards Xiao Han. Xiao Yunrong, Huade, and Fatty Zhu also walked towards Xiao Han. It must be some demon beast that sucked the brains of this female participant and disguised itself as her, obtaining her thoughts and memories. The competition is getting crueler and crueler. I'm afraid that many participants have already fallen. Xiao Han said slowly. Junior brother Xiao Han. Wait. Since we have already found 3 crystal cards, we still need 2 more. Let's hurry up and find them. That red crystal card can only be found by chance. Let's just find 5 ordinary crystal cards and leave this place. This place is too scary. So far, there are already participants whose brains have been taken over by the demon beasts. Huada said in shock. Yes, let's act according to the situation. Xiao Han replied without giving any comment. In the next moment, he was about to activate the demon sovereign's palm tattoo on his left arm to refine the demon corpse into pure demon light and absorb it. However, at this moment, boom! A burst of powerful true chi light blew away a cloud of gray demonic aura on the left side. A young man in a green robe slowly walked out. He was about 20 years old and had a mature and steady temperament. His eyes were very sharp, and his eyebrows were like swords. His eyes were filled with arrogance and conceit. His body moved slightly, and his entire body emitted a huge aura. A true chi flood dragon appeared behind him. This flood dragon was more than 20 zhang long. When it coiled up, its pressure was vast and mighty, and it emitted an incomparably awe-inspiring aura. It was as if he was a king. There were 44 true chi acupoints on his body. They were shining brightly, indicating his extraordinary cultivation base of the 5th level of true chi. How dare you? The young man said coldly. You actually dared to kill my junior sister. You really don't know the difference between life and death. Which domain are you from? What sect are you from? She was not killed by us. She was possessed by a demonic beast. Xiao Yunrong explained. Xiao Han smiled faintly. There is a hole on her head, and her brain matter is not leaking out. You can see for yourself. There is a black centipede in the hole on her head. It was a demonic beast, but it was killed by my blade energy. The young man saw the hole on the woman's head and nodded slightly. She was indeed killed by a demonic beast. All right, this matter has nothing to do with you. However, my junior sister's body was cut in half by your blade. This is simply a great crime. You have 3 crystal cards? Very good, hand over the crystal cards, and this matter can be written off. Otherwise, I will let you die an ugly death. You probably don't know my reputation in the northern region. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Xiao Han suddenly laughed loudly and slowly stood up. You are F*King courting death. Do you know that? You actually found 3 crystal cards. Your luck is not bad. Oh no, to be precise, it is my luck that is not bad. The grayish demonic aura was blown away again, and a large group of men and women appeared. Leading the group was Wan Yengu and the bald Ada. Behind them were dozens of men and women from the great wilderness. Their bodies were shining brightly and were extremely powerful. They could even use the pure strength of their bodies to force the demonic aura away. Especially that Wan Yengu. His eyes had turned pale gold, and there was a ferocious shadow of a 6-armed dragon rolling in his eyes. It was frightening, and his evil aura was overflowing. His body moved slightly, and it was like 10,000 horses galloping, emitting an aura that could destroy all obstacles. This group of men and women from the Great Wilderness had been following Xiao Han's group from afar. They did not get too close until Xiao Han's group confronted the northern region participant, Xiao Long, outside the demon forest. Then, they took the opportunity to rush over. Coincidentally, they heard that Xiao Han's group had obtained 3 crystal cards. Their greed was burning, and they could not help but show up, wanting to snatch the cards. Xiao Long frowned and immediately said, "My friends from the Great Wilderness, these guys have 3 crystal cards. How about this? I will only take 1, and you can divide the remaining 2. What do you think? Let's be friends. I, Xiao Long, am also a genius in the northern region. My sect is powerful, and I am not a nobody." Jianghu did not answer, and only laughed sinisterly. He looked at Xiao Han's group like a butcher looking at his own pigs and dogs. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han laughed again. He was very calm, so calm that it was terrifying. "You actually started to divide our crystal cards. Interesting. Good, since you Great Wilderness barbarians are here, then I won't have to look for you. All of you must die. Not even a chicken or dog will be left alive." Chapter 175. Facing the strongest young man from the northern region, Xiao Long, and the dozens of human-shaped savage beasts led by the warrior of the Great Wilderness, Jianghu. Not only was Xiao Han not afraid, he even spoke with assurance. His expression gradually darkened, and his killing intent filled the air as he spoke slowly. "I've always been a kind person and never tried to steal other people's crystal cards. I didn't expect that someone would try to steal from me. Very well, since you dare to steal from me, I'll kill you. There's no reason for that. As for the barbarians from the Great Wilderness, we've had a grudge against each other for a long time. They've been following me all this time. Let's settle this once and for all. Kill them all." Hearing Xiao Han's words, Xiao Long, Jianghu, and the others were not enraged. Instead, they were stunned. Xiao Han's companions were stunned as well. It was true that Xiao Han was an invincible figure among the younger generation of the southern region. He had overcome all the obstacles in the preliminary round and was invincible. However, Xiao Long and Jianghu's battle strength was not inferior to the 10 seeded participants of the southern region's preliminary round. In fact, they were even stronger. Xiao Long had opened 44 true acupoints and was at the 5th stage of true qi. Among the younger generation, he was peerless. Furthermore, his aura was as strong as the sea. His spirit and demeanor were a notch higher than the others. His battle strength was even a notch higher than Prince Hualai of the southern region. Jianghu was a ferocious man from the ancient country of Great Wilderness. His flesh was like a treasure. His internal organs were as deep as the sea, and his blood qi and vitality were as vigorous as a dragon's. Furthermore, he had opened 41 true acupoints and was also at the 5th stage of true qi. As a result, his overall battle strength was a notch higher than Xiao Long's. Just Jianghu alone was enough to give Xiao Han a headache, not to mention Xiao Long, who was watching him like a tiger watching its prey. Furthermore, the group of men and women from the Great Wilderness that Jianghu brought with him were all outstanding geniuses. They would not be easy to deal with. Xiao Han said that he was going to kill them in such a casual manner. It seemed that he was indeed being careless. "Is there something wrong with your brain?" Xiao Long was dumbfounded. "I think you've consumed some kind of elixir to conceal your cultivation level. But based on your age, no matter how talented you are, you're only at the 4th stage of true qi. People like you might be outstanding in the southern region for a while, but in the northern region, of course. I, Xiao Long, have traversed the world unhindered. In the north region, I'm known as a heaven-gifted genius. I'm a natural-born paragon. In the future, I will definitely dominate a region. I, Xiao Long, can kill dozens of people like you with a flip of my hand. How dare you roar? You're going to kill me? People of the northern region, join forces with me, Jianghu, to suppress this person. The rest of you, deal with the others." Northern region cultivators, of Jianghu, man. Jianghu stuck out his coarse tongue and licked his lips. Ferocious aura burst out from his eyes. The 6-armed barbaric dragon in his pupils roared vaguely, and its evil aura filled the air. Xiao Xiao Han, mo, of fiend, he. Xiao 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 Han savage, Xiao Tian Xiao Xiao, Fatty Zhu calmed down in the face of danger. He was also preparing a killing move. He wanted to summon countless huge swords and crush all the enemies. Long in heaven, Tian Long Xiao Long Wu Long Xiao Master, Dragon of Savage, Chen Wu, of Xiao Long, Sha, Tian Wilderness. Wu Tang. Suddenly, Xiao Han said with a smile. Fatty, Miss Mo, Senior Sister Hua, Yun Rong, don't do anything. To deal with this group of scum, I'll fight them all alone. What? Mo Qing Tong and Fatty Zhu exclaimed at the same time. What a joke. One against all the enemies. This was too absurd. Ha ha ha. Qiao Long and Wan Yengu burst into laughter. Right at this moment. Boom, boom. The glass-like demonic light on Xiao Han's left arm blossomed completely. It was as if the mysterious demonic voice and obscure chanting came from afar. Two incomparably huge ancient demon talismans appeared out of nowhere, tearing apart the void and descending. A demonic wind swept forth. The sun and moon lost their light. Flying sand and stones. These were ancient demonic characters, completely different from the characters of the human race, but they contained an incomparably evil and demonic sealing power. There was a trace of suppressing 10,000 immortals inside. Unfathomable. In the sky, the two ancient demon talismans released endless demonic light. The red light shocked the sky, and the demonic glow was blazing. The demonic sound could corrode one's will and soul, and the aura was too shocking. There was a faint might of a demon emperor, frightening one's soul. Sky Demon Investiture. This was the second time Xiao Han used this demonic technique. The first time he used it to seal the demon hero, Nan Gong Yi. However, at that time, Xiao Han had only awakened 100 demon meridians, and the demonic power provided to the demon emperor crystal was slightly insufficient. Thus, the power of the Sky Demon Investiture could only be unleashed. At this moment, Xiao Han had awakened 500 demon meridians, and his demonic power was abundant. He instantly drained all his demonic power and shot out 2 demon talismans, devouring the 9 continents, suppressing the ages. In a flash, the 2 demon talismans descended from the sky, covering Wan Yengu and Qiao Long. In an instant, Wan Yengu and Qiao Long's true qi was sealed, and all their movements were completely sealed. As if petrified, the two stood on the spot, dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han's body moved, and his physical strength surged out. He rushed in front of Wan Yengu, and grabbed Wan Yengu's legs with both hands. Wan Yengu was swung up by Xiao Han. In the next moment, the most terrifying thing happened. Die! Xiao Han had actually used Wan Yengu's body as a hammer to sweep away an army of 1,000, sweeping toward Qiao Long's waist. Wan Yengu was a mutant from the great wilderness, a warrior of an ancient country. He was born with divine strength, and his body was like a treasure shell, impenetrable by swords and spears. The strength of his body was even stronger than Xiao Han's. At this time, he was bound by the Sky Demon Investiture and could not move. He was swung out by Xiao Han. Wan Yengu's body weight was more than tens of thousands of kilograms, and he was like a heavy weapon used to attack cities. When he was swung out by Xiao Han's huge strength, it complemented each other, producing the sound of wind and thunder, destroying everything. Bang! Wan Yengu's body slammed into Qiao Long. The sound of mountains collapsing, meteorites crashing, stars shaking, and volcanoes erupting could be heard. Qiao Long's flesh shell was completely smashed. All his bones exploded, and his internal organs were pulverized. With a poof, he was smashed into a pile of minced meat, and a mist of blood filled the air. A large pile of supreme-grade true qi spirit stones, elixirs, and books burst out from Qiao Long's shattered acupoints and spread out on the ground. Xiao Han smiled sinisterly, and turned around to rush into the group of men and women of the wilderness who did not know what was going on. Bang! 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 Xiao Han swung Wan Yengu's body and smashed it randomly. Tossing and swallowing like a whale, he smashed a large area like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. 10,000 elephants galloped, crushing with great force. Every single person from the great wilderness that was hit would explode and shatter to the point where they could not be any more shattered. That bald Ada did not escape this calamity either. He was smashed to death, and his flesh shell shattered, splattering on the ground. Violent power and ruthlessness swept through the 3,000 great worlds. Until all the enemies were smashed to death, Xiao Han's flesh shell surged, and he rushed up 100 meters high. He lifted Wan Yengu's body up high, and when he landed, he smashed it with all his strength. Bang! Wan Yengu's body directly collapsed on a huge rock, and the rock was smashed into pieces. Finally, Xiao Han was satisfied and casually threw Wan Yengu's broken body to the side. At this moment, Wan Yengu's body was completely cracked, and it was covered with spider web-like cracks. All the bones in his body had been smashed into pieces. He kept twitching on the ground, and blood spurted out from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Even his internal organs were spat out. He was like a dead dog that was convulsing and losing control of his bowels. After a few breaths, bang! A pile of shiny items burst out from Wan Yengu's true acupoint. He was dead. Xiao Han had indeed killed all the enemies with his own strength. Even Wan Yengu and Xiao Long, the two great experts, had died tragically without even releasing a single move. They were all ferocious people with ultimate killing techniques. Wan Yengu's true Qi cultivation technique could even transform into a 6-armed dragon that could trample on the sun and moon. But unfortunately, they could not use their ultimate skills. They were killed by the Sky Demon God Investiture Lock. They would definitely not die in peace. This was absolutely torturous killing. Xiao Han's methods were simply as swift as a thunderbolt, swift as the wind, and decisive in killing. And savage. Savage enough to make one's hair stand on end. A bunch of trash. You still dare to roar in front of me? This is my home ground. I can use all my methods to my heart's content. Killing you is like killing pigs and dogs. Xiao Han sneered. Just now, Xiao Han did not hesitate to use all his demonic power to use the Sky Demon God Investiture Lock. He did not want to be entangled in a fight, and he wanted to destroy the enemy instantly. Because Xiao Han knew that he was definitely not their match in a fight. He had to use the demon race's secret technique to crush them violently. Fatty Zhu, Mo Qing Tong, Xiao Yunrong, and Hui Yang were all stunned. The scene of Xiao Han killing the enemy was as if he was possessed by a demon god, a god of death descending to the mortal world. The scene was too shocking, and they could not bear to look at it. Their hearts trembled. What are you standing there for? Pick up all the things on the ground. Xiao Han licked his lips. He did not care about the consequences and collected all the items that had dropped from the enemy's true acupoints and stored them in his own true acupoint. There were a large number of top-grade True Qi Spirit Stones and some Divine True Qi secret manuals. Xiao Han did not look at them in detail and collected them all. Xiao. Boss Xiao. You're too savage. Fatty Zhu swallowed his saliva. Killing these people is like killing chickens. Heavens, during the Southern Region qualifiers, you really held back. If you had done this during the qualifiers, you would have killed a large number of them. Brother Xiao, just now, was that a demon race's secret technique? It's too savage and domineering. It actually contained the aura of a demon emperor. Mo Qing Tong said repeatedly. Brother Xiao, you're really unfathomable. I'm ashamed. I don't dare to use this move openly for the time being. I'm afraid that I'll be besieged. However, in this forbidden area, there's no one to monitor me. I can do whatever I want and do whatever I want. Xiao Han smiled. At least I have to wait until I become a demon hero before I dare to use the demon technique. However, after using the 2 demon talismans just now, the demon power in Xiao Han's 500 demon veins had been exhausted. Fortunately, there was sufficient demon qi, demon plants, and demon beasts in this area, which could replenish Xiao Han's supply. The demon veins I awakened are still too few. If I can awaken 5,000 or even 50,000 demon veins, then whoever dares to provoke me in this demon hero qualifier, I'll kill them directly. Xiao Han licked his lips. Xiao Han, no wonder you have the confidence to challenge the contestants from the demon hero domain. Your demon technique is too mysterious and domineering. Xiao Yunrong clicked her tongue and said, All right, keep this matter a secret for me. This is my trump card. Don't tell anyone. Let's continue forward and pass through the demon forest in front of us to see the corpses of the 2 mutated demon emperors, Xiao Han said with a smile. At this moment suddenly, boom, 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 boom. The terrifying sound of all elephants trampling came from the demon forest in front of them. A large number of demonic trees were overturned and snapped, as if they were nothing more than dried twigs. The ground shook. The earth quaked. The demon egg in Xiao Han's heart spun rapidly. What is this? Xiao Yunrong exclaimed in shock. The next moment, countless demonic wolves rushed out and destroyed that demonic forest. It was a complete mess. There were probably hundreds and thousands of demon wolves. They seemed to be a wolf pack. Each demon wolf was more than 10 feet long. Their bodies were black and their eyes were scarlet. Their demonic aura soared into the sky and their ferocious aura made the earth tremble. Heavens! So many demon wolves. Huafan was horrified. Fatty, what are you looking at? It's your turn to perform. Summon the giant sword and crush the wolf pack to death. Xiao Han slapped Fatty Zhu's head. Yes, boss. Now, watch me perform. Fatty Zhu clasped his palms together and the gray demonic aura in the sky immediately split open, revealing dozens of huge gaps. Howl! The demon wolves howled and the cuckoos cried out. The sky changed color. Then, with the momentum of 10,000 horses galloping, they charged toward Xiao Han and the others. Chapter 176. The terrifying demon wolf pack trampled on the ground and crushed the mountains and rivers, rushing towards Xiao Han like a torrent, waiting for it to arrive. The astonishing demon aura soared into the sky, extinguishing all life. Human martial artists with slightly weaker cultivations would collapse in the face of such an aura, not to mention fighting the demon wolf pack. Xiao Han's heart stirred and he asked Fatty Zhu to attack. Fatty Zhu took a step forward and put his palms together. The 37 five-pointed star true acupoints on his body shone brightly and shot out 37 rays of light, piercing through the gray and deathly still demon aura and opening 37 giant holes in the sky. An obscure pressure covered the sky and the earth, pouring down in torrents. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. A total of 37 giant swords smashed down. Every giant sword was over 30 feet long and heavy, as if they were carved from meteorites. They had the terrifying power to destroy heaven and earth. Heaven Duke was enraged. Lightning struck the 9 heavens and crushed the stars. Puh, 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 puh. The gigantic sword crushed through the pack of demon wolves like a guillotine, cutting through melons and vegetables. In an instant, the innumerable demon wolves were crushed into dregs and bloody mist. Heh! Xiao Han nodded his head in satisfaction. Soon after, he took a big stride forward. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The demon wolf corpses immediately disintegrated into rays of pure demon light and fused into the demon god palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. The 500 dried-up demon meridians became lively again, rolling with a colored glaze and dense demon aura. The demon wolf pack was huge in number, but they were all crushed to death by Fatty Zhu's giant swords, becoming nourishment for the demon god palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. Very quickly, the demon wolf corpses were sucked dry, allowing Xiao Han to not only recover the lost demon power of the 500 demon meridians, but also awaken another 300 demon meridians. Demon God Palm, I've awakened a total of demon meridians. Very good. Xiao Han's heart was filled with ecstasy. Fatty, you are formidable. Mo Qingtong slightly swept a glance at Fatty Zhu. I can see that you opened 37 true acupoints in your body, so you can summon 37 giant swords, right? The more true acupoints you open, the more giant swords you can summon. Xiao Yunrong and Huafan were shocked when they saw Fatty Zhu's methods. In his heart, he exclaimed in admiration. A pack of demon wolves was annihilated by Fatty Zhu in the blink of an eye. This greatly contradicted his usual image of being as silly and honest as a pig. Fatty, you really know how to act, Huawu smiled faintly. Hee hee. Zhu Fatty laughed foolishly again. I'm ashamed, this Fatty isn't much, I can't even compare to Boss Xiao. Boss Xiao is truly powerful. I'm at most an assistant. With that said, Fatty Zhu put away the 37 swords without batting an eyelid. Xiao Han waved at his companions in satisfaction. Let's go. Let's go deeper into the forbidden area and check the bodies of the 2 mutated demon emperors. Fatty Zhu, Mo Qingtong, and the others smiled and welcomed them. However, at this moment, in the depths of the forbidden zone, a streak of sword light suddenly slashed out like a rainbow, like a crimson radiance. This streak of sword light was mixed with the sound of thunder as it surged over. The magnificent sword light was like a bolt of lightning that pierced through the darkness. Everywhere the majestic sword aura passed, all the demonic aura was distorted and evaporated. Phantoms of thunder gods appeared everywhere. Moreover, it was just a streak of sword light, but it contained the supreme profoundness of swordsmanship and strong traces of sword intent. It could slash through the void, destroy people, and slaughter countries. This streak of sword light was smooth and flawless, seemingly without any flaws. It tore through space, distorted the demonic aura, and instantly charged toward Xiao Han. It had a feeling that it would kill in one strike, making it impossible to dodge. It was like a predestined fate. It was impossible to escape. It was a fated misfortune, a great calamity, and a great limit. Damn it! It was already too late for Xiao Han to dodge. In a hundredth of a breath, a demonic light flashed on the Demon Emperor's palm tattoo on his left arm. The North Mystic Demon Emperor crystal let out an obscure and deep chant, and the demonic talisman evaporated. When the sword light stabbed Xiao Han, his body shattered and exploded. However, his true body had already appeared dozens of feet away. The movement was illusory. The first strike missed, and there was no second strike. A faint and arrogant voice, mixed with the lingering charm of the sword qi, sounded leisurely. People of the Xianxia region, seal the depths of this forbidden area. No one is allowed to enter. Anyone who violates will be killed without mercy. Xiao Han, are you okay? At this time, Fatty Zhu, Mo Qingtong, and the others rushed up. Xiao Yunrong's face was pale, and she said with lingering fear, "This streak of sword qi just now contains the supreme sword intent. It's invincible in the world. It's just a streak of sword qi, but the sword intent in it can crush Yunrong to death. It's too terrifying. He must be a genius in sword Dao, a genius with divine talent. Is he a contestant from the Xianxia region?" Xiao Han looked into the depths of the forbidden area, and the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. Xiao Han, this strike came from at least hundreds of miles away. Moreover, it seems to be a casual strike. I guess it's a deterrent. However, even such a simple sword strike almost made you unable to block it, Xiao Han. Well, if I don't use demonic methods, I can only use my flesh shell and indestructible golden body to resist this strike. I can't dodge it. There's a kind of doomed intent in it, and it's hard to escape. The owner of this strike is very powerful, a few levels stronger than Xiaofeng, Xiao Han said coldly. It's an expert from the Xianxia region. It's indeed there. It's a warning and deterrent, so that others can't enter the depths of the forbidden area. They're bossy and domineering. Is that red card in the depths of the forbidden area? Hua Fan suddenly realized. After a pause, she said again. Xiao Han, judging from this strike, the people from the Xianxia region are indeed too strong. They're more difficult to deal with than the young generation of the East region and the Great Wilderness. Moreover, there are KC contestants from the Xianxia region. It's really terrifying. In fact, we should have realized a long time ago that the strongest force in this hex trial is not the southern region, the northern region, the western region, nor the eastern region, which is known as the most prosperous and populous, the Great Wilderness. It's the top people from the Xianxia region. After all, this group of people are the moldable talents carefully selected by some old antiques in the Xianxia region, and then cultivated with all their strength. They're extraordinary. Mo Qingtong's face was serious and serious. Xiao Han, what should we do now? Should we continue to move forward or retreat? Once we go deep into the forbidden area, we'll definitely encounter the most powerful people from the Xianxia region, and maybe they'll start a war. To shed all pretense of cordiality with these people, how should I put it? It's not wise. Boss Xiao. Fatty Zhu also said weakly. Anyway, we've got the long pass crystal card now. We only need 2 more to pass all the tests. Otherwise, we'll look around the periphery of the forbidden area. There's no need to get into trouble. They have a great expert over there, and we only have 5 people. Although Boss Xiao is the best in the world, we're outnumbered. It was normal for his companions to be worried. Xiao Han thought for a moment. How about this? I'll accompany you to carefully search around the periphery. After finding another pass crystal card, the 4 of you will leave the forbidden area, return, and hand the crystal card to the main examiner. As for me, Xiao Han looked towards the depths of the forbidden area again. His eyes flashed with a resolute expression. I must go to the depths of the forbidden area. I've said it before, This is my home ground. I don't care if it's the Xianxia region or the Great Desolate East region. Those who block me will die.
Xiaohan. This.
Mo Qingtong's face was full of worry. Xiaohan, you're forcing yourself. Junior brother Xiaohan, they have the advantage in numbers. If you fight them head-on, you'll be at a disadvantage. Hua Fan also advised. That's right. Boss, Fatty. Definitely don't think you'll lose to them one-on-one. But they're KC people. The fat on Fatty Zhu's face trembled. Xiaohan, there's still a long way to go. There's no need to fight for this moment. Xiao Yunrong said softly. Take your time. Xiaohan waved his hand. 10,000 years is too long. Seize every moment. I don't like to be stifled. I don't beat around the bush. I'm not shrewd. I'm straightforward. These guys from the Xianxia region are too strong. They directly shot out sword chi to intimidate me. If I didn't know demonic techniques, I would have been injured by that sword strike just now. I might even have exploded. Since they think that the red card belongs to them, I'll play with them. I'll trample on their pride. I'll slap their faces. All right, it's decided. If you guys come with me, I'll have to split my attention to take care of you. How about this? I'll accompany you to find the crystal card now and then escort you out. I'll meet the geniuses of the Xianxia region alone. Don't worry, Xiaohan, won't act rashly. I'll act according to the circumstances. In short, I'll think of a way to save my life. Hearing Xiaohan's determination, Mo Qingtong and the others were speechless. They couldn't find any words to persuade him. Moreover, they also knew that people like Xiaohan wouldn't act according to common sense. Once he made up his mind to do something, he wouldn't change his mind easily.
All right, brother Xiao.
Mo Qingtong nodded helplessly. Boss, I really admire you a lot. Fatty's cultivation is too weak. Otherwise, I'll definitely accompany boss. Trample on the faces of those guys from the Xianxia region. They're too arrogant. Fatty Zhu said with a face full of worship.
Ha!
All right, that's enough. I'll accompany you guys to find the crystal card now. Fatty, Yunrong, Senior Sister Hua, the three of you can pass with one crystal card each. Only Miss Mo is left. Come, let's search carefully. Xiaohan led the group to search the surroundings. Not long after Xiaohan and the others left, Li Ziki, Cheng Feng, and dozens of young men and women from the southern region arrived at the place where Xiaohan killed Xiao Long and Wan Yengu. What? How is this possible? Cheng Feng looked at the dismembered bodies on the ground in horror. They're all dead. Wan Yengu and the others were all dead. What's more, their entire bodies had been shattered into pieces. They had died without a complete corpse. Who did this? It can't be Xiaohan, right? Impossible. Wan Yengu is a true body dual cultivator. He's a warrior of the Great Desolation ancient country. Whether it's his body or his true chi, he's far superior to Xiaohan. It's impossible for him to die in Xiaohan's hands. It must be done by some demon in this forbidden area, Li Ziki said decisively. Everyone, be careful. This forbidden area is too scary. We've already lost more than 10 lives and only found 2 crystal cards to pass the test. Also, the demon chi in front of us is getting more and more difficult to advance. We can't go any further. Let's just cruise around the surrounding area and search for the crystal cards carefully. If we meet Xiaohan and the others, kill them immediately. To be continued. Chapter 177. After Xiaohan finished discussing with his companions, they did not continue to venture deeper into the forbidden zone. Instead, they searched for crystal cards in the surroundings. Along the way, all the demon plants and demon beasts that Xiaohan encountered became nourishment for the demon the arch tattoo on his left arm. A few hours later, the demon god's palm had already awakened a total of 900 demon veins. 2 demon emperor crystals were embedded within, wrapped in an endless stream of beautiful demonic light. The ancient demonic symbols flickered, making the scene look dreamy and illusory. This place is truly my paradise. Xiaohan sucked dry the blood of a mutated demon emperor and awakened another 2 demon veins. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was completely immersed in the wonderful state of awakening his demon veins. His left arm glowed with a demonic light, and he could feel his strength increasing bit by bit. However, it was not enough. The demon meridians on the demon Thearcha's palm were as numerous as the capillaries in the human body. Awakening a mere few hundred was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Xiaohan couldn't help but sigh. If I could melt and absorb the corpses of the two mutated demon emperors, it would be so cool. Wait, why did I suddenly have such a bold idea? Even Xiaohan was shocked by this sudden thought. Mutated demon emperors were the nobles of the demon race, and they were infinitely close to the emperor of the demon race. Sucking their corpses was a very crazy idea. Xiaohan hurriedly suppressed this wild thought and wild hope, but in his heart, he was indeed beginning to stir. Something was brewing in his eyes. This forbidden zone was shrouded in a gray, deathly stillness and demonic aura. It was impossible to distinguish day and night. However, it was estimated that the participants had already been in the forbidden zone for a day and a night. In other words, there were still 2 more days before the time to collect the crystal cards. I need to make the most of these 2 days. On the one hand, I need to find the red card. On the other hand, I need to gather as much demonic chi as I can in this forbidden region, and awaken as many demonic veins as I can. Xiaohan thought. Boss Xiao, we've also walked a big circle, but we actually couldn't find any more crystal cards. Fatty Zhu said. It seems that finding crystal cards also depends on luck. It's already been a day and a night. I'm afraid that many of the competitors have already found their crystal cards and returned to the main examiner to verify that they passed. In other words, as time goes by, it will be more and more difficult for us to find crystal cards, Mo Qingtong analyzed. Fatty Zhu licked his lips. He looked honest, but his tone suddenly turned gloomy. Boss Xiao, why don't we just rob them? Right at this moment. Suddenly, a bone-chilling sense of danger gripped Xiaohan in an instant. Xiaohan was very familiar with this sense of danger. It was the same feeling he had when he was ambushed by Li Ziqi's flying dagger. Like maggots on a bone. A streak of dazzling rainbow light broke through the layers of demonic qi. It was a flying knife. A 3-inch throwing knife. Li Ziqi's flying dagger. This saber strike was very dazzling, and contained a demonic power that caused vortexes to appear wherever the saber light passed. Light was distorted, and it could kill and slay ghosts to the extreme. Abruptly, a strange light flashed in Xiaohan's eyes. His entire body emitted a golden light, and his left arm glowed with a faint demonic light. His body also left a series of afterimages. Then, he let out a blood-curdling scream and fell backwards. That flying knife seemed to have pierced into Xiaohan's body. Ah! Li Ziqi! You actually ambushed me. How hateful! Xiaohan fell to the ground, his voice filled with pain and anger. A strange look flashed across Mo Qingtong's eyes. She immediately pounced on Xiaohan and started shouting. Xiaohan! Xiaohan, what's wrong? You, don't scare us. Xiaohan! Her voice was extremely miserable, and she was about to cry. It was completely heartbroken. However, there was a cunning and mischievous glint in her eyes. At this moment, Fatty Zhu, Xiao Yunrong, and Hua Wu finally reacted. Oh no! It's Li Ziqi's flying dagger. He ambushed again. How despicable, shameless, despicable. Boss Xiao, are you alright? Fatty Zhu also rushed towards Xiaohan. Xiao Yunrong and Hua Wu's beautiful faces paled, and they were in a panic. At this moment, ha! Xiaohan, aren't you quite arrogant? Aren't you an invincible hero who dominates the younger generation of the southern region? Ha! But today you will die in my hands. Li Ziqi's maniacal laughter rang out. In the next moment, Li Ziqi, Cheng Feng, and dozens of young men and women from the southern region pushed through the demonic fog and walked over. Li Ziqi's face was pale, and he looked like he was exhausted. However, his eyes were burning with excitement. Just now, it wasn't easy for me to catch your aura, Xiaohan. I looked for an opportunity along the way and then attacked with all my strength. This slash drained my essence, qi, spirit, and true qi, but it was a fatal slash. This slash contained my original true qi. It doesn't feel good to have the blade qi invade your body, right? Ha. You will definitely die this time. Cheng Feng crossed his arms and stood next to Li Ziqi, gloating. He said indifferently. Miss Mo, Fatty Zhu, since Xiao Han is about to die, you don't have to hesitate anymore. Join our team. This devil hero selection is extremely dangerous. If you work together you will be strong. If you work separately you will be weak. Xiao Han doesn't know how to appreciate favors. He deserves to die. Alright, everyone's goal is the same, to become a devil hero. You don't have to avenge an idiot like Xiao Han. At this moment, Xiao Han was lying in Mo Qingtong's arms, his head resting on her thighs. Mo Qingtong's elegant virgin fragrance lingered in his nose. Oh, brother Xiao, you look like you're enjoying it. Do you like how Qingtong treats you? Mo Qingtong smiled at Xiao Han, who was pretending to be dead. She had a strange look in her eyes. Miss Mo, I'm sorry, Xiao Han said embarrassedly. Then, he threw away the flying knife in his hand and stood up. There were no wounds on his body. Obviously, he was not hit by the flying knife just now, but pretended to be injured. Just a moment ago, Xiao Han used a bit of demonic energy and used illusory movement to dodge the saber. What? Xiao Han, you cheated? Seeing Xiao Han stand up unscathed, the pride on Li Ziki and Cheng Feng's faces suddenly died. Their expressions froze. If I didn't cheat, would you dare to show yourself? Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. Li Ziki, your flying knife is indeed powerful. It's troublesome to let you hide in the dark for a long time and launch sneak attacks. It's better to take this opportunity to get rid of you. Irrelevant people. Get out of here, I'm going to kill. Get out of here as soon as possible, otherwise, I'll kill all of you. This. The group of young men and women following Li Ziki and Cheng Feng were instantly terrified. They exchanged glances, and more than half of them immediately fled in the opposite direction, leaving only 20 or so people behind to stare fixedly at Xiao Han.
Xiao Han.
You're really cunning. But, there's only 5 of you. Fine, if we don't kill you, we won't be able to eat and sleep in peace. Take this opportunity, kill. Cheng Feng, do it. Li Ziki's eyes burst with ruthlessness. At this moment, buzz, demonic light shone and demonic sound filled the air. 2 ancient and mysterious demonic talismans appeared and shrouded Cheng Feng and Li Ziki instantly. Heavenly Demon God Seal. Bang! Bang! Xiao Han's figure flashed and charged forward. With 1 punch each, he shattered their bodies into pieces and they couldn't be more dead. At the same time, Mo Qingtong released the Heavenly Devil World and enveloped the 20 people who followed Li Ziki and Cheng Feng. The Heavenly Devil Force Field was released, light distorted and demonic sound seeped into the brain. Demon race. Kill. 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 You're all demons. Dang. In an instant, the 20 people became confused and hallucinated. They slashed at each other and after a few breaths, they left behind a pile of corpses. Bang. 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 A large pile of items burst out from the corpses and spread out on the ground. Among them, 2 crystal cards were shining brightly. There are 2 crystal cards. Ha 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 ha. They actually found 2 crystal cards. Fatty Zhu laughed wretchedly and rushed forward to pick up the 2 crystal cards. Miss Mo, it's a pleasure working with you. Xiao Han grinned. Heh. Mo Qingtong smiled charmingly. Her tone was as soft as cotton. Brother Xiao, you have taken advantage of Qingtong just now. In the future, don't forget to leave Qingtong behind and leave. Damn, Miss Ma must be joking. Xiao Han smiled awkwardly and thought to himself, I don't have a day. How can there be a future? Soon, everyone collected the top-grade True Qi Spirit Stones and various items on the ground. Fatty Zhu handed the 2 crystal cards to Xiao Han to deal with, acting like a lackey. Very good. There are 2 crystal cards here. In addition to the 3 we found earlier, there are a total of 5 crystal cards, just enough for the 5 of us to pass. Xiao Han smiled in satisfaction and handed one of the crystal cards to Mo Qingtong, keeping one for himself. I'll keep this crystal card for now. Now, I'll accompany the 4 of you back. You guys pass first. I have to enter the depths of the forbidden area to take a look. Okay. Mo Qingtong nodded. Then Brother Xiao, let's not delay and return now. Let's go. 4 hours later. The 5 of them returned to the entrance of the forbidden area. Outside, it was already early in the morning. The morning light was like a dream and the morning glow was like a poem. Chen Shifeng and the crippled old man sat on the rock contentedly. Outside the valley, there were thousands of contestants who had found their crystal cards and successfully passed. Another 5 people came out. In just one day, 129 contestants found their crystal cards and successfully passed. Not bad. Chen Shifeng jumped off the rock and welcomed Xiao Han and the others. Little guys, congratulations on passing the second round. When he glanced at Xiao Han, his eyes suddenly froze and he blurted out, "Young man, what's your name?" His voice trembled slightly. "Junior Xiao Han answered casually, then motioned for Mo Qingtong, Fatty Zhu, and the others to quickly return their crystal cards and pass. Xianxia Pagoda. Level 29. In the hall, a group of Xianxia with strong auras was staring at the image on the gem. "I see junior brother Xiao Han and the others." Xiao Mingchu stood up excitedly. "That's junior brother Xiao Han, junior sister Hua Yang, and Mo Qingtong. My fatty is out too. Ha 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 ha." Zhu Ganglai also laughed wildly. "My fatty is pretty good. He also passed the second round." Not bad, not bad. All of them passed safely. Heaven's devil old man said with relief. Heh. Ever since this batch of contestants entered the restricted area, in just one day, 2,139 names have dimmed. This is enough to show that the restricted area is treacherous and full of hidden dangers. Now that I see Xiao Han and the others can pass smoothly. And, not bad, not bad. Wu Yu also laughed. However, what's going on? Junior brother Xiao Han returned to the restricted area alone. Fong Ling and Dongfang Qin exclaimed at the same time. Mo Qingtong, junior sister Hua Yang, the woman from Mingjian Villa, and little Fatty Zhu all left the restricted area and handed over their crystal cards to pass, but junior brother Xiao Han returned directly. What does this mean? Fong Ling was shocked. Could it be that Xiao Han didn't find his crystal card? Heaven's devil old man was also bewildered. In the valley outside the restricted area, Xiao Han watched his 4 companions pass and heaved a sigh of relief. He then returned to the restricted area without looking back and used his movement technique to fly away. Oh! Chen Fading Wind was stunned and his eyes revealed a pondering expression. This little guy is really strange, he returned again. Crippled old man blinked his eyes. All right, Chen Fading Wind, why did you specifically ask for this youngster's name? Chen Fading Wind touched his nose. Xiao Han? His name is Xiao Han. Crippled old man, pay attention to this youngster. He is very interesting. Really very interesting. Very interesting, what do you mean? What are you trying to say? Ha ha ha. This youngster is hiding a lot of secrets. All right, Xiao Han. I'll remember him. Ha 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 ha. I haven't seen such an interesting youngster for many years. Chapter 178. After escorting his companions and returning their crystal cards, Xiao Han once again returned to the forbidden area that was wreaking havoc with demonic aura alone. He wanted to go deep into the forbidden zone. There are still 2 days before the end of the second round. I must train hard in these 2 days and awaken as many demon veins as possible. Xiao Han had a plan. Since there was no one around, Xiao Han activated the demon egg and the demon monarch's palm tattoo on his left arm without any scruples. Endless demonic aura was dissolved and absorbed, allowing Xiao Han to move freely without any hindrance or restriction, like a fish in water. Senior martial brother, there seemed to be a shadow passing by just now. It seems to be a participant. A beautiful girl in a green robe said to an old man in a short robe. Don't talk nonsense. Junior martial sister. The demon chi in this forbidden zone covers the sky. Those below the 6th level of true chi realm will be restricted. No participant can use their movement skills to run wildly here. Even those participants from the Devil Xia region, all of them talented geniuses, will be affected to a small extent. All right, let's continue looking for the crystal card. We still need one more. The man in a short robe smiled. Bang! A 3-zhang-long demon rhinoceros was crushed by Xiao Han's pure physical strength. The demon corpse turned into rays of colored demon light and merged into the tattoo on the demon emperor's palm. Xiao Han stood under a black hill. The hill was covered with demon flowers and demon trees, and demon fruits grew on the demon trees. Xiao Han stood still like a rock and raised his left arm. Pooh, 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 pooh. All the demonic plants on the hill were uprooted, turned into demonic light, and were devoured by the demonic monarch's palm. Even the hill eventually collapsed into beautiful demonic light, and was devoured by the demonic monarch's palm. Xiao Han struggled along the way. Soon, 1,200 demon veins had been awakened in the demon emperor's palm on his left arm. The demon power was surging violently. A few hours later, Xiao Han arrived at the area where he was threatened by the Devil Xia region participants' sword chi. Here, the demon chi is even more intense. A few hundred li ahead is the core area of this forbidden zone. The 2 mutated demon emperor corpses might be there. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Without hesitation, he used his movement skills and dashed into the depths of the forbidden zone. 20 li deep. They were 25 miles deep. They were 35 miles deep. Wang, wang, wang. The demon egg and the demon monarch tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm that were hibernating in his heart faintly emitted a message that was close to excitement. This message was very subtle. It was as if there was something extremely captivating ahead that was attracting bees and butterflies. The demonic egg and the demonic monarch's palm must have sensed the corpses of the 2 mutated demonic emperors. Xiao Han thought to himself. Just then, Hong, a hurricane suddenly rushed out, and a dragon and tiger appeared, engulfing Xiao Han in an instant. A large area of demonic chi was blown to ashes. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiao Han immediately activated the Emperor's true chi and used the Imperial Chariot technique, forcefully breaking through the air and demonic chi. His body swayed to the side, dodging the hurricane. In the next moment, the hurricane blew a huge crater into the area where Xiao Han had been, and smoke and dust filled the air. Oh! Kid, you're very bold. You actually ignored the warning of the contestants from the Devil Hero region and entered the depths of the forbidden area. How impudent! Who gave you the courage to do so? A bone-chilling voice rang out. Immediately, a young man in a black robe slowly came out from behind a thick demonic tree. He had a head of black and shiny shoulder-length hair, slanted and straight eyebrows, slender and sharp black eyes, thin and lightly pursed lips, and a slender and tall figure that was not rough. He was like an eagle in the night, cold and arrogant, but also domineering. His solitude gave off a domineering aura that disdained the world. There were 42 true acupoints in his body, indicating that he had reached the 5th level of true chi. Each true acupoint was like the eye of a storm, and the hurricane was raging. With a slight movement of his body, there was a whooshing sound, and the demonic chi was easily blown to ashes. A contestant from the Devil Hero region. Xiao Han completely calmed down and looked at the young man in a black robe indifferently. He directly used his killer move as soon as he met me. Domineering. Indeed a domineering person. Xiao Han glanced out of the corner of his eye, and saw a dozen corpses piled up under a bush in the east. Each of the corpses was in a mess, riddled with holes, and died very miserably. Oh. It seems that you have killed a lot of people. Xiao Han smiled. Really stupid. The young man in a black robe looked at Xiao Han playfully. There are always some idiots with pig heads who ignore the warning and want to enter the depths of the forbidden area to get a share. They are completely courting death. Digging their own graves. However, this time's Devil Hero trial is really difficult. You good-for-nothings will die sooner or later. It doesn't make any difference if you die earlier or later. Enough, since you have broken in, you are openly challenging the dignity of the contestants of the Devil Hero region. Now I will give you a chance. Kneel down and kill yourself, and you can have a whole corpse. There was a trace of charity and pity in the young man's tone. Xiao Han was not angry, but laughed and shook his head. Too strong and domineering. You are completely arrogant and domineering. It seems that the contestants of the Devil Hero region must suppress and deter other contestants, and don't allow others to resist. Oh, you want me to kill myself directly? What a joke. Well. The young man in a black robe nodded naturally, and his tone was as light as water. Yes, you are right. We, the contestants of the Devil Hero region, can only oppress others, and others can never resist. Whoever resisted would die without a burial place. For example, if you kill yourself now, not only can you have a whole corpse, but we will also not cause trouble to your family. But if you dare to resist, not only will you die without a whole corpse, but your whole family will also be implicated. After the assessment, We will go out and casually destroy your whole family. It is not impossible. At that time, we will be the devil hero, and it will be justifiable to destroy a family. Well, don't talk nonsense. Kneel down and kill yourself. This is the only way out. He said these words with awe-inspiring righteousness. His arrogance, despotism, and extortion of taxes were vividly reflected. Hearing this, the killing intent in Xiao Han's heart was completely out of control. In the face of such suppression, it was impossible for Xiao Han not to resist. Not only to resist but also to kill. I only want to say 5 words. Xiao Han sneered.
Oh.
The young man in a black robe frowned. What do you want to say?
What I want to say is...
Xiao Han smiled. You Motherfastress Devil Hero Tower. A very high floor. More than a dozen old antiques sat quietly in a hall. Their auras were extremely strong and terrifying. Pieces of runes lingered around them, and when they opened and closed their eyes, there were visions of the sun, moon, and stars vanishing. Even the air was about to be twisted into pieces with a little breath. It was extremely terrifying. In the hall, there were gems that produced flickering images and a list full of names. This year's Devil Hero trial has entered the 2nd round, and many young people have died. An old antique smiled slightly. It's okay. The 4 regions and the Great Wilderness can no longer cultivate young devil heroes who can take charge. The future trend should be completely dominated by our Devil Hero region. Another old antique waved his hand. This time, we have personally trained the most outstanding young people to participate in the trial, and they must take the OC position. These children are all geniuses that we have recruited from all over the world when they were born. They are all geniuses with excellent roots and divine talents. In order to cultivate them, we have spent a lot of effort and resources. Now, they have finally shown their brilliance. This year's Devil Hero trial is the first step to their rise. The young generation of the 4 regions and the Great Wilderness is too inferior compared to them. They are not on the same level. These children are the best in the past and the present. It is extremely difficult to cultivate each of them. They have received all kinds of trials and tests since they were young, and their comprehensive strength is no less than some low-level devil heroes. Although this year's Devil Hero trial is difficult, it is unlikely that children will die. Ha ha ha, they will definitely not die. They are the future devil heroes that we have carefully cultivated. Look at their names, they are still shining brightly on the announcement. Their names will never die. Ha 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 ha. Stubborn. You are courting death. The youth in black was completely enraged by Xiao Han and attacked. Suddenly, from the body of the black-robed young man, a giant tornado suddenly burst out, filling the sky and covering the earth, sweeping away all obstacles. It had the power to destroy the world, and in an instant, it covered Xiao Han's entire body. This move was too fast. It was almost faster than Xiao Han's current thinking and reaction ability. It was indeed too powerful. In one move, Xiao Han discovered that the contestants from the Devil Hero region were definitely on a different level from the other contestants. Xiaofeng, Hualai, compared with the genius contestants from the Devil Hero region, they were not even worthy of carrying shoes. They were all disciples taught by the antiques of the Devil Hero region. It was true that the disciples were as powerful as the masters. Xiao Han did not dodge this move. In an instant, Xiao Han felt dizzy and his vision blurred. He felt like the world was spinning around him. The hurricane was like a sword, slicing and tearing at him. It made Xiao Han feel like he was about to be turned into ashes. If Xiao Han's flesh was not as strong as a wild beast's, he would have been blown into pieces. However, Xiao Han's reaction was not slow. Just as he was enveloped by the hurricane, his indestructible golden body surged out violently. Golden light shot out in all directions and his bones were destroyed. His flesh surged and his muscles and bones roared. 800,000 cauldrons of strength surged and strengthened the indestructible golden body, forcibly resisting the hurricane. In an instant, it was blown so hard that it sounded like iron being forged. Break for me! The next moment, Xiao Han took out his mid-stage saber intent and slashed. Moreover, some of the hurricanes were forcibly converted into saber intent. Bang! 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 Xiao Han hammered with both fists and finally smashed the destructive hurricane. He took a step forward. What? You are not dead? The youth in black was shocked. This flesh shell? Are you from the wilderness?
Damn it. Dang.
Xiao Han's mind moved and a touch of saber intent directly cut out, extinguishing the void and dominating the world. Boom. The youth in black's attack speed and thinking speed were too fast. He casually threw out a hurricane and annihilated Xiao Han's saber intent. Next, he threw out another hurricane like a machine gun, directly wrapping around Xiao Han. Boom! Xiao Han's body was engulfed by the hurricane again. Let's see if you can still die this time. Let's see how many more attacks you can take. The youth in black laughed coldly. However, at this moment, a shadow flashed past.
What? Demonic chi?
The youth in black was surprised. There are traces of the demonic race's secret technique.
This is...
Suddenly, a sense of danger came from behind the youth in black.
Boom.
A large area of space behind the youth in black was destroyed. The air exploded inch by inch and chi waves rolled. Sneak attack. The youth in black was shocked and angry. However, his reaction was still fast. He grabbed backwards with his right hand. This grab condensed true chi and enveloped the surroundings, causing a large area of the ground to crack inch by inch. However, as soon as this grab was made, his entire body's true chi was sealed. The movements of his limbs were also firmly sealed.
Bang!
Xiao Han continuously used like an illusion and heavenly demon's divine seal. Only then did he barely manage to stop the youth in black. Xiao Han grasped this rare opportunity and violently punched out with an earth-shattering punch that landed on the black-clothed youth's body. Pooh! A large mouthful of blood like a fountain sprayed out from the black-clothed youth's mouth. His entire body was covered in fine and dense cracks, and his internal organs seemed to have been beaten into a paste. The youth in black fell horizontally and lay on the ground twitching. Blood spurted out from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. He wanted to get up, but he couldn't. However, he didn't die immediately. He looked at Xiao Han with deep hatred and disbelief. At the same time, he was filled with regret. I hate you. I hate that I didn't use my ultimate killing technique from the start. I let you take advantage of it. You are proficient in the demonic race's secret technique. Everyone has the right to kill you. Xiao Han continued to sneer and walked towards the youth in black. What are you doing? Don't tell me you still dare to kill me?
You dare.
The youth in black shouted harshly. If you dare to kill me, there will be no place for you in this world. Get out of this area now. It's not too late. Idiot! Xiao Han stomped on his face with one foot, grinding it repeatedly. Aren't you very noble? Aren't you arrogant and invincible? Aren't you still going to die in my hands? I specialize in dealing with idiots like you. Get lost. You dare to kill me? You don't dare. Don't you know that my master... Bang! Xiao Han stepped on the youth in black's head and it completely exploded. He couldn't be more dead. I don't dare to kill you? Let's see if I dare to kill you or not. Xiao Han laughed sinisterly. Xianxia Pagoda. An extremely high level. A group of old antiques were chatting and laughing. At this moment... What? My disciple Luo who, his name, actually dimmed on the announcement. An old antique stood up and stared with his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe his own eyes. Impossible. How could the Yao Yao that we trained fall in the second round of the exam? Did I see wrongly? Take a closer look. However, on the announcement, the name Luo Hu had indeed completely dimmed. It was a deathly gray. Roar! An old antique growled. His whole body seemed to be bathed in heavenly fire. His whole body was covered in red light and runes. Damn it! My disciple Luo Hu has indeed fallen. Who did it? To be continued. Peerless Tang Sec's latest chapter. Chapter 179. Xiao Han tried his best and finally killed a contestant from the Devil Xia domain. Then, he went deeper into the forbidden area. Guys from the Devil Xia domain are really hard to kill. If I don't use my demonic techniques and fight with my flesh and true chi, I'll be in a fierce battle. It's hard to tell who will win. Xiao Han knew it very well. However, in this case, I have to explore the bodies of the two mutant demon emperors. Awakening the demonic heritage is the most direct and fast way to improve my combat power. Only by awakening more demonic heritage can I compete with the geniuses of the Devil Xia domain. Anyway, I've already killed a contestant from the Devil Hero region, and they'll fight to the death. Why should I be afraid? I'll get the mutant demon emperor's corpse and the red card by hook or by crook. Xiao Han was ready to go all out. In the core area of the Forbidden Area, there was an altar that reached to the sky. The altar was very simple and rough, but its style was very ancient and vicissitudes, as if it had existed for countless years. There were no patterns carved on the altar, but it was stained with demonic blood. An extremely powerful and evil aura surged out, terrifying one's soul and extinguishing all vitality. It commanded the ages and caused the winds and clouds in all directions to change color. At the top of the altar, there were two corpses of ancient creatures. The corpses were releasing the ferocious aura of the primordial remnant. It wasn't clear, but it could be vaguely seen that it was in the shape of a human. It was dozens of feet tall and had hideous wings. Its whole body was shining with a metallic luster and had a strong murderous aura. But there was more demonic aura. The demonic aura spread out like a raging tide. Waves of demonic chi rushed into the sky like ancient flood dragons, giving off the sound of wind and thunder. Demonic sounds rang out, and a monstrous demonic light twisted, forming a brutal energy storm that made it so that no creature dared to get close to the altar. The corpses of two mutant demon emperors. It was really hard to imagine that there were only two corpses, which had existed for countless years. Not only were they not destroyed, but they were still emitting a destructive demonic light and demonic aura. That was too terrifying and shocking. If they were resurrected, the mountains and rivers would be shattered. Killing people and destroying countries could be done with a single thought. In the middle of the two mutant demon emperors, there was a red card, which shone with dazzling red light and rose to the sky. It was very beautiful. There were more than 30 people standing 1,000 meters away from the altar. There were men and women. They were all young people. All of them were extraordinary and otherworldly. He was outstanding and had a heaven-warping divine talent that surpassed the ancient times and surpassed the present. He was no small matter. They were contestants from the Xianxia domain. In today's world, among the younger generation, they were the elites of the elites, the heroes of the heroes. Some of these people looked valiant and intimidating. Their bodies shone with treasure light, and they looked very ostentatious. Some of them were quiet and cheerless, but when they opened and closed their eyes, sparks would shoot out. Some of them seemed to have a world of flames brewing in the depths of their glabella. Some of them had sword auras all over their bodies, and they became one with their swords. Some of them had strong physiques, and when they stood casually, they looked like a mountain. They had the demeanor of a great master, and their pressure caused the air around them to crawl. Some of them had blazing suns rise above their heads, illuminating the ages. With their bodies as the center, all kinds of strange phenomena appeared. Dragons, tigers, and tortoises appeared, devouring the world. Some of them were covered in a sea of holy light with thousands of bright moons floating in the air. No one could compete with them. All of them were peerless figures. However, they did not dare to approach the altar. All of his true chi and physique were deeply suppressed by the demonic aura. This is so shocking. The corpses of the two mutated demon emperors have existed since ancient times. They still have the demonic aura that can move mountains, fill seas, and shatter the earth. We've been waiting here for a long time, but we still can't think of a good way to get close to the altar. A young girl with an otherworldly appearance, who looked like a snowy jade tree, said in a light tone. Forget it. Let's go. We won't get any results if we wait any longer. It's a waste of time and energy. We might as well pass the second test with ordinary crystal cards and prepare for the third test. A young man with an intimidating aura frowned and said, I can't believe the chief examiner put the red card next to the corpses of the two mutated demon emperors. He's deliberately not letting anyone get it. Forget it. I tried to break through the pressure of the demonic aura and get the red card, but my soul was almost shattered by the demonic aura just now. Only those who have reached the 6th level of true chi can approach the altar. Let's go. For a moment, more than a dozen men and women flew away. There were still more than a dozen people left. They stopped and pondered, unwilling to give up easily. Behind a cluster of demonic trees hundreds of meters away from these people, a pair of pitch-black eyes blinked a few times and peeped at them. It was Xiao Han. TSK. Such a strong demonic aura. It can crush people's souls. Even the mountain and sea prison can't compare to it. Xiao Han licked his lips. However, at this moment, the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart and the tattoo of the demon sovereign's palm on his left arm burst out with uncontrollable greed. It seemed that they wanted to seize the two mutated demon emperor's corpses. It seems that my left arm of the demon sovereign's palm can not only absorb and refine all the demon plants and demon beasts in this forbidden area, but it also seems to be able to make a move on these two extremely evil mutated demon emperor's corpses. Xiao Han's heart was burning with desire. Wow! The demonic aura contained in these mutated demon emperor's corpses is thousands or even tens of thousands of times stronger than those demon plants and demon beasts. It's the origin of all the demonic aura in this forbidden area. If I can get it, then it will definitely be heaven-defying. At the thought of this, Xiao Han's heart couldn't help beating wildly like a drum. He really couldn't restrain the wild thoughts in his heart. However, judging from the situation, there were more than a dozen contestants from the Devil Xia domain guarding outside the altar. Their auras were all extremely shocking, shaking the entire land. Their combat strength was violent. Just now, in order to kill the guy who was in charge of keeping watch outside, Xiao Han had drained all the demonic power contained in his demonic vein. Now there was only one demonic vein left that contained demonic power. Xiao Han didn't think that with the demonic power in this demonic vein, he could use the heavenly demon investiture art to seal off more than a dozen geniuses present. It seems that I can only take a risk and use the illusory movement to directly rush over. I have to rush to the altar and take away the two mutated demon emperor's corpses. Wait. There is a red light between the two mutated demon emperor's corpses. Could it be that red card? The more Xiao Han thought about it, the more excited he became. There were more than a dozen contestants from the Devil Xia domain over there. What? I feel that something has happened to junior brother Luo Hu. A young man with a forehead like a full moon and a body that contained infinite light was extremely shocked. When I was young, I cultivated with junior brother Luo Hu. It can be said that our hearts are connected. Now I suddenly feel that junior brother Luo Hu is in trouble. How dare you? Someone dares to attack the contestants from our Devil Xia domain. Suddenly. Oh. Someone is peeping at the side. Could it be the murderer who murdered junior brother Luo Hu? A young man with evil chi suddenly roared. Don't be sneaky. Come out. Boom. The youth made a grabbing motion through the air, directly grabbing the place where Xiao Han was hiding. This immediately produced a dragon-shaped airflow that shattered the vast sky and locked onto Xiao Han's essence, chi, and spirit. Even the space was torn apart and cracked inch by inch. I've been discovered. Good. I'll go all out. Let's fight. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's body created a few afterimages and directly dodged the grab. Then, demonic sounds suddenly appeared from all directions, and demonic aura rose. An ancient demonic clan talisman directly enveloped the group of contestants from the Devil Hero domain. The aura of the seal was everywhere. Divine Demon Investiture. Oh, the secret technique of the demon clan? But it's just a small trick. A youth slapped out with his palm. Instantly, the void warped and changed. Everything was destroyed. A large palm shot out, and there were countless divine runes circling around it. It directly struck the demonic runes, causing them to distort. Puff! Another youth slashed out, sending out a thick beam of sword chi. Thunder rumbled as the illusory image of a lightning god appeared. This sword chi contained traces of a predestined tribulation. As it slashed out, it completely destroyed the demon race's runes. These two geniuses actually joined forces to break Xiao Han's divine demon investiture. However, Xiao Han did not think too much about it. This divine demon investiture was just a trick to delay time. Xiao. Afterimages flickered. Xiao Han executed illusory movement. His body was like a ghost. Afterimages and mirror images appeared in all directions, and he had already rushed towards the altar. You're courting death. A young man directly struck out with his fist, locking on to Xiao Han's aura. This punch was filled with holy light like the sea, raging waves like the tide, as if 1,000 horses were galloping, and 10,000 elephants were crushing. Another young man slashed at Xiao Han. This slash looked down on the common people, and it was no small matter. The long spear in the hands of a young man swayed, and he executed a supreme spear technique. The spear light was like a peacock spreading its tail, pushing forward layer by layer. It was invincible in the world. A group of peerless geniuses from the Xia domain executed a great killing technique on Xiao Han, surrounding and attacking him. They shattered the afterimages and mirror images created by Xiao Han's illusory movement. It also slightly injured Xiao Han's body. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Xiao Han's aura was slightly weakened, but his indestructible golden body surged, and his whole body shone brightly. His bone texts flickered, so Xiao Han was not directly killed. He executed Sky Demon Investiture, illusory movement, and indestructible golden body. The combination of these three techniques allowed Xiao Han to break through the encirclement, and his body flickered to the top of the altar. At this moment, Xiao Han coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. The series of attacks just now had drained 11 of his one demonic vein. However, he still successfully reached the top of the altar. Ah! 2 mutated Demon Emperor corpses. And that red card. Xiao Han glanced at them, and his whole body trembled in shock. How dare you! The group of geniuses from the Xia domain was shocked and angry at this moment. They stared at Xiao Han, bared their teeth, and cursed him furiously. This kid actually ignored the demonic aura of the 2 mutated Demon Emperor corpses. He used demonic techniques repeatedly just now. Could it be that he is a member of the demonic clan that sneaked in here? His movement technique is very strange. His movements are illusory, and he avoided our attacks. What? He wants to take away the red card and the 2 mutated Demon Emperor corpses. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Han first put the red card into his true acupoint. Then, he lifted up the 2 mutated Demon Emperor corpses with one hand and the other end. Although the demonic aura of the 2 mutated Demon Emperor corpses was ferocious and terrifying, the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart was running like a motor, crazily dissolving the demonic aura. The tattoo of the demon monarch's palm on his left arm had also grown a lot, and it could share a lot of the pressure for Xiao Han. Therefore, Xiao Han could successfully take away the 2 mutated Demon Emperor corpses without being harmed. Hee hee. Xiao Han grinned hideously. I'm not going to accompany you anymore, ha ha ha. Swoosh. Squeezing out the remaining demonic power, Xiao Han performed it again. The movement was illusory, and he had completely disappeared from the altar with the 2 mutated Demon Emperor corpses and the red card. After Xiao Han took away the 2 mutated Demon Emperor corpses, the demonic aura in this area suddenly became thinner and thinner. Go after him. We can't let this guy escape. He got the precious treasure for free. We must catch him. He must have murdered junior brother Luo Hu. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. He must have a lot of secrets. We must catch him and interrogate him. Also, the contestants of the Xia domain have already declared the ownership of the red card, but that guy took it away. This is tantamount to slapping our faces. Unforgivable. A group of geniuses of the Xia domain passed through this area and directly chased after Xiao Han. Chapter 180. Xiao Han used 2 demonic methods to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. He took away 2 mutant demon emperor corpses and the only red card under the noses of more than a dozen geniuses of the Xianxia region. Xiao Han was running wildly. He carried the 2 mutant demon emperor corpses in both hands and dashed in the forbidden area as fast as lightning. In fact, Xiao Han even burned the emperor's true qi, and with the momentum of a personal expedition, he tore through the air at a fleeting speed like a shooting star. There were more than a dozen murderous auras behind him. They were chasing him like maggots. This was the most critical moment. He couldn't be caught. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. The emperor's natural qi burned and consumed crazily in exchange for a domineering explosive force, which gradually made Xiao Han pull away from the pursuers. But he couldn't let his guard down. Now, the demonic power contained in the 200 demonic meridians on the palm of Xiao Han's left arm was all used up. In his current state, he had no chance of winning against the geniuses of the Xianxia region, not to mention that there were a large group of people on the other side. It was a matter of life and death. Xiao Han's spirit was completely focused, and his life potential was developed and stimulated like never before. Suddenly, puff, puff, 2 crisp sounds came from Xiao Han's body, which was the sound of a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon. The 16th and 23rd acupoints exploded almost at the same time. Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh. At this critical moment, my acupoints exploded under the pressure. That's too bad. Behind him, more than a dozen geniuses from the Xianxia region flew in the form of various strange beasts with their true qi, rode on rainbows, flew on swords, or stepped on light. They were chasing Xiao Han. They fanned out and chased after Xiao Han. Their eyes were full of burning murderous intent. We must catch that kid. He has committed a heinous crime. He must die. Don't worry. I noticed that he burned his true qi along the way, so he suddenly sped up, but this is tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. When his true qi is exhausted, it will be time for him to be killed. His two demonic methods are indeed strange, but they are not mature enough to pose too much of a threat to us. He's just a small aphid. Going against us is like hitting a stone with an ox. He's courting death. After capturing them, torture them to death. That's right, after the selection is over, I'll slaughter his entire family outside. Implicate 10 families. These geniuses, who had always been arrogant and unruly, had never suffered a loss in anything since they were young. They had always had the upper hand, but now, Xiao Han had actually taken advantage of them. Not only that, he had even killed one of their companions. This caused all of them to gnash their teeth in anger. Their internal organs were burning, and their guts were about to explode. They swore to capture Xiao Han and use all the methods they had to torture and abuse him. Outside the restricted area, more and more participants went through all kinds of hardships to find their crystal cards and come out to be verified. There are already 80 little fellows who found their crystal cards and successfully passed the test. Chen Fading Wind smiled in satisfaction. He glanced at the participants who had passed, and he thought to himself, these little fellows who were able to pass are all geniuses who possess both intelligence and courage, tenacious willpower, and extraordinary talent. The second stage wasn't something that could be passed with pure luck. All sorts of methods were indispensable. Good, very good. Suddenly, Chen Fading Wind's expression changed and his body trembled. He stared at the forbidden area as if he wanted to see through everything that was happening in the forbidden area. His expression also became strange. Chen Fading Wind, what are you doing? The crippled old man frowned. During the test, some strange things happened. Chen Fading Wind's lips curled up, and his facial expression became very strange. All right, crippled old man, it's nothing. Let's wait quietly. After saying that, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. At this moment. What? Junior brother Luo who has met with an accident. His name on the notice has dimmed. What's going on? Dozens of participants from the Xianxia region screamed in shock and anger. Outside the restricted area, there was also a virtual image of the notice, which allowed all the participants to see the changes of every participant's name on the notice. This caused the participants from the Xianxia region to see that their companion's name, Luo Hu, had completely dimmed on the notice. It had become gray and lifeless. He was dead. How dare you? Who is it? How dare you attack our people from the Xianxia region? This is unforgivable. Let's go in and take a look. A group of enchanting people from the Xianxia region was ready to rush into the restricted area. How dare you? Chen Fading Wind's eyes widened, and a terrifying ferocious glint shrouded him. A terrifying pressure was produced in the air, and with a tremor in the air, the group of geniuses from the Monster Hero region was almost thrown off their feet. All of you stay still. Since you've passed, you can't enter the restricted area again. Otherwise, you'll all be eliminated. Chen Fading Wind said coldly. Don't think that just because you're from the Xianxia region and were trained by those senior heroes and antiques, you can ignore the rules. Let me tell you, even if I execute you, those antiques can't do anything to me. Stand still. Whoever dares to move will not only be eliminated, but will also be killed. Under the huge pressure of Chen Fading Wind, the group of participants from the Xianxia region did not dare to move. They were silent, but their eyes flashed with suspicion and anger. On the other side, Mo Qing Tong, Fatty Zhu, Xiao Yunrong, and Hua Fan stood quietly in a corner. I don't know how Boss Xiao is doing inside. Fatty is really worried. Boss Xiao is going to the depths of the restricted area to look for that red card. I don't know if he can get it. However, Once he enters the restricted area, he'll definitely encounter those bastards from the Xianxia region. Given Boss Zhao's character, he definitely won't give in and might even fight, Fatty Zhu said in fear and trepidation. It seems that the people from the Xianxia region have died, Huo Wu said. Could it be? Junior brother Xiao Han did it. All of you shut up. Mo Qing Tong looked around warily and warned fiercely. Don't talk about this anymore. Once someone hears anything, it'll plant a seed of trouble for Xiao Han. Xiao Yunrong suddenly smiled. Miss Mo, it seems that you're extremely worried about Xiao Han. Restricted area. Xiao Han's emperor's true qi had been completely burned. He ran all the way and was about dozens of miles away from his pursuers. However, Xiao Han knew that it wouldn't take long for them to catch up to him. It wasn't safe. Moreover, the two mutated demon emperor corpses were constantly emitting fierce demon qi, which made it impossible for Xiao Han to deceive his pursuers no matter how he escaped. I have to find a quiet place to refine these two mutated demon emperor corpses. Otherwise, I'll fall into their hands sooner or later, and then I'll be better off dead than alive. Xiao Han thought quickly. Moreover, Xiao Han couldn't carry the two mutated demon emperor corpses out of the restricted area to pass the test. In that case, the mutated demon emperor corpses would definitely be confiscated by the chief examiner, and Xiao Han wouldn't get any benefits. After going around a demon mountain, a large black pool appeared in front of him. The black pool was surrounded by demon qi and had a foul smell, bubbling. A large number of dry bones floated on the surface of the water. It was very filthy. The demon qi here is very terrifying. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, in the entire restricted area, except for the altar where the two mutated demon emperor corpses were placed, the demon qi near the demon pool was the most terrifying. In the demon pool, there was an obscure pressure that could destroy the liver and the intestines and shatter the soul. Maybe there are some powerful monsters lurking at the bottom of the pool. However, I'm in a precarious situation now. I can only take a risk. Xiao Han couldn't help but look back. More than a dozen ferocious auras were chasing him. They were getting closer and closer. There were only a few kilometers left. Damn it, I'll take the risk. Xiao Han gritted his teeth and directly jumped into the evil pool. Puchi, Xiao Han sank. As soon as he jumped into the evil pool, Xiao Han activated the spirit turtle true qi to seal his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and body as much as possible, so that the water in the pool wouldn't drown Xiao Han's 7 orifices and pores. Soon, Xiao Han was in a state of suspended animation. But his mind was clear. He felt like he was on a mental journey. The water in the pool was extremely deep. Xiao Han sank for 1,000 meters before he stepped on the rocks and mud at the bottom of the pool. There were no terrifying monsters in the demon pool. The one who caused the demon pool to be filled with monstrous demon qi was a huge mutated demonic lotus that was fermented by demon blood. It could be more than 30 meters tall, which was extremely strange. Xiao Han didn't touch the demonic lotus. Instead, he sat cross-legged at the bottom of the pool and placed the two mutated demon emperor corpses under his feet. He observed carefully. They were the corpses of two terrifying creatures. The demon qi they gave off could shatter mountains and rivers. However, the two mutated demon emperor corpses were not complete. There was a hole the size of a bowl between their eyebrows, as if something precious had been dug out. Oh, I got it. Their demon emperor crystals have been gouged out. Xiao Han immediately understood. Thinking about it, it makes sense. The most essential part of a demon emperor's corpse is its demon emperor crystal, followed by the corpse itself. Damn it. What a pity that the two heaven-defying mutated demon emperor crystals were dug out and divided in advance. Otherwise, if I got them, wouldn't I be able to obtain the skills of the two mutated demon emperors before they died? Alright, don't think so much. The two mutated demon emperor corpses are already great treasures. Let's start refining. Xiao Han calmed down, and the tattoo on the left arm of the demon monarch began to throb crazily. In an instant, the two mutated demon emperor corpses began to be dismembered and melted inch by inch. They were refined into wisps of bright and pure demonic light, which flowed into the left arm of the demon monarch. Refining the mutated demon emperor corpses was indeed a marvelous work. After refining and absorbing a little bit, the dried demonic veins on the left arm of the demon monarch were awakened one after another, unstoppable and unstoppable. The tattoo on the left arm of the demon monarch refined the two mutated demon emperor corpses to its heart's content, obtaining indescribable nourishment. During the refining process, the two mutated demon emperor corpses were wrapped in hazy demonic light, which seemed to block the demon qi. The mist wrapped Xiao Han's body like a cocoon, and he didn't rush out of the deep pool. Xiao Han was completely immersed in this wonderful state of mind. He easily entered the supreme state of connecting with the heavens. The killing and danger of the outside world seemed to be inconsequential. Demon Hero Pagoda. At the very top. More than a dozen old antiques with powerful auras also calmed down after a moment of irritation. Luo, who is dead. He's the first person of the young generation of our Devil Hero territory to die in the Devil Hero trial, said an old antique with a gloomy face. But I don't think the young generation of the four regions and the Grand Wilderness would dare to attack the children we've cultivated. They don't have the guts or the ability to do so. I'm guessing that something unexpected happened during the course of the competition. It seems that we're still a bit blindly optimistic. This year's Devil Hero trial is known as the cruelest and most difficult one in history. It really deserves its reputation. Even if there are some minor mishaps along the way, it's still acceptable. The other patriarch was completely calm, and spoke in a casual tone. I hope the children will be more vigilant and not lower their guard. I think the death of Luo who will make the other children doubly careful. It's like a warning when a snake bites into the wood. The children are all extremely intelligent and talented. They are both wise and brave, and they are invincible. They will definitely advance step by step, or even walk on thin ice. As long as they are careful, at least in a short period of time, it is impossible for them to die again.
Yes.
The old antiques all nodded in agreement. At the bottom of the demon pool, Xiao Han had no idea what was going on outside. He was completely immersed in the process of refining the mutated demon emperor corpses. He was hearty, unstoppable. He won one victory after another. Puff, 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 puff. The awakening of the demon veins was no longer one by one, but dozens of them exploded at the same time. As a result, the palm of the demon emperor was surrounded by a jade belt, stars and clouds, spirit rivers, and thousands of tributaries. 2000250026003003. 300. Chapter 181. Xiao Han sat at the bottom of the pool as if he was in seclusion, quietly refining the two mutated demon emperor corpses. The ferocious and terrifying mutated demon emperor corpses were constantly dissected into dazzling mist and misty light, which merged into the demon emperor palm on his left arm, awakening the demon veins one by one. As a result, every demon vein was filled with beautiful and enchanting pure demon qi. They were extremely agile, but they also contained destructive power. The two demon emperor crystals became even more extraordinary, like the most beautiful gems. With the refinement, the two mutated demon emperor corpses were completely dissected into two balls of energy mist, which were peeled off. I've already awakened 10,000 demon veins.
Oh my god.
Xiao Han's heart began to pound. 10,000 demon veins were flashing. As a result, Xiao Han's entire left arm was wrapped in an endless stream of demon light. It shone brightly, like some kind of treasure. Moreover, the two mutated demon emperor corpses had not been completely absorbed yet. He could still awaken demon veins. Each demon vein contained 100 cauldrons of power. Let alone the demon qi and demon techniques, just the pure power of the demon emperor palm on his left arm was 1,000,000 cauldrons, which had already surpassed the power of Xiao Han's body. If he used it, it would definitely cause a landslide. I actually feel like I'm picking the stars and the moon. I'm almost invincible. Xiao Han was burning with passion. However, under the seal of the spirit turtle's true qi, Xiao Han's aura did not leak out. He was as lifeless as withered wood or rock. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Powerful auras constantly swept past the surface of the pool, mixed with powerful wills. It must be the geniuses from the Xianxia region searching for him. However, the demon qi of the mutated demon lotus in the pool was as deep as the ocean, which made the geniuses of the Xianxia region unwilling to stay in the area. Moreover, Xiao Han hid his aura perfectly. As a result, they failed to find any loopholes and find Xiao Han immediately. They also made sounds of conversation and discussion, but Xiao Han dared not eavesdrop recklessly. Everything must be steady. He could not make a single mistake, which would lead to failure on the verge of success. At the bottom of the pool. Refine, absorb, refine, absorb, refine again, absorb again. The cycle repeated itself. Facing the two mutated demon emperor corpses, the demon monarch's palm tattoo on his left arm was like a glutton encountering delicious food or a drunkard encountering fine wine. He swallowed and drank crazily. Furthermore, as more demonic meridians were awakened, the speed at which the arch palm tattoo devoured and refined the demonic meridians on his left arm became faster and faster. There are 000. There are 501,5100. Great! The number of awakened demon veins had exceeded 15,000. Let's see if we can break through the 20,000 barrier. After the ecstasy, Xiao Han became calmer and smiled. Now, I estimate that there are only a few hours left before the second round of the test ends. I got an ordinary card and a precious red card. Not only will I be able to pass the second stage, I will also be able to get a reward from the chief examiner. That's right, the red card will be helpful for the third stage. Xiao Han was now very satisfied. 1600166600172000. There is not much demonic chi essence left in the two mutated demon emperor corpses. Absorb and refine it as soon as possible. Xiao Han calmed himself down. In the forbidden area. On the peak of a demon mountain. After chasing Xiao Han for an entire day and night without any results, the dozen or so geniuses from the demonic hero region finally gathered together in a somewhat dejected and frustrated manner. Their bellies were filled with venomous resentment as they negotiated and negotiated. How is it possible? We have searched the forbidden area and almost couldn't find any trace of that guy. The strangest thing is that the monstrous demonic chi of the two mutated demon emperor corpses is also nowhere to be found. That guy evaporated from the forbidden area. The mutated demon emperor corpses disappeared mysteriously. Did he swallow them? The only thing we can conclude now is that he hasn't left the forbidden area. Then what should we do now? Should we leave the forbidden area and go to the chief examiner to pass the test, or continue to search? Continue to search thoroughly. Search every inch of the way. There must be a shocking secret on that guy. Think about it. He could hide by himself, but he was able to hide the two mutant demon emperor corpses so perfectly. It's impossible for the mutated demon emperor corpses to hide in the true acupoints. Otherwise, when the demonic chi collides with the true chi, the person will go crazy and may even explode and die instantly. The storage ring can't even contain the demon emperor corpses. So where on earth is he hiding them? Does he have any heaven-defying treasures? I think he probably does. Therefore, we must find him. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground to find him and force him to tell us all his secrets, so that we can all get supreme benefits. Wait! What's going on? A dignified young man looked horrified. The demonic chi in this forbidden area is getting weaker and weaker. Everyone looked around. Sure enough, the demonic chi that had accumulated here for many years was like a giant beast that caused the destruction of heaven and earth. The dark and lonely demonic chi was getting weaker and weaker. What? Look, there is sunlight shining into this area. The blazing sun pierced through the area that had been sealed by the demonic chi for countless years and shone in, bringing vitality and warmth. It's too strange. The demonic chi here is getting thinner and thinner, almost completely disappearing, so that this area will return to normal, no longer the demonic forbidden area. It must be that guy's doing. Search. Find him immediately. Now, everyone, split up and search. Once you find him, capture him directly. If there is any change, use the fireworks as a signal. Okay. There's no time to lose. Split up and search. At the bottom of the pond. Alright. Finally, every drop of demonic chi contained in the two mutated demon emperor corpses has been completely absorbed. Xiao Han opened his eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, it's a pity that the demonic veins didn't break through the 20,000 mark and only reached 19,500. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Xiao Han turned his eyes and saw the huge demonic lotus at the bottom of the pond. Heh! Xiao Han thought of something and the demon sovereign's palm tattoo on his left arm burst out a violent suction force like a black hole, which instantly tore the towering demonic lotus that was more than 30 meters high into pieces, turning it into mottled pure demonic light and entering the demon sovereign's palm. Boom! His left arm shook. Exactly 500 demonic veins were awakened. Finally, Xiao Han gathered 20,000 demonic veins. It could be said that the merit was perfect and the mission was a success. Ha 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 ha! Xiao Han couldn't hold back the joy in his heart anymore. He moved his body and directly rushed out of the demon pond. Pooh! Xiao Han rushed out of the pond and jumped to the side. Suddenly, Xiao Han felt his entire body warm up. It was an indescribably comfortable feeling. Sunlight? Xiao Han was stunned. He looked up and saw the sun in the clear sky. Xiao Han looked around and found that the demonic qi in the area was almost gone. All of the demonic plants were dying, shriveled, and shriveled. This demon realm had finally recovered its vitality. Ha ha ha! I got it. After I refine the 2 mutated demon emperor corpses, it means that I have completely removed the source of demonic qi and the tumor in this area. The demon realm has become a pure land. Not bad. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han laughed heartily. Now the demon sovereign's tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm was full of demonic qi, which was rolling and spreading like a river. Xiao Han could feel the almost world-destroying energy in it. With a thought, the dreamy demonic light became misty and enshrouded Xiao Han in it. It was as if he was walking in the immortal world. Extremely extraordinary. His whole body was glittering, surrounded by demonic mist, and the splendid light shot up to the sky. The exuberant demonic light surged like the sea, making Xiao Han almost look like a demon emperor. In the elegant demonic light, Xiao Han's young and tender face became more and more defined. His eyes were black and shiny like gems, bright like stars, full of indescribable determination and confidence. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked extraordinary. His hair was fierce and light, and his bearing was like a jade tree made of snow. In his tranquility, he was brewing a world-shaking dominance. However, Xiao Han could not appear in this state normally, or he would definitely be mistaken as a demon and be surrounded and attacked. If he was killed by a group of demons as a demon emperor, it would be too troublesome. With another thought, the demon sovereign's tattoo on his left arm shrank, and all the demonic light was withdrawn. As a result, Xiao Han's left arm became ordinary. Regular people would not be able to see through the mysteries on Xiao Han's left arm. Then, he sealed it with the spirit turtle's true qi, which made it even more perfect. He could do whatever he wanted. Hee hee. I'll go out and pass now, Xiao Han thought as he walked out of the forbidden area happily. In short, if anyone questioned him about the 2 mutated demon emperor corpses, he would just deny it even if he was beaten to death. At this moment, boom, a flash of sword light suddenly flickered, and with rolling thunder, it directly attacked from extremely far away. The target was Xiao Han. This strike was dignified and righteous. The sword qi was like a rainbow, piercing through the sky. With a slight slash, the figure of the god of thunder appeared in the sky. The gods seemed to be spreading their faith. Moreover, this strike contained the traces of fate and destiny. It was profound, and with a single slash, thousands of people bowed their heads. Oh, what a lingering ghost. Xiao Han tilted his body slightly and moved like an illusion, easily dodging the sword qi. This sword qi containing rolling thunder directly bombarded the place where Xiao Han was just standing, immediately causing the ground to collapse and the soil to roll. Moreover, the sword qi did not stop bombarding. With a series of rumbling explosions, lightning flashed, breaking mountains and severing rivers. The ground within a radius of several dozen zhang was all blasted open, turning into a deep pit. It was a mess. After the sword qi passed by, a young man with a sword on his back floated proudly in the void, looking down at Xiao Han. His whole body was wrapped in thunder and sword qi, looking like the god of thunder. His eyes contained the sword intent that could destroy the void, looking down on everything. He was young and mature, and his every move had an irresistible majesty. He was born to be a supreme being, and he could control the whole world. He was a peerless genius from the Devil Hero region. After being cultivated by a group of old antiques, he was extremely proud. The young man observed the state of Xiao Han's life force, and found that Xiao Han's breath was no different from before. It was still so weak. Good, I've finally found you. Hand over the red card. It's not something an aphid like you can touch. Also, where did you hide the 2 mutated demon emperor corpses? Since you can hide the corpses, It means that you must have a huge secret and treasure. Confess everything and tell me everything. The young man put his hands behind his back and looked at Xiao Han with pity. Now, you can't escape. My sword intent has already locked on your soul. If you dare to escape, I will immediately kill you and turn you into ashes. All right, confess, give me the treasure, and kill yourself. Originally, I didn't want to cause trouble for your family, but you murdered junior brother Luo Hu, so 10 families were implicated. My only gift is that I allow you to kill yourself. Hearing this, Xiao Han suddenly burst into laughter. He slightly moved his body, squinted his eyes and looked at the arrogant young man. His tone was as calm as water. Do you believe that I won't slap you to death? To be continued, the latest chapter of the Peerless Tang sect. Chapter 182. Xiao Han had just refined the 2 mutant demon emperor corpses and awakened 20,000 demon meridians. Then, a genius from the Devil Hero region ran over and roared. He said that he wanted Xiao Han to kneel down and commit suicide. His attitude seemed to be that he was the only one who could kill and could not allow Xiao Han to resist. How could Xiao Han be willing to be oppressed? Especially now that he had unimaginable power. He would not allow such an arrogant guy to jump around in front of him. Little aphid, how dare you speak so rudely? Fine, I'll kill you with my own hands. The young man from the Devil Hero region glared angrily. His sword chi was like a tide, and the sound of thunder rumbled. He was about to use his ultimate skill to suppress Xiao Han. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth twitched. He waved his right hand, and a single saber jumped out of his true acupoint. For a moment, the saber chi was like a rock spreading its wings. Oh, a saber user? But the saber chi is very immature. There's nothing to worry about. Seeing Xiao Han draw his saber, the young man from the Devil Hero region was stunned, and then his eyes were full of fear. So, you're a saber user. Your saber chi, saber momentum, and saber intent are outstanding in the 4 regions. But for me you're still too weak. Ha ha ha. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Go to hell. Xiao Han was about to slash out with his saber. The young man from the Devil Hero region laughed. Aphids are aphids. Ha ha ha. However, at this moment, a cold and sharp saber light condensed on the blade in Xiao Han's hand, and a long river of demonic aura rushed out from Xiao Han's left arm. A huge demonic emperor's palm was directly sent out. This demon emperor palm was more than 200 feet long, almost as big as a mountain. It was full of demon chi, and its whole body seemed to be carved out of jade. One could see dense demon meridians rolling on it. Each demon meridian was pure and flawless, like a long river of spirit meridians and jade liquid. For a moment, within a radius of dozens of miles, there were tens of thousands of demon lights and demon chi. Ancient demon talismans kept blooming like lotus flowers. One bloomed, the other withered, and the cycle was endless. 2 demon emperor crystals were embedded in the demon emperor palm. They were as bright as stars, but they were also like the eyes of an ancient fierce beast. It was nothing when it was closed, but once it opened, it would be a catastrophe. Terrifying demonic sounds could be heard everywhere. The glazed demon aura that seemed to shine through the ages enveloped the youth from the Devil Hero region in an instant. The dazzling demon light made him unable to open his eyes. Just then, Peach, the demon Thearcha's palm slammed down. This slap contained 20. Wan Ding's absolute violence was simply capable of destroying mountains and rivers, evaporating oceans, and shocking people to death. It was like a demon emperor had descended, causing storms to sweep through the heavens and the earth, volcanoes to erupt, and meteorites to strike. All of a sudden, the young man from the Fairyland region was caught off guard and was slapped down from the sky. Pooh you am! Blood spurted out of his mouth, and all the bones in his body were shattered. His jade-like flesh shell was shaken to the point of shattering. He lay on the ground, twitching non-stop, and looked at Xiao Luo with fear, despair, pain, and unwillingness in his eyes. You are her. Demon. Puff. Heh. This demon the Archpalm can shatter a large area with just pure strength. Awesome. Xiao Han grinned and retracted the demon the Archpalm. Then, he slowly walked towards the young man from the Fairyland region. His face was filled with a harmless smile. What demon? I am a human. How can I be a demon?
Hehehe.
You puff, The young man from the fairyland region looked at Xiao Han in a daze. Only Xiao Han's face was as gentle as jade, and his temperament was light and agile. He was definitely a human and not a demon. As he spat out blood, he exerted all his remaining strength. You cheated, you took out your saber, but it was just for show. Your killing move is a demon's trick. I can't accept it. What an idiot. Xiao Han stepped on the young man's face. It's a battle of life and death. It's either you die or I die. As the saying goes, unscrupulous and unscrupulous. Do I have to tell you my tricks in advance and fight openly with you? There are more than 100 of you, and I'm alone. There's no need to talk about rules with you. All right, die. I've said it before. I'll trample on your pride and face.
Bang.
Xiao Han exerted a little force with his foot, and the injured body of the young man from the fairyland region was immediately torn into pieces. Immediately, a pile of items exploded all over the ground. There were countless supreme-grade true qi spirit stones and precious medicines. Xiao Han didn't count them. He stuffed them into his true meridian first. After killing the young man from the fairyland region, Xiao Han used his movement technique and ran out of the restricted area. He sealed the demonic qi on his left arm tightly and flawlessly, making it impossible for anyone to see through it. The Fairyland Pagoda. A very high level. More than a dozen old antiques with strong auras were whispering to each other. At this moment. What? Lei Wuyin's name dimmed on the notice. He's dead? What's going on? What's going on? One of the old antiques jumped up. Luo Hu is dead.
It's only been a day, and Lei Wuyin is dead again.
The old antique was shocked and angry.
Runes shot out of his eyes, and his aura was fierce, as if he was going to smash all the tables and chairs.
Brother Lu, calm down. Calm down. Another old antique immediately exhorted him. The second round of the test is almost over, and there are only 2 hours left. Perhaps Luo Hu and Lei Wuyin were unlucky and accidentally lost their footing, resulting in their deaths. Everyone, calm down. This round is about to end. There can be no more accidents. Calm down, everyone. In the restricted area. Time was of the essence, so Xiao Han used his true qi to transform into a bat dragon. Stepping on the dragon's head, he flew out of the restricted area at lightning speed. At this moment, bang! Right in front of Xiao Han, a firework shot up into the sky, exploding into a beautiful pattern in the air, with a profound artistic conception. Before long, a purple-robed young woman appeared in front of Xiao Han, slender and elegant. She was lively, but there was a murderous aura in her eyes that ruined her beauty, making her seem like a cruel and merciless person. Purple clouds roiled above her head, and purple qi stretched for dozens of kilometers. It was a spectacular sight, and was an extremely profound true qi divine art. Stop. The purple-robed young woman looked coldly at Xiao Han. Who are you? How dare you murder 2 of my senior brothers in the Devil Hero region? You deserve to die. But it doesn't matter if you don't tell us. In a while, we will make you kneel and kowtow to beg for mercy. Now, no one can save you anymore. Ha! With a thought, the frost flood dragon under Xiao Han's feet immediately stopped flying. This caused Xiao Han and the purple-robed young woman to face each other in a deadlock. Whoosh, whoosh. Soon, there was the sound of something tearing through the air. Another man and a woman flew over. They were so fast that they left a series of afterimages in the sky. They were both proud sons of heaven and peerless experts. They stood to the left and right of Xiao Han. They looked at Xiao Han with a murderous look, but did not say anything. Then, there was a ripple in the air behind Xiao Han. Xiao Han turned his head slightly and saw a young man in a snow-white robe walking over in the air. His true qi did not seem very sharp, but everywhere it passed, the space shook. A huge picture appeared above his head. In the picture, there were green mountains and white clouds. Bronze palaces stood between the peaks and the clouds. He stopped 100 steps behind Xiao Han and looked at him calmly. It was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. Walking with the white-robed young man was a man in purple. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a god descending to the mortal world. His eyes were like stars competing with each other, extremely bright. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking like he could take charge of an area. Then, in the west, under the bright sun, a large ocean actually appeared in the western horizon. The blue ocean surged violently, and a bright moon slowly rose from the surface of the sea. Silver light shone in all directions, and every ray of moonlight was as heavy as a mountain, capable of crushing the stars and meteorites into pieces. A woman in red walked out under the moonlight. High mountains and flowing rivers, and the bright moon in the sky, it was picturesque. In this way, people came out one after another and surrounded Xiao Han. Every one of them was a genius from the Xianxia region, a dragon among men. 1, 2, 3. Xiao Han counted silently. In the end, a total of 10 people surrounded Xiao Han. "You're very strong." The young man in white looked at Xiao Han. "There are fluctuations of the secret method of the demon clan on you. Even junior brother Luo Hu and junior brother Lei Wuyin were killed by you. This is beyond our expectations. But now you have nowhere to run. Tell us the secret. There is no other choice." Ha! Xiao Han smiled faintly, indescribably elegant and natural. There was no fear or shock on his face. "I don't like killing, but you're forcing me. Besides, the chief examiner didn't stipulate that the red card must be won by the people of the Xianxia region, right? All right, let's cut the crap. Since I've already killed your people, I might as well go all the way. Die, all of you." As soon as Xiao Han's voice fell, a demonic wind swept in all directions, and the demonic sound was like a tide. Bang, moo. In the void, a giant crystal-clear palm suddenly appeared, with a violent demonic aura. When it slapped in the air, people could see a demonic light drawing a beautiful arc in the air. The power could topple mountains and overturn the seas, destroy thousands of troops, and crush people and ghosts. Puff! The purple-clothed young woman who was blocking the front was smashed to pieces, and she didn't even have the chance to howl before she was torn to pieces and died. Ah! Junior sister Ting Ting. Roar! A young man in green roared as if he had lost his parents. His eyes were about to split open. Bastard! Cut into pieces. Boom you! A long river-like saber chi directly slashed toward Xiao Han. Runes tumbled, and the sun, moon, stars, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning all flashed. Xiao Han's body moved slightly, and his afterimages appeared. The saber chi tore Xiao Han's afterimages into pieces, but the next moment, the demonic palm grabbed the young man in green like lightning and squeezed. Then, the sound of an egg being crushed was heard. Puff! The young man in green was crushed into powder. Bang! The demonic palm slapped down from the sky, and there was a sudden clap of thunder. The young man in white was slapped into a piece of human skin, and the ground collapsed. No, no. Why is this happening? We are all talented. Our master said that among the younger generation in the world, not many people can pose a threat to us. We came to participate in the Devil Hero trial, and only we can kill people. It's very difficult for others to kill us. Why is this happening? The remaining young men and women of the Devil Hero region all barked crazily, and they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Their spirits had been crushed, and they were completely defeated. Bastard! Dang! Shatter the void, reincarnation palm. A big black palm, with a terrifying aura, suddenly appeared above Xiao Han's head and slapped down. Xiao Han's frost turtle dragon exploded and cracked. However, Xiao Han didn't move at all. His eyes were calm, and his expression was calm. With a flash of demonic light, the demon the arch palm directly slapped back. Puff! In a single strike, the black palm imprint was shattered. The demonic palm grabbed out, grabbing onto a yellow-robed youth and squeezing it. The pain was so intense that he let out a blood-curdling screech, and even begged for mercy. However, very quickly, his soul dissipated, and he couldn't be more dead. The demon the arch palm with 2 million cauldrons of pure strength, and 2 demonic techniques, made Xiao Han completely invincible in the battle with this group of people of the same age. It was as if he had entered an unstoppable realm, and he was invincible. After smashing 10 people in a row, the last one was finally scared out of his wits. His figure flashed, and he was about to escape. Boom! A demonic talisman covered him, and the sky demon god's seal locked him tightly. The next moment, bang! He was smashed into pieces. All of them were smashed. In this battle, Xiao Han alone killed 11 geniuses from the Devil Hero region. It was a glorious battle record. Yes, they're all dead. No survivors. Xiao Han smiled with satisfaction, kept the demon the archpalm and the spoils on the ground, and continued to fly outside. Spirit Turtle True Chi sealed his left arm. Devil Hero Pagoda. An extremely high level. On the announcement, the names of the contestants from the Devil Hero region dimmed one after another. What's going on? Continuous deaths. Our disciples are dying one after another. What terrible thing happened? The old antiques roared and were furious. Everyone, calm down. Maintain your poise and composure. Don't be noisy. An old antique muttered, his eyes staring straight ahead. F*CKU. The group of old antiques cursed in unison. They couldn't sit still anymore, and they ran around like headless flies. The Peerless Tang Sect's latest chapter. Chapter 183. Xiao Han used the demon god's palm to kill all the contestants who were chasing him in the forbidden area. He quickly restrained the instinctive excitement after killing, and did not forget to seal the demon god's palm tattoo on his left arm. His face was as calm as water, and his state of mind was as steady as a rock. Then, he flew out of the forbidden area. Of course, Xiao Han also knew that he had killed so many geniuses of the Devil Hero region, which was absolutely not a trivial matter. Although there was no magic eye stone in the forbidden area, the truth could not be concealed. If someone wanted to do a thorough investigation, they could almost find the murderer. Moreover, the red card was the biggest flaw. But Xiao Han had made up his mind. He would not admit it. Since no one saw it with their own eyes, then he would not admit it. Outside the forbidden area, it was already in an uproar. First of all, the demon aura in the forbidden area had faded to nothingness, and the gray and dead hue that shrouded it all year round was completely annihilated. And there was no trace of the aura of the mutated demon emperor radiating, so that the sunlight could shine into this dead land, bringing the vitality of all things to life. It allowed people to enter safely and stroll leisurely. What? Chen Shifeng. What's going on? The crippled old man was already a little fascinated and incoherent. The forbidden area where the corpse of the mutated demon emperor is sealed has been destroyed. All the demon aura is gone. Chen Shifeng's body trembled. His expression changed several times in a row, and then he calmed down. In the forbidden area, the source of the demon aura has been destroyed. Interesting. Very interesting. Huh? You mean the 2 corpses of the mutated demon emperor were destroyed? The crippled old man was full of disbelief. Although these contestants are young and enchanting, it is impossible for them to get close to the 2 corpses of the mutated demon emperor. It is absolutely impossible. At least in terms of realm, spiritual level and soul strength, they are limited. Even the young people trained by the people of the Devil Hero region can't get within 1,000 steps of the mutated demon emperor, right? Old crippled. Chen Shifeng thought for a few breaths, and then smiled. Well, old crippled, let's wait and see about this matter. There was a possibility that a heaven-defying youth would be born from this batch of participants. In the future, he would become a demon hero who could command the wind and clouds and take charge of an area by himself. His name would completely shake the mountains and rivers. However, we can't jump to conclusions now. We still have to see if he can continue to lead the way in the following tests. Hearing Chen Fading Wind's words, the crippled old man understood. Chen Fading Wind, are you saying that a genius has appeared? However, to destroy the examination venue, this matter, I don't know if the higher-ups will reprimand me. It's fine. It's just an examination ground. If I can exchange it for a supreme demon hero, it'll be an immortal merit when I slay demons in the future. Passing Wind's face was full of smiles as he muttered. In that case, he should have obtained the red card that I placed near the mutated demon emperor's corpse. What reward should I give him? This. He fell into deep thought again. At this time, on the notice, there were many names that were fading. More than a dozen names in a row completely lost their vitality and dimmed. Ah! It's the people of our Xianxia region. How could more than a dozen people die in a row? The people of the Xianxia region were immediately shocked and hissed. In other words, The junior brothers and sisters who stayed in the forbidden area were all killed. There are no demons in the forbidden area that are enough to kill the people of our Xianxia region. Therefore, someone must have done this. This is simply a provocation. It's unforgivable. The culprit must be apprehended, tortured, and executed by 1,000 cuts. Everyone, calm down a little. Look, more than a dozen people's names were killed in a row. In almost a dozen breaths, they were killed one after another. In other words, the murderer is not only lawless and cruel, but his combat power is also shocking. It's almost a series of instant kills.
In the 4 regions and the vast wilderness, it's unlikely that there will be a genius among the younger generation who can kill the people of our Xianxia region in a breath.
Eldest senior brother, what do you think? Dozens of men and women from the Xianxia region turned their heads almost at the same time and looked at a young man. The man's skin was fair and tender like a young girl's. He had delicate features and was handsome. His head was wrapped with a piece of white cloth, which completely covered his hair. His clothes and accessories had traces of an exotic style, and his nose bridge was high, as if he came from a mysterious ancient country. His eyes were tightly closed and did not open, as if he was comprehending some mysterious principles. His whole body exuded the aura of treasures, and his face was calm, looking holy and solemn. His aura was round and flawless, not sharp, and no one could see his depth. At this moment, hearing that more than a dozen people on his side had died, he still closed his eyes and his expression did not change. In fact, although the geniuses selected from the Devil Hero domain addressed each other as senior brothers, junior sisters, and senior sisters, there was no strict and cumbersome seniority system. Often, they addressed each other casually. Simply put, the combat power of the junior brothers and sisters was not necessarily weaker than that of the senior brothers and sisters. However, this eldest senior brother was unanimously recognized. There was no second senior brother, third senior brother, or fourth senior brother. Master. There was only one eldest senior brother. He was regarded as the leader of this group of geniuses. No one was dissatisfied. At this time, the eldest senior brother still did not open his eyes, and even his holy and otherworldly face was not contaminated with secular emotions. He said indifferently, "Blooming flowers will eventually wither, and the bright stars will also be annihilated one day. People always have to face death. Since the junior brothers and sisters chose to participate in this year's Xianxia trial, they should have the awareness of death. They have fallen. Perhaps this is their fate. But, eldest senior brother, we represent the dignity of the younger generation of the Xianxia region. We can't die in the hands of others for nothing." A girl in white said with a red face. The eldest senior brother sighed and said, "The person who got the red card is very likely to be the murderer." After that, he stopped talking, and his whole body seemed to instantly escape into the mysterious state of enlightenment. His eyes, from beginning to end, had not opened. The eldest senior brother seemed to be used to silence, and his aura was not sharp and flamboyant. Therefore, he was absolutely inconspicuous among this group of geniuses from the Xianxia region. Yes, eldest senior brother is right. Let's see who got the red card. The people from the Xianxia region instantly quieted down and looked at the exit of the forbidden area. They changed from anger to calmness, but in this calmness, a disastrous storm was brewing, and undercurrents were surging. The contestants from the 4 regions and the Great Wilderness all looked at the people of the Xianxia region with gloating eyes. Fatty Zhu, Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and Huayang were now surprised and happy. No way? Is all this done by the boss? Fatty Zhu lowered his voice and said, "More than a dozen geniuses from the Xianxia region died, and the demon chi in the entire forbidden area is getting weaker and weaker. Oh my god. Boss, Fatty really worships you to death. You're not human at all." "Fatty, what are you talking about?" Mo Qingtong glanced at Fatty Zhu. "Who's not human?" No, Miss Mo, don't get me wrong. My boss is not human. He's an immortal. He'll definitely become an immortal in the future." Fatty Zhu explained with a smile. "Flatterer." Mo Qingtong laughed and scolded. Junior brother Xiao Han's name is still shining brightly on the list. He's safe and sound. There's only 1 hour left before the end of the second round of assessment. I wonder if junior brother Xiao Han has found that red card. Huayang stared at the exit of the forbidden area. The 4 of them were all waiting anxiously. They were all thinking, why hasn't Xiao Han come out yet? From the forbidden area, a few contestants walked out and handed their crystal cards to Chen Shifeng. However, every contestant who came out to be verified would be met with dozens of vigilant and analytical gazes from the Xianxia region. There's already a little guy who found the crystal card. Not bad. Chen Shifeng also looked at the exit of the forbidden area. Heh! Chen Shifeng, are you waiting for the little guy who destroyed the mutated demon emperor's corpse, killed the geniuses of the Xianxia region, and obtained your lucky red crystal card? The crippled old man smiled. Then he said in a low voice, I remember you said that there's a very interesting young man called Xiao Han, right? I think it's most likely that Xiao Han got the red card. At this moment, he's out. Chen Shifeng's expression trembled slightly. He and the crippled old man looked over at the same time. They saw Xiao Han slowly walking out of the forbidden area. His clothes were almost ragged, but he was full of vigor and spirit. Moreover, his temperament was light and agile, calm and unruffled. This little guy hid his realm and the power of his flesh shell. Moreover, there's a faint demonic aura on his left arm. The crippled old man said in a low voice. Chen Shifeng, look at his temperament. He's very calm. If he was the one who killed those geniuses of the Xianxia region, then he's really a ruthless character. After killing, he doesn't show his emotions. He acts as if it's nothing. This is a necessary condition to become an outstanding Xianxia. Boss Xiao is out. Fatty Zhu was extremely excited. Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and Hua Fan's eyes also lit up as they looked at Xiao Han with relief. As for the people of the Xianxia region, except for the eldest senior brother, who was still in the mysterious state of mind wandering and had not opened his eyes, the others all stared at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, right? Chen Shifeng took a step forward and looked at Xiao Han playfully. You found the crystal card? Yes. Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, because he felt that the people of the Xianxia region were looking at him with deterrence and anger. Damn it, if I hand over the red crystal card now, I'm afraid I'll be exposed. Xiao Han hesitated slightly. Suddenly, a voice as thin as gossamer entered Xiao Han's ears. This voice gathered into a line. Only Xiao Han could hear it. No one else could eavesdrop on it. It was an extremely brilliant method of voice transmission. There was even a sense of soul transmission. It was very magical. Xiao Han, you found the red card, right? Ha! Very good. You killed those geniuses of the Xianxia region, right? Now, if you hand over the red card, it's tantamount to directly admitting that you're the murderer. It will directly cause trouble in the future. If you don't hand it over, you'll definitely feel wronged and unwilling. Ha ha ha. I'll see how you deal with it. Also, if I call you aside alone, the people of the Xianxia region will also be suspicious. Forget it, it's up to you to choose. I'll test your mind. It was the voice of morning passing wind. The crippled old man also crossed his arms and looked at Xiao Han with great interest. He also wanted to see how Xiao Han would deal with it. Xiao Han breathed out a mouthful of turbid air. After thinking for a while he said, It's okay. Why should I, Xiao Han, feel wronged? Is there a rule about who can kill and who can't kill in this Xianxia trial? It's like 10,000 people crossing a single log bridge. Whoever gives way will be smashed into pieces. I found this red card, and I deserve any benefits and rewards. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. I have a clear conscience. Xiao Han said it with awe-inspiring righteousness. After he finished speaking, he suddenly broke some kind of shackle, and the courage in his heart was completely awakened. His mind had been transformed to a certain extent. His domineering will rose, and he ruled the world. I found the red card. Xiao Han reached into his arms, took out the only red card, and calmly handed it to morning passing wind. Good. Very good. Xiao Han, you passed. Morning passing wind nodded with great appreciation and praise. He took the red card and said solemnly, Xiao Han, listen, I will personally reward you with an item. I won't renege on this. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han handed over the red card, and the other contestants were in an uproar. Some of the contestants from the 4 regions and the great wilderness were filled with envy, jealousy, and some thought that Xiao Han was just lucky. But now, everyone firmly remembered Xiao Han's name. On the side of the Xianxia region, murderous intent filled the sky. The genius's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They could not wait to surround Xiao Han and tear him into pieces. "Don't act rashly," the eldest senior brother said indifferently. "Respect the rules of the competition." Eldest senior brother. This person. If this person hands over the red card, he will be a traitor who murdered our colleagues from the Xianxia region. Everyone has the right to punish him. Moreover, he knows that the contestants from the Xianxia region are determined to get the red card, but he still killed and robbed us. This is a complete provocation and trampling on us. Chen Passing Wind ignored the indignation of the people from the Xianxia region and smiled faintly. "Xiao Han, come with me." After that, he walked towards a valley on the left. Xiao Han licked his lips and quickly followed. His heart skipped a beat. This powerful Xianxia, the chief examiner of the second round, is going to personally give me a treasure? He is so powerful. I wonder what he will give me? It would be best if it is some kind of treasure like a true Qi divine skill that I can directly cultivate and increase my combat power. The two of them entered a secluded valley filled with flowers and trees one after the other. Chen Passing Wind stood with his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. "Xiao Han, you have the secret of the monster race. In your left arm, you refined the hand of the monster race's emperor. This is a heaven-defying opportunity." This. Xiao Han's body shook violently. He became alert and took half a step back. "It's okay. In this world, everyone has their own luck and opportunities. Humans have the secrets and methods of the monster race. Although it is rare, it is not impossible. You, Xiao Han, are just one of them." Chen Passing Wind said indifferently. "I am a human. I'm not a demon." Xiao Han tried to defend himself. "Heh. I have killed countless monsters in my life, and I have also killed monster emperors. I can tell whether you are a human or a monster with one look. If you were a monster, you would have died a long time ago. In fact, in the first round, you were killed by Old Quebec." Chen Passing Wind smiled faintly. Hearing this, Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief. Moreover, Xiao Han was clear that only the tattoo on his left arm was seen through. The monster egg in his heart was still hidden and couldn't be seen through by anyone. That was Xiao Han's biggest secret. The palm of the monster race's emperor. This opportunity is indeed shocking. Chen Passing Wind looked at Xiao Han. Suddenly, a demonic light flashed between his eyebrows. This demonic light directly shot into Xiao Han's left arm and saw through many secrets. This is... Xiao Han was shocked. He definitely wouldn't be wrong. The beautiful light that flashed between Chen Passing Wind's eyebrows was definitely demonic light. But Chen Passing Wind was definitely not a monster. There was no doubt about this. After all, the monster egg in Xiao Han's heart couldn't sense Chen Passing Wind at all. "Head examiner, you also have the skills of the monster race?" Xiao Han suddenly had an idea. "You can say that." Chen Passing Wind nodded and said, "Your current demonic power is equivalent to half a monster emperor." "Oh right, the lowest grade of monster emperor." Xiao Han was stunned. Half a monster emperor? To be continued. Chapter 184. Half-Step Demon Emperor? Xiao Han was confused. Chen Wanfeng said confidently. "Yes. Half-Step Demon Emperor. The demon race is ranked according to their bloodline. The more noble their bloodline is, the more demon veins they will awaken. To put it simply, those who awaken at least 40,000 demon veins and have a demon emperor crystal can be called demon emperor. Of course, like I said, it's only the lowest level of demon emperor. Xiao Han, you should know that demon emperors are also divided into different levels. You can't generalize them. There are mutated demon emperors above demon emperors." Xiao Han nodded and thought for a while. "Head examiner, this. I understand. I've met two demon emperors before. They were the North Mystic Demon Emperor and the Qinglin Demon Emperor. The North Mystic Demon Emperor moved like an illusion, while the Qinglin Demon Emperor wielded the apocalyptic demon blade. Although they are both demon emperors, I heard from my senior brothers that the Qinglin Demon Emperor is many times harder to kill than the North Mystic Demon Emperor." Chen Wanfeng continued. "Therefore, Xiao Han, now that you have opened 20,000 demon meridians and refined the demon emperor crystal, you can be regarded as half a low-level demon emperor. This should not be wrong. However, you're a human after all. Once the demon power in your demon veins is depleted, the recovery speed will be extremely slow. But the demon race is different. Even if your demon power is depleted, it can automatically replenish itself in a short period of time. Furthermore, they can quickly replenish their demon power by devouring humans.
For example, some demon emperors would devour a city of human beings in one go to replenish their demonic power in an instant when they were in need.
That's right.
If all of the demon veins in my left arm's demon monarch palm were to be depleted, it would take a very long time for it to recover by itself.
If I want to recover quickly, I have to hunt the demon race. Xiao Han nodded.
Astonishingly, his heart was shaken to the core as he blurted out.
Head examiner. You even know exactly how many demon veins have been awakened on my demon god's palm. This is really unbelievable. There were many almighties who could see the traces of the demon race on Xiao Han's left arm. However, for someone like Chen Fading Wind to be able to tell how many demon veins were awakened on the demon emperor's palm, it was indeed unimaginable. Chen Fading Wind smiled but didn't say anything. A grain-sized crack appeared between his eyebrows, and demonic light flashed. He seemed to be in a good mood as he spoke with a smile. Under normal circumstances, demon generals are unable to produce demon emperor crystals, and they can only awaken less than 10,000 demon veins. Demon emperors possess demon emperor crystals and awaken 40,000 demon veins to become low-level demon emperors. Awaken 480,000 demon veins to become mid-level demon emperors. Awaken 80,000 to 10,000 demon veins to become high-level demon emperors. To a demon emperor, 100,000 demon veins is a critical point. Because of their bloodlines, it is very difficult for them to exceed 100,000. However, once it breaks through 100,000, it means that the bloodline will ascend and the mutation will begin. Minus 300,000 demon veins was a first mutation, 36 million demon veins was a second mutation, and 10,000 demon veins was an ultimate mutation. An ultimate mutated demon monarch has a chance of becoming an emperor. Let's not talk about the monster emperor for now. All mutated demon emperors are violent creatures that rule over an area. Their bodies will produce more than one demon emperor crystal. Ordinary demon emperors that haven't mutated can only give birth to one demon emperor crystal. Once a demon emperor mutates, it is possible for a second, third, fourth crystal to appear. For us, mutated demon emperors are no different from nightmares. Throughout history, every time a mutated demon emperor is killed, even if it's a first mutation, many demon heroes have to pay with their lives. It's very tragic. Chen Fading Wind sighed. His eyes flashed with a look of reminiscence. His facial muscles twitched a few times, as if he was recalling something terrifying. Xiao Han was also digesting Chen Fading Wind's explanation at an extremely fast speed. Low-level demon emperor, mid-level demon emperor, high-level demon emperor. Mutation. First mutation, second mutation, ultimate mutation. Demon emperor. This was the pyramid structure of the upper echelons of the demon clan. It looked extremely complicated, but it was actually very simple. Based on the number of demon veins, one could accurately deduce the level of the demon clan. Xiao Han. Suddenly, Chen Fading Wind's expression became extremely serious. Yes. Xiao Han focused his mind. Remember, the methods of the demon clan are only an aid to you. You're a human. Cultivating true qi is your foundation. To us humans, true qi can prove our Tao. There's a chance to become an immortal. If you're obsessed with the secret methods of the demon clan and give up on cultivating true qi, you're definitely putting the cart before the horse and going astray. Although you've obtained the demon emperor's palm, you definitely won't have the methods of the demon emperor. You won't be able to refine more demon emperor crystals, or your body will explode. Awakening the demon veins may seem easy now, but it will become more and more difficult in the future. If you're a demon and obtain the demon emperor's palm, you'll definitely become a demon emperor, or even have the possibility of mutating. However, you're a genuine human. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, I understand. The demon emperor's palm is just the icing on the cake, not the foundation. I'm a human, and my true qi is the foundation, Xiao Han said seriously. But Xiao Han thought. If I only have the Demon Emperor's palm, it'll be extremely difficult for me to achieve much. But in my heart, there's still a terrifying demon egg. The demon egg and the Demon Emperor's palm complement each other, so it's hard to say. Of course, it was impossible for Xiao Han to reveal such thoughts. Very good. You have a good temperament. You're not arrogant. Chen Fading Wind nodded with satisfaction. Of course, your foundation is already very good. Cultivating both demon techniques and true qi, this is almost a rare existence. With true qi as the foundation and demon techniques as the supplement, your battle power will increase exponentially, allowing you to become an all-powerful demon hero in the future. However, you have to pass the next test. This time's demon hero selection competition is getting harder and harder. Let's see if you can overcome all the obstacles, advance triumphantly, and laugh until the end. N. Xiao Han nodded. All right, as I said before, the participant who finds the red card will receive a personal reward from me. Chen Fading Wind. I, Chen Fading Wind, am not a person who goes back on his words. Also, I've already thought of the reward for you. Chen Fading Wind smiled confidently. Is that so? Xiao Han's heart palpitated. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, this treasure is not a small matter. Originally, I was extremely unwilling to give it to others, but after thinking about it, I feel that this treasure is the most suitable for you. Also, I've developed a love for you. As Chen Fading Wind spoke, the demonic light between his eyebrows became more and more dazzling. Strings of demonic aura enshrouded the area, making Chen Fading Wind's face look extremely demonic. Pooh! A soft sound was heard. The area between Chen Fading Wind's eyebrows actually cracked slightly. In the next moment, a small eyeball directly flew out. This was an eyeball that was filled with demonic aura. The color was like agate, and the demonic light was flowing, frightening people's souls. It was as if one would be sucked into the demonic light in the eyeball if they looked at it for too long. This is a demon eye. It's a trophy that I obtained from a battle where I killed a demon emperor. It's useless against the human race, but if it's used against the demon race, it will display many miraculous effects. For example, it can see through a demon race disguised as a human. For example, it can see through a demon race's body and see how many demon veins it has awakened. From this, it can deduce its demon power and combat strength. Xiao Han, now, I'll give this demon eye to you as a reward. If you can become a demon hero in the future, you can use this demon eye to hunt demon race to your heart's content. Ah, Junior understands. The reason why the main examiner was able to accurately see how many demon veins I have awakened is because of this demon eye. Xiao Han's mind flashed with inspiration. Ha ha ha. Not bad. All right, I'll give you the demon eye. Let's see if you can refine it. If you can't refine the demon eye, I'll take it back. Chen Fading Wind laughed carefreely. Then, he put his hands behind his back and left the valley. Xiao Han, hurry up and come over. The second round of examination has ended. I'll bring you to the third round of examination. Oh! Xiao Han responded. He opened his right palm. The peanut-sized demon eye had already floated to his palm. It was rolling around, emitting a demonic and clear luster. It was as if it was blinking. It was very mysterious. If I refine this demon eye, I can see how many demon veins a demon race has awakened? That's great. This is equivalent to seeing through the demon race's combat strength with one look. I can predict the enemy's moves and see through the slightest details. When hunting demon race, I can advance and retreat at will. That was great. But, how do I refine this demon eye? Just as Xiao Han thought of this, the demon egg in his heart suddenly moved. It spat out a bright light that directly covered the demon eye. The next moment, Xiao, the demon eye seemed to have a mind of its own. It immediately merged into Xiao Han's forehead. Xiao Han couldn't react at all. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Han's forehead expanded crazily, almost exploding. However, the situation was the same as when he refined the demon god's palm. At this critical moment, the demon egg in his heart emitted a warm current and rushed into Xiao Han's forehead. It began to nourish and soothe the demon eye. After 10 breaths, demon talismans bloomed from Xiao Han's forehead. Demonic light shone in all directions. He felt that the demon eye seemed to have merged with his soul. It completely belonged to him. It was refined.
Between Xiao Han's eyebrows, there was a crack the size of a grain of rice. With a flash of demonic light, he glanced at his left arm and immediately saw that in his left arm, there was a giant palm with a towering demonic aura, which was as majestic as a mountain ridge, inlaid with 2 pieces of demon emperor crystals that shone like stars, as well as a total of 20,000 spirit veins and a long river of demon veins.
This is really interesting. I can actually see it so clearly. Xiao Han was happy.
He thought again and the demonic light between his eyebrows disappeared.
The crack the size of a grain of rice closed. Good. This reward is very interesting. Xiao Han was overjoyed. He left the valley. Outside the forbidden area, Xiao Han walked to the side of his companions.
"Boss, you're so awesome,"
Fatty Zhu growled, his eyes full of admiration. Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and Hua Fan all looked at Xiao Han with shining eyes. Brother Xiao, what reward did the chief examiner give you? Mo Qingtong looked at Xiao Han with her charming eyes.
"Oh, nothing much.
It's just a small thing." Xiao Han smiled. At this moment, dozens of geniuses from the Xianxia region looked at Xiao Han with their teeth clenched. Their throats made gurgling sounds. Their hatred was monstrous and they were extremely angry. Only the eldest senior brother had his eyes closed tightly as he silently comprehended the profound principles of the universe. Okay, kids, the second round of the assessment is over. Congratulations, you've successfully passed and can enter the third round of the assessment, Chen Fengchen said loudly. I'm not too sure about the content of the third round of the Xianxia trial, but the venue is not on this island. Also, I can give you some general information. The third round of the assessment may be more interesting. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 185. The head examiner of the second round, Chen Shifeng, was about to announce the situation of the third round. Fatty Zhu was still nagging in Xiao Han's ear. Xiao Han glared at Fatty Zhu. Enough. Fatty. Don't spout nonsense.
Listen carefully to the head examiner.
Oh. Yes, boss. Fatty Zhu said with a fawning expression. On the other side, the geniuses from the Devil Hero region suppressed their killing intent and shifted their venomous gazes away from Xiao Han. They all stared at Chen Shifeng. The scene quietened down. Morning Passing Wind said calmly. Now, I will simply announce the data. A total of 7,897 people entered the restricted area to participate in the second round of assessment. Now, 3,340 people have successfully found their crystal cards. Another 205 people are still lingering in the restricted area, struggling to find their crystal cards. However, the time for the second round of assessment has ended. Then, the 205 people who are still in the restricted area will be directly eliminated and sent out of the examination venue. That's the situation. As soon as he said that, the entire venue was filled with discussions. 7,897 people entered the restricted area, 3,340 people found their crystal cards and passed. 5 people did not find their crystal cards but survived. In other words, a total of 4,352 people died in this assessment. The number of deaths far exceeds the number of people who passed. This is too scary. Too cruel. What a freak. This is only the second round. There are still more rounds after this. Who knows how many people will die? Perhaps in the end, there will only be a few hundred people who can survive and become chivalrous heroes. A general success is built on 10,000 bones. At this moment, Chen Fading Wind suddenly muttered, "That's pretty good." Out of the 4,000 crystal cards, 3,340 people found them. This has already far exceeded my expectations. This batch of youngsters is of high quality. Each of them is a genius. What? When Chen Shifeng's words fell into the ears of the contestants, it caused an indescribable shock. Previously, it was clearly stated that there were 5,000 crystal cards hidden in the restricted area. But now that the assessment has ended, it is said that there are only 4,000 crystal cards. These examiners are too sinister. I will not believe any examiner's words in the future. Who will believe them? Believing them is courting death. The Hex Hero preliminaries are full of danger and deception. All right, Everyone stopped talking and making noise. Chen Fading Wind's expression did not change. Next, I will personally lead you all to the third stage's examination venue. That is an extremely beautiful place. It's like a fairyland, filled with spiritual energy that makes one forget to return. Chen Shifeng's face revealed an expression of infatuation and yearning as he muttered. The third stage might not be so cruel. She is very gentle and kind to people, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Maybe she will let most of you pass. The contestants whispered among themselves. The third stage will be easy? Only a fool would believe you. What beautiful fairyland. Looks like the third test will most likely be in some kind of cruel and dark place like hell. Based on what he said, the chief examiner of the third stage seems to be a woman. However, we already know these chief examiners like the back of our hands. He had always loved to speak sarcastically. From the looks of it, the chief examiner of the third stage should be a demonic and cruel person. He was guilty of many crimes. Anyone who saw him would be afraid. Sigh, I wonder how many people will die in the third stage. Just thinking about it makes me feel sad. Although some of the contestants were full of complaints and their faces were filled with disappointment. However, the majority of the contestants had unwavering determination in their eyes. Their exuberant fighting spirit could not be extinguished. After all, those who could pass 2 stages in a row could not be ordinary people. They should all be the strongest of the younger generation. They were as steady as a rock and indomitable. Yes, old cripple. You deal with the aftermath. Send the 200 people who are still in the restricted area out. With this experience, they will benefit greatly. Even if they can't become hex heroes, they will not be mediocre for the rest of their lives. They will all have some achievements. Chen Shifeng smiled and nodded at the crippled old man. The crippled old man coughed violently a few times, then smiled and said to the contestants, "Children, you are about to leave this island and enter the third stage's examination venue. I wish you all a smooth journey. You will all have the chance to become hex heroes." With that, the crippled old man limped into the restricted area. Xiao, a ray of light shot out from Chen Shifeng's body and shot into the sky like an arrow piercing through the clouds. Very quickly, a firework bloomed in the blue sky. The contestants all raised their heads to look. Very quickly, a wave came from the void. Boom! A huge object slowly moved and descended from the sky. It was a city in the sky. To be more precise, it was a building that had 100 floors. It was like a giant, and every floor was densely packed with rooms. There were even countless flowers and fruit trees planted there. There were countless luan birds circling and flying about, dragging out dazzling colors. There was even a faint aroma of delicious food coming from the building, as if someone was cooking delicacies. A city that could fly? A fortress in the sky? All the contestants, except for the group of youths from the Hex Heroes region, stretched their necks and stared at the moving city in the sky. They had never seen such a magnificent building before. Wow! Boss, this is too spectacular. There are 100 floors. Each floor has hundreds and thousands of rooms. Ah! Fatty seems to be able to smell the fragrance of wine. Fatty Zhu exclaimed. Every room looks so exquisite and beautiful, Mo Qingtong said with a smile. Mo Qingtong laughed. There must be a fragrant and warm bed in the room. I should be able to take a bath, right? I haven't taken a bath for many days. What a spectacular sight. Xiao Han also clicked his tongue. This is a moving city. Now everyone enter it. The moving city will bring you to the third examination hall. There will be about 5 days of flying time. In fact, the reason why we used this moving city to carry everyone was because we considered that everyone would be mentally and physically exhausted after 2 examinations. So we gave everyone a chance to rest and replenish their energy. In this moving city, there is the most exquisite food, the warmest accommodation, the most elegant scenery, and the most convenient morning clothes. Ha 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 ha, everyone can relax and rest for a few days, Chen Shifeng announced with a smile. Many contestants almost cheered. Indeed, after 2 rounds, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. They would not be able to face the third round in their best condition. Appropriate rest and adjustment were very necessary. Xiao Yunrong stood beside Xiao Han and yawned. Then, she quickly covered her mouth and looked at Xiao Han embarrassedly. She blushed and explained in a low voice. I want to sleep. But unexpectedly, Xiao Han's stomach failed to live up to his expectations and began to rumble. I am extremely hungry. I'm sleepy and hungry. In the moving city, no one is allowed to fight or kill. Otherwise you will be killed. Chen Shifeng suddenly stopped smiling and said seriously, Now, I will assign you to different floors of the moving city. You will not live on the same floor. Remember, when you live in the moving city, you must not overstep the boundaries. Do not trespass into the areas where other contestants live. If anyone dares to start a fight, I will personally execute them. Chen Shifeng began to assign the contestants to different floors. Perhaps intentionally, Xiao Han and the others were not assigned to the same floor as the people from the Devil Hero region. It was staggered. After the assignment, under Chen Shifeng's lead, the contestants flew up and entered the floor area of the moving city. The head examiner seems to be taking good care of that bastard. He actually arranged for us to be on different floors. He seems to be afraid that we will interrogate him, a young man from the Devil Hero region said indignantly. It doesn't matter. Another person waved his hand. Anyway, we can't fight in the moving city. Even if we are on the same floor as him, it is not convenient for us to fight. If we break the rules, we will be expelled. The loss outweighs the gain. Now that the preliminaries are far from over, we will have many opportunities to deal with him in the following rounds. We will let him know what it means to live a life worse than death. Yes. If there is a chance in the third round, we must torture him to death. More than 3,000 contestants, together with Chen Shifeng, flew into the moving city and each occupied a floor. Boom! The huge moving city flew towards the east at a speed that was definitely not slow. It gradually left the sea and flew towards the third round's examination venue. Devil Hero Tower. Level 20. Wu Hao, the Heavenly Devil Old Man, Zhu Ganglai, Xiao Mingchu, and the others. They were holding gems that refracted images. The second round is over. Wu Yu nodded. Only 3,000 contestants are left from the 10,000 contestants. We will take the moving city to the third examination venue. Junior brother Xiao Han and junior sister Hua Yang passed the second round together. Dongfeng Qin was overjoyed. This is really not easy. We just don't know where the examination venue of the third round is, and we can't know the content of the third round. I am also worried for junior brother Xiao Han and the rest. The difficulty of this time's preliminaries is really too high. Sect Master, things don't look good. Xiao Mingchu frowned. Junior brother Xiao Han obtained a red card in the second round. Moreover, more than 10 geniuses from the Devil Hero region died. It seems to have something to do with junior brother Xiao Han. From the image of the gem just now, I saw that the Devil Hero region was full of murderous intent towards junior brother Xiao Han. If it was not for the head examiner, Chen Shifeng, who was moderating the situation, I am afraid that they would have already started fighting. It doesn't matter, Wu Yu said calmly. It was normal to offend some people or even make enemies in the preliminaries. Xiao Han is a person who shows off his abilities. Don't expect him to pass through the rounds calmly. There will definitely be all kinds of tribulations, which is also a kind of tempering for him. From the image just now, I saw that Xiao Han's spirit and aura have become much more rounded. It seems that he has received a lot of benefits. He has become stronger. Devil Hero Pagoda. An extremely high level. The group of old antiques calmed down after their rage. However, their faces were terrifyingly gloomy. Runes intertwined and their aura was like a dragon, as if they could jump up and kill at any moment. All right, we have no right to interfere in the competition. Although more than 10 disciples have died, most of the children have entered the third round. Now, the children should be very clear in their hearts who the real murderer is. I think the children can handle this matter very well. The image on the gem froze and showed Xiao Han's image. Find a way to investigate this kid's background. One of the old antiques smiled viciously and stared at Xiao Han's image with a venomous look in his eyes. Investigate his family background and the situation of his sect. Chapter 186. Xiao Han and his companions were assigned to a certain floor in the middle of the mobile city. Only after entering the mobile city did Xiao Han realize how big it was.
Just this floor alone had a street that was more than 100 feet wide. The marble floor was as smooth as new, making it look luxurious. Flowers and trees were planted on both sides of the street. There were endless flower beds decorated with colorful butterflies and bees flying among them. There were also exquisite layout, elegant environment, and garden buildings with small bridges and flowing water. It was extremely graceful. The air was filled with a fragrant smell. It was like makeup, but also like the moving body fragrance of a young girl. On both sides of the street, there were some taverns, wooden pavilions, and even pill shops and weapon shops. They also sold top-grade true qi spirit stones and other things. Whether it was the tavern or any other shop, there were enthusiastic middle-aged men and women in charge of reception. They were all people at the true qi realm, but their cultivation was not very high. Most of them were at the second or third level of true qi. They all had one thing in common: a formal smile, thoughtful etiquette, and a friendly reception. However, if you wanted to interrogate them, it was impossible. Xiao Han and his companions enjoyed a free meal in a tavern, and then wandered leisurely on the street. Xiao, outside the mobile city, auspicious birds would occasionally fly past. Their feathers were extremely bright and beautiful, and they emitted crisp and joyful bird cries. They were harmless to humans and animals. There were even some apes and cranes walking around the streets, not afraid of people. The mobile city was flying, but people didn't seem to feel anything. It was calm. Wow, boss, it's really comfortable here. Fatty Zhu sniffed the fragrance in the air. There's a woman's fragrance. This is a, damn Fatty, you're quite wretched. Mo Ching Tong mocked. Fatty Zhu laughed dryly and quickly changed the topic. Boss, what do you think of this place? It's very comfortable. It makes people forget their stress and worries. Xiao Han thought about his words. It feels like a leisurely vacation. If it wasn't for the fact that the third stage is about to arrive, I would definitely enjoy it. I might even stay here for a few months. That's right, this place is like a self-sufficient small world. However, the people here are hypocritical. He seemed to be attentive when dealing with people, but he always kept them at arm's length. In the tavern just now, I asked the waiter a few questions, but he cleverly avoided all of them, Hua Fan said helplessly. Forget it. Don't expect to get any information about the third stage here. Xiao Yunrong shrugged. Didn't the chief examiner of the second round, Chen Shifeng, say that the venue for the third round is in an extremely beautiful place? PFF. Big sister is so childish. You still believe the words of the chief examiner? More than half of the participants died in the second round, and now there are only about 3,000 people left. The third round will only be more cruel and terrible. Under natural selection, I'm afraid only about 1,000 people will survive. Mo Qingtong's expression gradually became a little grim. It is said that hundreds of devil heroes will be born in this trial. If I'm not wrong, there will be a final round of assessment after the third stage. Oh, Miss Mo, do you mean that there are only 4 rounds of the devil hero trial this time? Xiao Han was stunned. This is just my guess. Mo Qingtong smiled sweetly at Xiao Han. At this time, a group of vigorous men and women came from the opposite side of the street. All of them were strong and tall, and their flesh was shining as if they were bathed in holy light. They seemed to be the younger generation from the great wilderness. When they saw Xiao Han, they stopped at the same time and looked at him strangely. Some of the men even looked fierce. The young man at the front was wearing a royal robe, on which there were many ancient divine beasts, such as Pai Xiao, Sky Dragon, 5-color Luan. They were vivid and lifelike, like living creatures. They emitted a heart-palpitating murderous aura as if they could jump out and eat people at any time. The young man was surrounded by golden clouds and intertwined bone texts. True Qi rushed out of his head and turned into the phantoms of ancient beasts such as Swanni and Tao Tai. With a slight movement of his body, there was a violent tornado raging and the wind and clouds surging. His momentum was no weaker than that of the geniuses from the Devil Hero region. Xiao Han, that young man seems to be from the royal family of a mysterious ancient country in the great wilderness. He's no small matter. Mo Qingtong whispered in Xiao Han's ear. N. Xiao Han nodded slightly, but his expression did not change as he walked straight ahead. His companions quickly followed behind Xiao Han. The pupils of the youth from the great wilderness constricted. When Xiao Han and the others walked past him, He spoke indifferently. People of the 4 regions, you can give that red card to this prince. This prince is willing to exchange a few jars of ancient vicious beast blood with you. A red card could be used to obtain special treatment in the 3rd stage of the test. It was a trump card that could help one pass the test. I won't trade. Xiao Han didn't even look back as he led his companions away. The eyes of the young man from the great wilderness flickered with coldness, filled with killing intent. The scene of tens of thousands of beasts contending for supremacy flashed past his eyes. It was extremely desolate and his aura was so imposing that it could shake the heavens and earth. Song Dragon Crown Prince, this person from the 4 regions is extremely arrogant. He actually rejected your request. It seems like we should find a chance to let him witness the killing methods of the children of the great wilderness. A young man in beast clothing said fiercely. He was able to kill the arrogant members of the Xianxia region and thinks that he is unparalleled among the younger generation. This prince will let him understand one thing. The children of the great wilderness are not weaker than those fellows from the Xianxia region. Alright, this prince will remember this guy. The Song Dragon Crown Prince's eyes flashed with hostility as he led the crowd away. In an elegant restaurant on the side of the long street. On the 2nd floor. A yellow-clothed man and a black-clothed man sat opposite each other and drank wine. Their gazes retracted from the long street. That young man seems to be from the southern region. He actually hid his strength well. He didn't hesitate to offend the group of geniuses from the Xianxia region to take the lead and obtain the red card. He's in the limelight for a while. The black-clothed man sneered. Tang Feiping. The purpose of us participating in the Xianxia selection this time is to play with the newbies. That young man is dazzling and must be full of ambition now. He thinks that he will definitely become a Xianxia, right? If we can step on him, that will be great. I really want to see his unwilling and desperate eyes. Ha ha ha. The yellow-clothed man couldn't help laughing. Xianxia, that person is not simple. He can kill the geniuses of the Xianxia region one after another. His combat strength is too abnormal. Even if the 2 of us join forces, I'm afraid that we are no match for him. It is very likely that we will be killed by him. For us, this is also the last chance to become a Xianxia. Don't go too far. The black-clothed man Tang Feiping said cautiously. Tang Feiping, you are too meticulous. You and I both like to play with newbies. This is the greatest pleasure in this life. Don't worry, although that young man is enchanting, he is still a newbie after all. We have all participated in the previous Xianxia selection and accumulated indescribable experience. It is not comparable to those young masters and ladies from the Xianxia region. As long as we plan properly, it is not impossible to play with that young man to death. The yellow-clothed man Xianxia laughed sinisterly. If we don't play this time, we won't be able to in the future. Besides, that young man has now become the target of public criticism. Not only will the geniuses of the Xianxia region want to kill him, but the other contestants will also plot against him. Therefore, his situation is actually very dangerous. What we need to do is to find the best opportunity to strike and directly destroy him. He must have a lot of secrets on him. When the time comes, we will get them and they will become the foundation for our rise to become outstanding Xianxia. The black-clothed man Tang Feiping thought for a few breaths. His eyes flashed with a touch of excitement and he nodded heavily. Okay, we will lock this young man as our prey. Xiao Han and his companions walked to a place similar to a courtyard. The wooden door was open, and there were many flowers and trees planted inside, as well as a large number of bonsai. It was indescribably poetic and picturesque. Well, we will stay here for the next few days. Xiao Han nodded with satisfaction and stepped in. Soon, he called out to his companions. There are more than a dozen rooms here that are unoccupied. We will occupy them. Haha, come in. Fatty Zhu, Mo Qing Tong, and the others all stepped in. 1 room per person. Choose at will. Xiao Han smiled. He liked the environment here very much. It was quiet and clean. Brother Xiao, along the way, it seems that the other participants are very unkind to you, as if they want to scheme against you, Mo Qing Tong said with a slight frown. Fatty Zhu laughed foolishly at the side. They are jealous of Boss Xiao. Think about it, in the 2nd round, the only red card was taken by our boss Xiao. Who wouldn't be jealous? As the saying goes,
Geniuses are envied. Anyway, since things have come to this, let's take things one step at a time. Different situations call for different measures. Xiao Han, on the other hand, did not care. He quickly picked an antique house and started yelling. The bed is so big. Huffed. Mo Qingtong couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Then, she also chose a room and began to shout. We can take a bath. It's so comfortable. Just like that, the 5 of them stayed in the courtyard for a full 5 days. Usually, they would only leave the courtyard and go to the food stalls on the street when it was time to eat. The rest of the time, they would stay in the courtyard and cultivate. Fortunately, no one came to disturb them, allowing Xiao Han and the others to enjoy a few days of peace. In the past few days, Xiao Han also seized the time to replenish the true qi that he had consumed and did some homework to nurture his saber intent. After a few days, Xiao Han's spirit soared to the sky. He was in high spirits and full of vigor. He was full of confidence for the upcoming 3rd round. 5 days later, the sound of the morning wind resounded throughout the mobile city. Attention, all participants, we have arrived at the examination venue for the 3rd round of the Devil Hero trial. Please prepare to enter the examination venue. Boss Xiao. We've arrived at the examination venue. Fatty Zhu shouted in the courtyard. Xiao Han walked out of his room with a refreshed look on his face. Let's go. Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and Hua Fan all dressed neatly and walked out valiantly. The 5 of them left the courtyard together. Every participant living on each floor was ready to go. They ran across the long street and prepared to enter the examination venue. Thousands of participants stood on the huge balcony on each floor and stared at the examination venue. The examination venue was floating in the air. However, it did not move. It stood in the air as if it had taken root, like a city in the sky. To everyone's surprise, the chief examiner of the 2nd round, Chen Shifeng, did not lie this time. The examination venue for the 3rd round was not the demonic land that was filled with evil spirits and was close to hell, but a beautiful city in the sky. There were undulating mountains in the city in the sky. The peaks were beautiful, and the palaces and pavilions were dotted with waterfalls and flowing springs. It was a very peaceful, pure land. Peach blossoms bloomed everywhere, and the fragrance of flowers assailed one's nostrils. The blue sky and white clouds stretched for thousands of miles. The peach blossoms were intoxicating and infinitely fragrant. The warm spring breeze was so affectionate. Colorful petals floated all over the sky. They were fragrant and soft, making one's heart feel numb. The most captivating scenery was the flowers that were hundreds of feet long, blooming like the divine flowers of legends. Beautiful spirits seemed to be brewing in the flowers. There were also auspicious clouds and auspicious qi running through the east, west, north, and south, lingering around the city in the sky. Fallen petals were everywhere, and a rain of flowers was falling. This place was really like a fairyland. There was not a trace of murderous and ominous atmosphere. It was very peaceful. It was even to the extent that any evil and vicious thoughts were blasphemous in this place. All the contestants' gazes were somewhat dazed. They were infatuated with this dreamlike fairyland. The moving city slowly approached the city in the sky. Ha 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 ha, I didn't lie to you, did I? I said that the examination venue for the 3rd round would be a fairyland of peach blossoms, like a dream. Now that you've seen it with your own eyes, you should believe me, right? Chen Shifeng laughed proudly. It's possible that the difficulty of the 3rd round will be much lower than the 2nd round. It can't be, right? Boss Xiao, this place is so beautiful that I can't associate it with death and slaughter. But the Hex Hero preliminaries are inseparable from death, not to mention this year's competition, which has the highest death rate. What will the 3rd test be? Fatty Zhu looked confused. Yeah, this 3rd round is completely confusing. Xiao Han also couldn't understand. He activated the Spirit Turtle True Qi and sealed the Demon Emperor's palm tattoo on his left arm and the demon eye between his eyebrows tightly. He frowned. But I believe that the Hex Hero trial will definitely be more difficult than the previous one. Therefore, we must not let our guard down in this 3rd round. After a pause, Xiao Han said subconsciously. In this fairyland that's as beautiful as a painting, there's most likely a fairy-like woman. Oh right, the chief examiner of the 2nd round, Chen Shifeng,
said that the chief examiner of the third round is a peerless beauty who is as beautiful as a fairy. Brother Xiao, you must be looking forward to it, right? Mo Qingtong's watery eyes rippled as she glanced at Xiao Han. Her tone was a little jealous. At this moment, in an instant, thousands of colorful lights shot out from the city in the sky and connected to the moving city. Every ray of colorful light transformed into a rainbow bridge that shone brilliantly and flickered like flickering light and passing shadows. There were exactly 3,340 rainbow bridges, which was exactly the number of contestants participating in the third round of assessment. The next moment, a gentle, wind chime-like female voice sounded. Welcome to the third round of this year's Hex Hero Trial. As you can see, there are 3,340 rainbow bridges leading to the city in the sky. Please choose one. Remember, each person can choose one rainbow bridge. 2 or more people can't choose the same rainbow bridge at the same time. This is the rule. Those who violate the rule will be eliminated. The voice was like spring water, trickling gently and warming people's hearts. It made people who heard it feel a sweet feeling rising in their hearts. The tone was light, not coquettish, not fierce, not soft and weak. It was pleasant to listen to, like the high mountains and flowing water, making people unable to have the will to disobey. They were willing to do as she said. Soon, there were hundreds of contestants, fascinated, each chose a rainbow bridge and stepped on it. Let's go, we also choose a bridge. Xiao Han took a deep breath. I think the third round of assessment has already begun at this moment. Chapter 187. There were a total of 7 rainbow bridges that connected the moving city and the beautiful city in the sky. Each participant would take 1 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency. From this point on, the third stage of the Hex trial had officially kicked off. Phew! Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of turbid air and randomly chose a rainbow bridge. He stepped on the one that extended to his feet. Ah! Boss Xiao, are we going to each choose a bridge and go our separate ways? Don't. Boss, you have to protect this fatty. Fatty Zhu scowled miserably. He actually wanted to step onto the rainbow bridge that Xiao Han had chosen. Fatty, do you want to be eliminated? Mo Qingtong shouted. It's fine if you want to be eliminated, but don't drag Xiao Han down. Go to the side. She pushed Fatty Zhu and then stepped forward, stepping on the rainbow bridge that was adjacent to Xiao Han. Oh! Fatty Zhu was startled for a moment. That's right. If 2 contestants choose the same rainbow bridge, they will be eliminated. Thinking of this, he seemed to have come to a sudden realization and hurriedly chose one of his own, which was not far away from Xiao Han. Xiao Yunrong and Hua Wu looked at each other. Sister Yunrong, good luck. Sister Hua Wu, good luck too. The 2 girls took a deep breath and chose a rainbow bridge respectively. Soon, on the rainbow bridge, there was a contestant standing on each side. Uneasiness, nervousness, curiosity, expectation, suspicion, excitement. All kinds of emotions lingered in the hearts of these contestants. Xiao Han looked left and right, and finally his gaze fell on the rainbow bridge under his feet. In fact, it could be called a single log bridge. It was too narrow and narrow. It was soft to step on, like cotton. From the beginning of the rainbow bridge of the mobile city to the sky city on the other side, it was about 200 steps. However, none of the contestants moved rashly. All of them stopped and held their breath. Chen Fengchen crossed his arms and floated in the air, watching this scene with interest. The woman's voice that was as gentle as water rang out again. Contestants, please take 100 steps forward. Remember, your pace must be neither fast nor slow. While walking, you cannot use true qi, leap, or bounce. He could not take a step more, nor could he take a step less. Violators will be eliminated. Let's begin. The contestants were stunned for a moment before they carefully walked forward. Every step was as if they were walking on thin ice, and they followed the rules, afraid that they would make a mistake. It was as if he was really walking on a single plank bridge with fear and trepidation. If he was not careful, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Everyone was counting silently in their hearts. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 70 steps, 80 steps. Xiao Han walked at a normal pace. In his mind, there were a lot of guesses.
but he still couldn't figure it out. Why is the third round of examination so weird? As for what the test is about, I still don't have the slightest clue. Just as Xiao Han reached the 100th step, then, something strange happened. An inexplicable force instantly seized Xiao Han, causing all of Xiao Han's acupoints to be sealed, and the power of his body to be confined. Even the demon monarch's palm tattoo on his left arm was restrained and could not be used at all. Not only that, the space around him seemed to be compressed, causing Xiao Han to be unable to move an inch. Unable to move forward, unable to retreat, he was stuck in the middle of the Rainbow Bridge. There was a terrifying and strange feeling of a piece of meat on a chopping board. What's going on? Xiao Han was shocked. Not only Xiao Han, but all the contestants were the same. What's going on? I can't move an inch. All of a sudden, all the contestants booed. All of the true energy in his body was sealed. His body was locked, and he couldn't even move. This feeling was very scary and indescribable. It was like there was no way out, and even his fate couldn't be controlled in his own hands. Xiao. Boss Xiao. Fatty is so scared. Fatty Zhu was on a rainbow bridge next to Xiao Han. His legs were trembling, and he looked at Xiao Han with a sad face. Calm down. Xiao Han quickly adapted to this sudden change and said in a deep voice. At this time, a gentle female voice sounded again. Please don't panic. The third round of the Hex trial has begun. From now on, anything that you encounter will be part of the content of the assessment. As soon as the voice fell, a red glow rose into the sky, the divine light floated, the clouds were steaming, and a faint song sounded from all directions in the sky. Under the heavy curtains in the Hall of Macho, the night is thin and long. The life of a goddess is originally a dream. The little ant has no husband. The storm does not believe that the water chestnut branch is weak. Who taught the fragrance of the moon dew? There is no benefit in longing. There is no harm in melancholy. It is pure madness. This song was gentle and low. The lingering charm was like the sound of nature, making people forget about their worries and want to continue. For a moment, all the doubts in the hearts of all the contestants disappeared, and their hearts were completely calm, free of dust and dirt. Above the city in the sky, a huge lotus appeared. It was holy and unparalleled, with millions of petals stacked on top of each other. It was spectacular, like a treasure lotus mountain. The treasure light swayed, dreamy and mysterious. At the top of the lotus sat a graceful woman with jade-like skin, especially crystal clear. She looked to be in her 20s, and she was a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. However, her eyes were filled with the experience of going through many trials and tribulations, causing her entire person to have an invincible charm. Her whole body was surrounded by colorful clouds, and her whole body was overflowing with color, making her jade body look like it was carved out of jade, surging with mist and ethereal charm, with a kind of noble and inviolable temperament. She made people unable to see her cultivation level, but in her watery eyes, there were faint traces of time and space. It gave people the illusion that even if they attacked her at close range, they would absolutely not succeed. Thousands of contestants, thousands of pairs of eyes, were staring straight at her. They held their breath. The chief examiner of the first round was a grumpy old man with a lame leg. The chief examiner of the second round was Chen Feng-wan, who was known as an extreme psychopath. Originally, everyone thought that the chief examiner of the third round would be an unparalleled demon who was even more vicious and perverted than Chen Feng-wan and the lame leg. Never would they have thought that it would be such a peerless and beautiful goddess. This caused every contestant to have great doubts about the content of the third round. The temperament of this goddess was very gentle, and even had a kind of feeling of pity for the state of the universe. No one dared to believe that she would think of some cruel test questions to torture the contestants. Hello, contestants. I am the chief examiner of the third round, Lang Ruyu, the woman said elegantly. Chen Feng-wan whistled frivolously, his eyes filled with strong admiration as he looked at Lang Ruyu, a little infatuated. All of a sudden, bang, 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 bang. In the sky, there were densely packed explosions. Hundreds and thousands of magic eye stones, from all angles, recorded the situation of every contestant on every rainbow bridge. The atmosphere became slightly tense, like a taut bowstring. Monster Hero Pagoda. Level 29. A large number of images floated in the hall, thousands of rainbow bridges, thousands of contestants, and Lang Ruyu sitting on a lotus platform.
The third round of assessment was about to begin. It's her. Crow King was slightly surprised. I didn't expect the third round of assessment to be hosted by her. Now it's not very fun. The heavenly devil old man's face was as dark as water. Xianxia Tower. Extremely high level. A group of old antiques also watched the images and whispered to each other. The third round will be hosted by Lung Ruyu? Oh no. This is not good. Why would a woman like Lung Ruyu be the chief examiner of this Xianxia trial? It's unfair. An old antique said slightly exasperatedly. Well, everyone, watch the competition carefully. The entire schedule of the Xianxia trial is not something we can question or participate in. It's even more impossible to change it. Another old antique said worriedly. Before the assessment officially begins, Lang Ruyu would like to ask everyone, what do you think is the most important factor for a contestant to pass the Xianxia trial, which is known as the most cruel in history? Lang Ruyu asked with a smile. Strong combat power. A young man from the great wilderness immediately said in a clear voice. Indomitable will and indomitable spirit. A young man from the East region said after thinking for a moment. Those who can continuously improve during the assessment should be qualified to become Xianxia. A talented young man from the Xianxia region said in an experienced and prudent manner. The contestants had different opinions. Strength, realm, combat power, means, will, comprehension, talent. They said a lot. Every one of them seemed to be reasonable. Xiao Han didn't say a word. He glanced around and accidentally saw Hua Fan and Xiao Yunrong, who were full of anxiety. Suddenly, a sudden thought seized Xiao Han. Senior sister Hua Fan and Xiao Yunrong shouldn't have participated in the main competition with their strength. They should have been eliminated in the South Region preliminaries, but they were lucky and didn't encounter any seeded contestants in the preliminaries, so they were lucky enough to break through. Then, relying on luck, they passed the first round, the second round. I think the most important factor should be luck. Xiao Han blurted out. As soon as he said this, the audience suddenly quieted down. Many contestants looked at Xiao Han with disdain. This person is really useless. The Xianxia preliminaries are all about combat power and psychological quality. He actually wants to rely on luck to become a Xianxia. Oh. Lang Ruyu turned her eyes and looked directly at Xiao Han from the thousands of people, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Luck. Young man, do you think that the most important factor to participate in the Xianxia preliminaries is luck? Well. Xiao Han touched his nose a little embarrassedly, hesitated for a moment, and still said. Senior examiner, I think that whether it is participating in the Xianxia preliminaries, cultivating true qi, or even hunting demons, luck is the most important factor, followed by combat power, intelligence, psychological quality, and so on. Of course, it's not pure luck that can make people reach the top in one step. Realm and strength are equally important, but I think luck is ranked first, above everything else. Ha! On the other side, Chen Feng heard Xiao Han's words and suddenly closed his eyes, with a thoughtful expression on his face. Some contestants immediately nodded involuntarily. Luck. Lang Ruyu completely burst into a smile, with an expression of admiration in her eyes. Well said. Luck, that is fate. Luck was the key to everything. If you have good luck, you will not be harmed by any calamities in your life. Even if there are calamities, you will be able to turn misfortune into good luck and rise rapidly. If your luck is bad, you will not be able to escape death. Among you, some of you will definitely become Xianxia in the future. Luck is extremely important to you. It's a matter of life and death. In the battle against the demons in the future, besides combat power and experience, luck is also very important. This time, the third round of assessment is the assessment of luck. This round can roughly predict your future luck. Of course, this is only a very vague prediction. Some people can change their fate and reverse their luck. The third round, assessment of luck. Those who have bad luck in their life will be eliminated. Those who have good luck will stay and enter the next round. This time, there is only one assessment in the Xianxia preliminaries. In other words, if you can pass this assessment of luck, then you will successfully enter the fourth round, which is also the last round. This is the second to last round? That's great. If you pass this round, you will enter the last round.
You have a high chance of becoming a Xianxia. But isn't the assessment of luck a little too mysterious? How can you judge a person's future luck? Ruyu cultivates the Great Destiny Divine technique and simulated a game of fate. Now, all of you can participate. Lang Ruyu smiled. Remember, Ruyu's cultivation is still low, so she can't accurately predict the fate of the universe. She can only make a vague evaluation. Among you, there will definitely be someone who will go against the heavens and steal fate. But first, pass this third round. Sometimes, you will get what you want, but don't force it. The third round. Game of Fate. Activate. To be continued. Chapter 188. Game of Fate? Testing luck? Almost all the contestants were dumbfounded. The third stage of the test was indeed too mysterious. Fate was intangible, ever-changing and difficult to grasp. Moreover, the past could be predicted, but who could predict and grasp the future? Even immortals couldn't predict their own fate, right? Now the contestants were not sure. If it was fighting in the ring, breaking through the secret realm, walking through the maze, or even guessing riddles, they could all be seen and touched. At least they could control it. But fate was too mysterious. At this time, Lang Ruyu's gentle and elegant voice sounded again. Contestants, you are now in the middle of the Rainbow Bridge. Go forward 100 steps and you will reach the Sky City. Go back 100 steps and you will return to the Mobile City. One going forward and one retreating. The situation is completely different. Now, you are all bound by the power of fate. If you want to move, you need to throw the die of fate. As soon as she finished speaking, dense divine light and runes rushed out of Lang Ruyu's head, intertwining in the air and forming a huge die. It was a 6-sided die. It was engraved with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These 6 numbers. The game of fate is very simple. Use your mental strength and soul power to hit the die of fate at will. According to the points you get, you will decide your steps. For example, if you get 1 point, you will move forward 1 step. If you get 2 points, you will move forward 2 steps. If you get 6 points, you will move forward 6 steps. There is no technique to hit the die of fate. In fact, the points you get are simulated according to your luck. In the end, the contestants who can move forward 100 steps and reach the Sky City will be considered to have passed the 3rd test and will be qualified to enter the 4th test. They will be able to compete for the position of Devil Hero. As soon as she said this, the contestants gradually understood some of the rules of the game. Every contestant was now in the middle of the Rainbow Bridge. If they walked forward 100 steps and stepped into the Sky City, they would be considered to have passed the test. But every step had to be based on the points of the die of fate. They couldn't walk randomly, and they couldn't walk at all. This test indeed had nothing to do with one's combat power, realm, willpower, etc. It was completely a test of luck and character. Relatively speaking, this kind of illusory test might be very unfair to participants with tyrannical combat strength. Now, the geniuses of the Devil Hero region all looked indignant. Besides the eldest senior brother who'd been comprehending the profundities with his eyes closed, all the other geniuses had gloomy expressions. They were confident that their battle prowess was the most outstanding among this batch of participants. If they fought with their swords and spears, they would be able to firmly control the probability and initiative of passing the stage. However, the game of fate made it so that they could only resign themselves to fate. They were unable to display their strength. No matter how strong they were, if they were unlucky, they would still be eliminated. As for the participants who were originally weak, they were all secretly delighted. Participants, you can treat the 100 steps before you as a microcosm of your destiny. There would be all kinds of fortuitous encounters, all kinds of disasters, and all kinds of tribulations. Some participants might have a difficult fate, while others might have a smooth journey. Lang Ruyu smiled. Immediately, participants, please take a look. At this moment, a white card appeared in Lang Ruyu's slender hand. It seemed to be carved out of some gemstone and was about the size of a palm. Talismans and seal characters flowed on the card, emitting a mysterious and unfathomable aura. The white card is a reward card. As you walk, you will be rewarded with a white card. The reward card will reward you with advancing 1 to 20 steps. Pooh!
After saying that, Lang Ruyu flicked the white card, causing it to float in the air. Then, she took out a black card. The black card is a punishment card. Once you obtain it, you must retreat 1 to 20 steps. The purple card is a treasure card. After obtaining the purple card, you can obtain all kinds of treasures according to the description on the card, including true Qi divine technique secret manuals, treasured weapons, treasured medicines, and so on. The yellow card is a calamity card. Once you obtain it, you will encounter terrifying tribulations, such as Black Nightmare Wine Tribulation, Heart Demon Tribulation, Boulder Tribulation, Lee Fire Tribulation. After obtaining the calamity card, you must personally endure all kinds of tribulations. If you can resolve them, then it's fine, and you can continue this game of fate. If you can't resolve them, then you might die from the tribulations and tribulations. The orange card is a meeting on a narrow path card. To obtain this card, you must fight against the participants specified on the card. The winner will continue, and the loser will be eliminated. Moreover, the winner can devour the loser's luck. The dead gray card is a bad luck card. To obtain this card, you will immediately die and turn into ashes. This is the most terrifying card. It is even more terrifying than the calamity card. The blue card is a banishment card. Once you obtain it, you will be banished from the examination ground. It is equivalent to instant elimination. The gold card is a supreme ruler card. You can obtain a chance to control another person's fate. In other words, the participant who obtains this card can kill any other participant at will. The red card is a lucky card. To obtain this card, you can eliminate negative effects that are detrimental to you once. For example, you can eliminate tribulations, bad luck, banishment, and the killing of other participants. As Lang Ruyu spoke, she flicked her fingers, and the cards with different colors and effects were all sent floating in the air. Everyone, please familiarize yourself with the functions of these cards. Lang Ruyu smiled faintly. Thousands of participants looked at the various cards floating in the air. White, reward card, black, punishment card, purple, treasure card, yellow, calamity card, orange, meeting on a narrow path card, dead gray, bad luck card, blue, banishment card, gold, supreme ruler card, red, lucky card. There were a total of 9 types of cards. In the next moment, Lang Ruyu started chanting, and her expression became extremely solemn and solemn. In an instant, numerous talisman markings that twisted like dragons and snakes bloomed out from her body, and dense rays of light radiated out. White light, black light, violet light, yellow light, orange light, deathly gray light, blue light, gold light, red light. Game of Fate. Lang Ruyu chanted. Her tone was obscure and deep, like the voice of fate. Countless runes and all kinds of light rays intertwined and fused, forming many cards. They were densely packed and endless. Swoosh, 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 the cards swarmed out and entered every rainbow bridge. They were so deeply integrated into it that the participants could not distinguish them. However, there was no doubt that there were all kinds of cards hidden in every rainbow bridge. Maybe it was a reward card, a bad luck card, or a banishment card. Buzz, 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 every rainbow bridge flickered with misty and beautiful light. Soon, the rainbow bridges were numbered. From left to right, Rainbow Bridge 1 to Rainbow Bridge 3340. Xiao Han looked at his position. He was standing on Rainbow Bridge 1511. Then, the game of fate officially begins. Rainbow Bridge 1 participant, the first to hit the die of fate. You will receive points. Lang Ruyu's voice was tinged with excitement. Let me repeat for the last time. This game of fate was simulated by Ruyu using the Great Fate Divine technique. It cannot accurately deduce everyone's future luck. It is only a rough estimate. Please do not feel too much pressure in this game. I believe that everyone has the ability to defy the heavens and seize fate. Just treat this as a small game for the 3rd stage of the exam. The game of fate officially began. The participant standing on the first rainbow bridge from the left was a youth from the southern region. Xiao Han did not know this person, but they had met a few times. This youth from the southern region was very nervous. He panted heavily and only closed his eyes after a dozen breaths. A wave of mental energy mixed with soul aura directly hit the Die of Fate. Hua! The Die of Fate floating in midair completely absorbed the mental energy and soul aura of the youth from the southern region and began to spin rapidly. After a few breaths, the rotation stopped. One side of the Die of Fate shot out a ray of light, projecting the number on this side onto the first rainbow bridge. 6. The youth from the southern region actually hit a 6. He could advance 6 steps. A deep and cryptic voice immediately resounded through the heavens and earth. Please advance 6 steps. Who? The youth from the southern region felt his body relax. The condensed space opened up again, causing the shackles and restraints on him to disappear. He regained his ability to move. With a heart clenched, the youth from the southern region advanced 6 steps with the most standard steps. During these 6 steps, he did not receive any cards. After 6 steps, the space solidified again, causing him to be unable to move an inch. I'm quite lucky. Although I didn't receive any reward cards, I didn't receive any frightening or unlucky cards either. I'm steady and steady, advancing step by step. I'm still 94 steps away from passing the stage. The youth from the southern region let out a long sigh of relief. His tightly knitted brows relaxed. The game progressed extremely quickly. After the first contestant finished, the second contestant followed closely behind and used his mental energy and soul aura to hit the Die of Fate. The corresponding number would appear and determine how many steps to advance. This game of fate looks very simple. But it does contain all sorts of dangers. In fact, the third stage is definitely much more difficult than the second stage. After all, in the second stage, the initiative was completely in my hands and I could advance or retreat at will. But in the third stage, it's very passive. Xiao Han thought. Just like that, the contestants used their mental energy to hit the Die of Fate one by one and advanced according to the number on the die. Up until contestant 239, no cards appeared. The game continued uneventfully. The contestants who had yet to hit the Die of Fate watched the game for a while and simply closed their eyes to rest. They waited quietly. It wasn't until contestant 304 that the scene became somewhat magnificent. This was a genius girl from the Xianxia region. Her mental energy hit the Die of Fate and a number 2 appeared. This was not a very good number and could only allow her to advance 2 steps. In the end, when she took her second step with a face full of disappointment, the rainbow bridge under her feet suddenly fluctuated and a white light shot up into the sky. A white card floated above her head. White card. She stepped on the reward card. The contestants from all directions became alert. The heavy and obscure voice that contained the aura of history and fate spoke unhurriedly. Congratulations, contestant. You've received a reward card. This reward card will reward you with 20 steps forward. Please advance 20 steps forward. 20 steps. The disappointed face of the girl from the Xianxia region suddenly revealed surprise and joy. She stepped forward step by step and advanced a total of 20 steps. In other words, she had advanced a total of 22 steps and was 78 steps away from passing the stage. It seems that my life's luck is extremely prosperous. The girl clenched her fists tightly and began to look confidently at the other side of the rainbow bridge. Behind the girl from the Xianxia region was a youth from the East region. His mental energy hit 5 points. After taking 5 steps forward, a purple light rushed out from his feet. The purple card evaporated. Congratulations, contestant. You've received a treasure card. This treasure is a Yin Yang longevity pill. After consuming it, it can increase your lifespan by 360-year cycles. Just as he finished speaking, a scarlet pill slowly descended from the purple light. The youth from the East region reached out and grabbed the pill in his hand. He said in ecstasy, "Ha ha ha ha. Treasure card. I told you that I, Yelu Chu, am blessed with good luck. It seems that passing the third stage is predestined. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. This game is interesting. Boss Xiao, this game is getting interesting." Fatty Zhu's eyes shone with a mischievous light. If Fatty can also step on the purple light and obtain a treasure card, that would be great. Heh. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. It's best if I don't get any cards at all. After a few rounds, I can smoothly advance 100 steps and pass the stage. This is the ideal ending. Calamity cards, banishment cards, unlucky cards, Each one is more unlucky than the other. Not long after, it was a youth's turn to hit the die of fate. His luck was actually not bad. He hit 6 points. After taking 6 steps forward, a deathly gray light appeared under his feet. A deathly gray card emitted a deathly stillness. Unfortunately, contestant, you've drawn an unlucky card. Your fate is very rough and unfortunate. It shall be erased from here. Ah, what? Unlucky card? No. I can't be so unlucky. The youth from the great wilderness let out a scream of horror and despair. The next moment, pfft, the deathly gray unlucky card shot out a beam of light and swept across. In a breath's time, the body of the youth from the great wilderness was crushed into pieces. His soul was annihilated and he died without a complete corpse. The entire audience was in awe. This is too terrifying. That youth from the great wilderness's flesh shell was incomparably strong and his entire body was flowing with crystal light, but in just a moment, he turned into dust. It's simply unstoppable. Xiao Han was also anxious in his heart. Damn it, if I step on some unlucky card later, wouldn't I die as well? After the youth from the great wilderness was erased, a few other contestants stepped on the banishment card and punishment card. There was even a wave where 5 people stepped on the unlucky card and were erased one after another. All of a sudden, the game was enveloped in a layer of gloom and desolation. To be continued. Chapter 189. All the contestants had now witnessed the cruelty and helplessness of the game of fate. Yes, helplessness. Especially the contestants who stepped on the bad luck card. They had no way to save themselves and were killed right in front of their eyes. This was truly cruel to the extreme. They were like chickens and ducks on the chopping board. In the first round of the game, contestant number 1287 had just hit the die of fate, and there were already 128 bad luck cards and 49 banishing cards. The person who was currently in the lead and the closest to the finish line was a barbarian woman from the great wilderness. She had advanced 34 steps, which could be said to be an impressive achievement, but she was still 66 steps away from passing the test. She did not dare to say that she had passed. It was too difficult. Contestant number 1288 hit the die of fate. His head was wrapped in a piece of white cloth, completely concealing his hair. His temperament was otherworldly, and his entire body shone with the brilliance of jewels and treasures. There was a kind of celestial charm to him, and his expression was calm and steady like a mountain. There was even an air of transcendence to him. His eyes were closed as if he was comprehending some kind of supreme mystery. He was the eldest senior brother recognized by many geniuses of the Xianxia region. Eldest senior brother. Many masters said that you're a deity who descended from the heavens. Your physique is like an immortal's, and there was a phenomenon when you were born. You have the foundation to become an immortal. You're a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. You'll definitely be able to pass the stage smoothly. No tribulation or disaster will be able to affect you. The geniuses of the Xianxia region shouted when they saw their eldest senior brother, the spiritual leader of their side. Eldest senior brother's face was calm. He closed his eyes and nodded slightly. He was about to release his psyche wave to hit the die of fate. Oh, this young man has some ethereal aura and is blessed by providence. He'll definitely be someone in the future. Let's see if there's anything wrong with Ruyu's great destiny divine technique. Chen Fading Wind crossed his arms and looked at eldest senior brother with interest. If this person grows up smoothly, he's destined to be an all-powerful hero in the future. His potential is even higher than that of Xiao Han. He's walking on the bright path, while Xiao Han is walking on the unconventional path. Even Lang Ruyu placed her attention on Su Chen. Eldest senior brother separated a wisp of psyche wave and hit the die of fate. Hua, the multicolored light spun, and when the die of fate stopped spinning, a precious light shot into the rainbow bridge under eldest senior brother's feet, revealing a 5. Please take 5 steps forward. Eldest senior brother took 5 steps forward at a steady pace. He was calm and composed, elegant and otherworldly. The 5th step, Hong, a ray of white light shot out from eldest senior brother's feet. A white reward card bathed in white light floated in the air. Congratulations, participant. You have received a reward card. This reward card will reward you with 13 steps forward. Please take 13 steps forward. Eldest senior brother's face was as calm as an ancient well, and his aura was smooth and smooth. His eyes were closed, and his footsteps were light and agile as he took 13 steps in a row. Just as his right foot landed on the rainbow bridge, another white light soared into the sky. Congratulations, participant. You have received a reward card. This reward card will reward you with 18 steps forward. Please take 18 steps forward. All the contestants' eyes bulged, and they all kept quiet out of fear. He had stepped on 2 reward cards in a row. This luck was simply heaven-defying. I've said it before. The moment our eldest senior brother was born, he was extraordinary. A phenomenon descended from the heavens, and he has an immortal bearing. A girl from the Devil Hero region said with an infatuated expression. Eldest senior brother closed his eyes and continued taking 18 steps forward. When he finished his 18th step, another white light rushed out. Congratulations, participant. You have received a reward card. This reward card will reward you with 20 steps forward. Please take 20 steps forward. No way. He has already taken 56 steps. He stepped on the reward card 3 times in a row. What kind of luck is that? Fatty Zhu was shocked. Xiao Han was also a little dumbfounded. According to head examiner Lang Ruyu, these 100 steps are a microcosm of a person's life. Prosperity and decline, honor and disgrace, rise or fall, can be roughly calculated from these 100 steps. This fellow hit the reward card 3 times in a row and crossed 56 steps. How amazing is that? He will probably soar in the future. After eldest senior brother took 20 steps, a miracle happened again. White light poured out. Congratulations, participant. You have received a reward card. This reward card will reward you with 19 steps forward. Please take 19 steps forward. Eldest senior brother was so calm that it made people's hair stand on end. This was the 4th time he had stepped on the reward card. Judging from the luck of the previous 1287 contestants, the probability of stepping on the reward card was not high. Stepping on 2 reward cards in a row was simply rare. Only one person had done it. However, eldest senior brother did not stop. Every time he took the last step, he would always step on a reward card. It was as if he had practiced it in advance. This could be called a miracle. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother. The geniuses of the Devil Hero region all shouted together. No way. He continued to move forward and is now on the 75th step. He's only 25 steps away from passing. That's possible? Mo Qingtong was dumbfounded. Could it be that this person stepped on some kind of luck? I don't believe he can do it for the 5th time. Mo Qingtong's words were just halfway through when she suddenly choked. Eldest senior brother stepped on the reward card for the 5th time. The white light rolled like a tide. Congratulations, participant. You have received a reward card. This reward card will reward you with 20 steps forward. Please take 20 steps forward. Eldest senior brother's footsteps did not stop. He strolled leisurely on the rainbow bridge. He looked like an immortal and stood out from the crowd. He was like a dragon returning to the sea or a tiger roaring in the forest. 5 steps left. 5 steps left. 5 steps left. Almost all the contestants roared as if they were on steroids. They wanted to verify this miracle. His luck is really great and he's above all living beings. Chen Fengchen was moved. This person has the quality of becoming an immortal. Ruyu has never seen such good luck in my life. Lang Ruyu was intoxicated. Fatty is convinced. The last 5 steps. He can pass in one go, Fatty Zhu stuttered. Boss, theoretically, this person will definitely be a demon in the future. His luck is second to none among the thousands of us. It's almost invincible. However, Fatty believes that boss luck is not worse than his. It's hard to say. Xiao Han said indifferently. When eldest senior brother reached the 95th step, an earth-shattering miracle happened. White light gushed out and the reward card appeared. Congratulations, contestant. You have obtained a reward card. This reward card will reward you with 10 steps forward. Please take 10 steps forward. Eldest senior brother only needed 5 steps to pass the test and reach the Sky Castle. Now that he had stepped on a reward card that allowed him to take 10 steps forward, it was more than enough. What was rare was that eldest senior brother, who had created a miracle, still had a calm expression. He did not seem surprised and was extraordinarily calm. He slowly stepped onto Sky City. Boom! Endless rays of light and auspicious chi flowed through the north, south, east and west, lingering around eldest senior brother. Tens of thousands of rays of light, flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses appeared on the ground, causing eldest senior brother's aura to be like the sun in the sky. Congratulations! Congratulations! The first contestant to pass the 3rd stage has appeared. Lang Ruyu nodded repeatedly. Young man, if Ruyu didn't make a mistake in my deduction, then your future will be filled with good luck and luck. Good, good, you can rest for a while. The other contestants, continue the game. Eldest senior brother nodded slightly. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged like a saint who did not eat the food of the mortal world, inviolable. All the contestants looked at eldest senior brother with eyes that were almost worshipping him. This person was too monstrous. He had stepped on the reward card 6 times in a row and passed the stage as easily as drinking water and eating. This guy is powerful. Xiao Han nodded repeatedly and mumbled. But he's too pretentious. Xianxia Pagoda. The 29th floor. Isn't this too monstrous? Xiao Mingchu looked at the floating image in the hall and pointed at eldest senior brother who was sitting cross-legged. Sect master, with this kind of luck, his future cultivation will be at a tremendous pace. He will be a dragon among men and no calamity will be able to affect him. He even has the possibility of becoming an immortal. This person will definitely rise in the future. I know a little about Lang Ruyu's Great Fate Divine Technique. It's not a small game. It is indeed a profound divine technique that can calculate a person's luck. Heavenly Devil Old Man sighed. I didn't expect such a shocking beauty to emerge from this batch of youngsters. His future achievements will far surpass us old antiques. Dark Old Man frowned. Lang Ruyu's Great Fate Divine Technique has not yet reached the perfect realm. Legend has it that this strange technique that seizes the heaven and earth is a kind of immortal technique. It must be performed by an immortal, and at the cost of one's lifespan, one can calculate the future. Sect Master, what do you mean? Dongfeng Qin asked. In theory, this young man's future will be brilliant, but it doesn't mean that he can't be killed. In fact, there is also the possibility of him dying young, but it's much smaller than others. Dark Old Man smiled faintly. We can't be too superstitious about Lang Ruyu's Great Fate Divine Technique. Yaoxia Tower. A very high level. A group of old antiques. Ha 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 ha. That was great. Garen's fate is so magical. When we picked him up in the great wilderness, there was a vision in the sky. There was a phantom of an immortal passing by, and the treasure light soared into the sky. At that time, we guessed that Garen was probably the reincarnation of a legendary immortal. In this way, Garen will become a peerless hero that will stand for thousands of years. It's certain that his achievements will surpass ours. His future will soar to the sky. His luck is likely to affect us, so that we can all benefit from it. Maybe, we will also obtain immortal fate? Ha ha ha. Garen is really our best disciple. It's not in vain that we spent a lot of effort to cultivate him. No one can compete with him in this year's Yaoxia tryouts. The bad luck caused by the death of more than a dozen disciples was swept away. Now, this group of old antiques were all in high spirits and overjoyed. The game of fate continued. At this time, it was Fatty Zhu's turn to hit the die of fate. After Fatty Zhu, it was Xiao Han's turn. After Xiao Han, it was Mo Qing Tong, then Xiao Yunrong and Hua Fan. Now, all 5 of them were nervous. It's Fatty's turn. It's Fatty's turn. Mommy, Daddy, I'm so nervous. How's Fatty's luck in the future? Fatty Zhu's fat face was flushed red as he trembled. Fatty, don't be nervous. Calm down. Calm down. Quickly hit the die of fate. Your luck has always been good. Xiao Han encouraged him. Okay, boss, I'll hit it. Fatty Zhu directly released a wisp of mental energy mixed with his soul aura. It hit the die of fate and a 5 appeared. Fatty Zhu slowly took 5 steps forward. When his last foot landed, he didn't step on any cards. Phew! Fatty Zhu heaved a sigh of relief as if he had collapsed. It's all right. It's all right. I didn't step on those damned unlucky cards. Next contestant, hurry up and hit the die of fate. Lang Ruyu reminded indifferently. Brother Xiao. It's your turn. Mo Qingtong looked at Xiao Han nervously. Xiao Han, you'll definitely be fine. Xiao Yunrong clenched her fists tightly. Junior brother Xiao Han, in the first and second stages, your luck soared to the heavens. In this life, you will definitely have a flood of good fortune. We all believe in you. Hua Gang's face was flushed, and his breathing quickened. Yaoxia Tower. On the 29th floor. Wu Hao, Old Man of Heaven's Devil, Zhu Ganglai, Xiao Mingqiu, Dong Fengqin and Feng Ling all stood up. Sect Master, I'm very nervous. Xiao Mingqiu licked his lips. Junior brother Xiao Han. I wonder what will happen. Phew, Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of turbid air. And my luck has always been pretty good. Xiao Han separated a wisp of mental energy and directly struck the die of fate. To be continued. Chapter 190. Xiao Han sent out a wisp of his spirit force, which was mixed with his own soul aura, and hit the die of destiny. This article is from Hua. The die of fate began to spin, just like the wheel of fate rolling on the ground. How is my luck? Xiao Han held his breath. He was also nervous. And now, beside Xiao Han's companions, thousands of pairs of eyes were staring at Xiao Han. The reason was that Xiao Han was too famous. In the second test, Xiao Han defeated everyone and obtained a red card. He was rewarded by the chief examiner, Chen Shifeng, and he was also the prime suspect for killing so many geniuses of the Devil Hero region. Xiao Han should also be one of those monstrous geniuses with extremely good luck. Could he be like that guy just now, stepping on the reward card and easily passing the test? I think it's very likely. Damn it, I can't accept this. This guy was in the limelight in the last test. If he does it again in this game of destiny, how can the younger generation of the true martial continent survive in the future? Let me tell you, Xiao Han is already somewhat famous in the southern region. He was born as a living target of the Pure Rain sect, and he obtained heaven-defying opportunities step by step to reach where he is today. It is said that 2 years ago, the famous devil hero Great Sun Emperor and the Dragon Bone Saint Saber joined hands to hunt him down, but they failed to kill him. Don't you think his luck is good? What? Born as a living target? That's too lowly. Really too lowly. He's simply a nouveau riche. No wonder I don't like him. He doesn't have the bearing that a disciple of a sect should have. It's completely the face of a villain intoxicated by success. If a live target can suppress us and become a demon hero, then the heavenly Tao is really unfair. All right. I think you guys are just saying that the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. You're completely jealous of Xiao Han. Shut up, all of you. Let's see Xiao Han's luck. If he really has great luck and successfully completed the Rainbow Bridge and reached the other side, then he's destined to become a big shot in the future. This is the will of the heavens. No matter how much you say here, it won't change anything. Of course, to be honest, I also don't like the rise of such a small figure. He indeed lacks grace in his bones. The geniuses of the Devil Hero region looked at Xiao Han with hatred and resentment. Everyone was hoping that Xiao Han would step on the unlucky card and be killed. Wang, the die of fate rolled out a magnificent light that shot into the rainbow bridge beneath Xiao Han's feet, revealing a 1. A deep voice resounded through the heavens and earth. Please take a step forward. In an instant, Xiao Han's body relaxed, and his imprisoned body regained the ability to move. No way! Just 1 step, and it's only 1 point? Xiao Han was in a daze, cursing his bad luck in his heart. He unwillingly took a step forward. Damn it, there are still 99 more steps before I can pass. If I keep playing like this, when will I reach the end? Right at this moment. As soon as Xiao Han's feet touched the ground, the entire rainbow bridge trembled and a yellow light soared into the sky. A yellow card appeared, and it was densely packed with runes and the word treasure rolled on it, emitting an extremely dangerous aura. Yellow card? Xiao Han swallowed his saliva.
I fucking stepped on a yellow card? This is a calamity card. 3 calamities and 9 calamities. All kinds of calamities will destroy everything. I only fucking took 1 step, and I stepped on a yellow card. Damn it! Dear participant, you have obtained a calamity card. The calamity on this calamity card is Extermination Starlight Calamity. You will be baptized and crushed by billions of extermination starlight. The calamity will last for 1 hour. I hope participant can successfully pass the calamity. Extermination Starlight Calamity. As soon as the voice fell, a divine light swept Xiao Han up into the sky. A crack was torn in the void, and Xiao Han was sucked into it. The crack closed. It should be a temporary space, and it was filled with endless extermination starlight calamity. It was going to ravage and torture Xiao Han for 1 hour. Now, the rainbow bridge that belonged to Xiao Han was temporarily empty. Xiao Han was forcefully dragged into the temporary space to resist the calamity. If he couldn't resist it, he would die. His name would completely fade from the list and he would be erased.
Of course, if he could resist the calamity for 1 hour, he could come back and continue the game of fate to try to pass the calamity.
Boss Xiao, this.
Fatty Zhu was dumbfounded.
No way. What's wrong with Boss? He's so unlucky. He only took 1 step, and he stepped on the calamity card. Who did he offend? Mo Qingtong, Xiao Yunrong, and Huayang were also pale. They looked worriedly at the location of the temporary space in the void. However, they couldn't see or sense what was happening inside. All they could do was pray for Xiao Han.
Ha ha ha.
The geniuses from the Xianxia region all started laughing heartily.
His eyes shone with a kind of pleasure of revenge and cleansing the humiliation. What's this called? A young man with a crown on his head and a jade-like face stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. This is the saying, those who do evil are doomed to destruction.
We've all heard of the extermination starlight. It's a kind of killing light refined by collecting meteorites from outer space. Every extermination starlight contains more than hundreds of thousands of ding of force. It has the terrifying power to shatter heaven and earth and shatter the void. It wasn't a big deal for them to withstand 1 or 2 beams of starlight, or even a dozen beams of starlight. For example, the barbarians from the Great Wilderness had ridiculously strong flesh shells. They could barely withstand the starlight for a while, and it wasn't impossible for the particularly strong ones to withstand 100 beams of starlight. But this extermination starlight calamity will last for a full hour. Who knows how many hundreds of thousands of extermination starlight will be released? How can they withstand it? They'll be reduced to ashes in a few moments. Xiao Han is dead. It's too easy for him to die like this.
The young generation of the 4 regions and the Great Wilderness gloated and felt relieved when they saw Xiao Han being involved in the calamity.
Damn it! Xiao Han deserves to die. I told you, how can a living target and an insignificant person have great luck? This time, he can't escape from the calamity. He's destined to be arrogant for a while, but he'll eventually die a violent death in the 3rd test. This is great. Now, there's one less strong opponent.
After holding it in for so long, let me say something.
It's good that he died. Xiao Han's death is a great satisfaction. Chen Fading Wind, who was floating in the void with his arms crossed, was stunned at this moment. I can't be so unlucky, right? What kind of luck is this? It's too bad. He only took 1 step and he suffered the extermination starlight calamity. Chen Fading Wind couldn't react at all. He took out the red card from his pocket and muttered to himself awkwardly. This card can help young Xiao Han to eliminate a calamity in the 3rd test, but, before I could give him the card, he was met with misfortune. Lang Ruyu frowned slightly and looked at the void with her deep eyes. A calamity in 1 step? Is this the fate of being alone?
She shook her head and said indifferently.
Continue the game. Xiaoxia Pagoda. The 29th floor. Xiao Mingchu, Dongfeng Qin, and Feng Ling all shouted indignantly. What's going on? Junior brother Xiao Han doesn't look like a person with declining luck. He rose from a living target to the current genius. It can be said that he has a flood of good fortune. Why did he encounter a calamity in 1 step? Could it be that Lang Ruyu's great fate divine technique has a flaw? Xiao Mingchu grimaced.
Heaven's Devil Old Man and Zhu Ganglai also had a look of pity and regret. The extermination starlight calamity is very difficult to resist with young Xiao Han's cultivation realm. Heaven's Devil Old Man said in a deep voice. Wu Yu's eyes revealed a thoughtful look and murmured, "If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. In fact, I don't want to see Xiao Han have a smooth journey. His fate should be filled with countless calamities, fortuitous encounters, and fights. Objectively speaking, it's not a good thing if his fate is too smooth." Now, let's see if Xiao Han can resist this disaster. In the closed temporary space, Xiao Han was floating in the void. It was as if he had arrived in a boundless starry sky. Sparkling and translucent star sand constantly flowed past him. Everywhere was filled with dreamy colors, and the artistic conception was faintly discernible and otherworldly. What is this place? Xiao Han was startled. After that, he became vigilant. I stepped on the calamity card and have to face a great calamity. Extermination Starlight Calamity. What is this? Xiao Han pondered as he walked in this mysterious space. However, he didn't find anything strange at the moment. His emotions gradually calmed down. When I was sucked into this temporary space, I felt many unfriendly gazes filled with schadenfreude. Those competitors can't wait for me to be crushed to death by this calamity. But Xiao Han, don't listen to them. They want me to die, but I won't. I've been tempered by the line between life and death several times. How can they understand my unwavering will? Xiao Han sneered. The panic and fear in his mind gradually faded. At this moment, boom, far away in front of him, a planet slowly rose up. This planet was wrapped in burning red clouds. The light of treasures shone in all directions. It was a spectacular sight. Endless starlight and dust swirled around. It was unimaginably beautiful. It couldn't be described with words. What kind of planet is this? Xiao Han was startled. At this moment, kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Just as Xiao Han was in a state of confusion, the endless space in front of him suddenly cracked open. The immeasurably huge planet suddenly disintegrated, emitting a terrifying sound. Countless starlight surged and dust flew in all directions. It was as if a natural disaster had arrived. Earth, water, wind, and fire were roaring. Faintly, a supreme voice that seemed to have come from beyond the 9 heavens could be heard. Extermination Starlight Calamity! Pucci! 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 The planet disintegrated. Rays of extermination starlight that blinded one's eyes were fired at Xiao Han. Wherever the starlight passed by, the space exploded inch by inch. Life withered inch by inch. The airflow became chaotic and collapsed. Thunderous explosions sounded one after another. The power of every ray of starlight was enough to flatten a mountain and blow up the air within a radius of over 10 miles. It was like the fist of a devil, destroying the heavens and earth. Damn it! Xiao Han cursed. He knew that this extermination starlight calamity was the scariest attack he had ever encountered. No other. Between life and death, Xiao Han's body suddenly stopped moving. The heat flow of the indestructible golden body was activated to the extreme. Golden light gushed out. The power of his body was no longer suppressed. It was released completely. Every inch of his flesh and blood was shining brightly like stars. As his muscles and bones trembled, a terrifying sound like a collapsing mountain could be heard. I'll take it. To be continued. Chapter 191. Xiao Han forcefully withstood this calamity. Starlight Extermination Calamity. Xiao Han was fully aware that his true qi cultivation would not be able to withstand it. If he used the powerful demonic monarch's palm and used 2 million cauldrons of pure strength to resist, he might be able to resist for a while. However, the starlight extermination was too dense. It was very likely that the demonic monarch's palm would be pierced through. After all, Xiao Han's demonic monarch's palm was incomplete. He had only awakened 20,000 demonic veins. It was still very young and could not display the demonic monarch's power. As for the 2 demonic techniques, they were stretched thin and could not be used. Sky demonic god bestowment, could not seal off the billions of starlight extermination. Moreover, this temporary space would soon be filled with starlight extermination. It would be impossible to dodge. After thinking about it, the only way to deal with this calamity seemed to be the indestructible golden body. Xiao Han's mind was clear. He did not blindly dodge. He stood motionless and pushed the indestructible golden body to the extreme. Bone runes that looked like lotuses blossomed. Obscure and mysterious Sanskrit chants resounded. Xiao Han's body seemed to be gilded. Bang! Finally, the first starlight extermination fiercely smashed onto Xiao Han's body. This starlight extermination broke through all illusions and aimed straight at Xiao Han. It completely locked onto him, causing Xiao Han's body to shake violently. The heavens and earth trembled. The sound of stars disintegrating resounded endlessly. Its power was enough to split the heavens and earth and shatter the world. Poof! This starlight extermination exploded in the golden light that shot out from Xiao Han's body. 20% of its power was bounced off. The remaining power was crushed by Xiao Han's flesh shell and the indestructible golden body. In reality, each starlight extermination was formed by a meteorite. Once it exploded, it would turn into fine star sand and dust. It was crystal clear like a jewel, like gold and diamond. Even though Xiao Han had managed to block the extermination starlight, he was still shaken to the point of being dizzy. Before he could regain his senses, the second and third extermination starlight had already smashed towards him. Poof! Poof! These two beams of starlight exploded into an endless nebula vortex. Stardust flew everywhere, and dust swirled everywhere. Xiao Han retreated several steps and spat out a small mouthful of blood. If not for the fact that Xiao Han's flesh shell had a strength of 800,000 ding, and that his indestructible golden body had reached the 61st to 70th movement, which allowed him to reflect 20% of his attacks back, Xiao Han would have already been torn apart. Xiao, 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 more and more extermination starlight tore through the air and swept everything away. Pang! After enduring another 20 beams of destructive starlight, Xiao Han was thrown into the air, and the golden light around him dimmed and cracked. This is too terrifying. This power is too tyrannical. I will have to endure the heavenly might and calamity for an entire hour. Just thinking about it is terrifying. However, Xiao Han, will not die here. Xiao Han flipped over and stood up straight. He shook his head and his whole body suddenly moved. He actually began to practice some strange movements. Those were the 1st to 70th movement of the indestructible golden body. At this moment of life and death, Xiao Han actually discarded all the distracting thoughts in his mind, quenched his fear, and ignored the destructive starlight that was bombarding him like a storm. He repeatedly practiced the 1st to 70th movement of the indestructible golden body. Very quickly, Xiao Han entered a state of no man and no self. There was no sorrow nor joy, and life and death did not matter to him. His movements were like floating clouds and flowing water, completed in one breath. Every movement was like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky. Every movement was like a divine stroke that coincided with the heavenly Tao. Following Xiao Han's practice, the golden light emitted by the indestructible golden body became brighter and brighter at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a golden fire was burning. The bones flickered incessantly. Life and death, endlessly multiplying and multiplying. Sanskrit chants resounded from all directions, as if a deity was chanting. Pang! 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 The densely packed destructive starlight smashed toward Xiao Han and was crushed by his flesh shell and the indestructible golden body. Xiao Han's body kept shaking and swaying, but he did not feel sorrow nor joy. He did not let it get to his heart. He did not stop practicing the 1st to 70th movement of the indestructible golden body. Even though he was vomiting blood, he turned a deaf ear to it. More and more meteorites exploded, and the broken pieces of the stars wrapped around Xiao Han and seeped into the golden light, forming an unpredictable nebula and cold dust in the golden light. Pang! 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 Time seemed to have become very long. The 1-hour calamity seemed to have been stretched into 10 years, 100 years, or even longer. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Han's body was full of cracks, like a broken piece of jade. If it were not for the indestructible golden body, Xiao Han would have been broken into pieces by now. When Xiao Han's endurance reached a critical point, Xiao Han was stunned. He only felt that there was a new power growing in his body. The vitality of his flesh shell had been squeezed to the limit, and it seemed like it could collapse at any moment. But when this limit reached its limit, it actually bounced back. There was a new power growing in Xiao Han's body. What's more, something even stranger happened. The golden radiance of the indestructible golden body seemed to have refined the shattered meteorite fragments and the afterglow of the starlight. The endless star sand, cold dust, and dreamlike nebula seemed to be refined by the indestructible golden light of the indestructible golden body. Wisps of starlight began to fuse into Xiao Han's injured body, repairing the shocking cracks on the surface of Xiao Han's body. The strength of Xiao Han's flesh shell began to rise. Gradually, Xiao Han's body was stained with starlight, becoming dreamy and dazzling. It was like a treasure body. Outside, the game of fate was still ongoing. It was already the second round. In the previous round, other than Xiao Han who had stepped on the tribulation card, his companions, Fatty Zhu, Hua Fan, Xiao Yunrong, and Mo Qingtong had all hit the die of fate. It was lackluster. They did not step on the cards that the contestants dreamed of, such as prize cards or treasure cards, nor did they step on the cards that were as terrifying as nightmares. They could be considered to have walked steadily. It was calm. Fatty Zhu took 5 steps. Mo Qingtong took 6 steps. Xiao Yunrong took 5 steps. Hua Fan took 3 steps. During the process of the game, all the contestants would observe the virtual image of the ranking list floating in the air from time to time. They were all paying close attention to Xiao Han's name. After Xiao Han entered the temporary space and was baptized by the extermination starlight tribulation, his name on the ranking list gradually dimmed, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. This made everyone know that Xiao Han's situation was precarious and that he was on the verge of collapse. However, there were a few times when Xiao Han's name seemed to wither and dim instantly, but it miraculously lasted. It never extinguished. It had a feeling of being old but immortal, declining but not dying. Why isn't that kid dead yet? The geniuses of the Xianxia region were all secretly anxious. They could not wait for Xiao Han's name to immediately fade from the ranking list, causing him to die completely. His tenacity is really terrifying. Chen Shifeng stared at Xiao Han's name on the ranking list, his face full of amazement. More than half of the 1-hour tribulation time has passed, but he's still not dead. He's endured for so long. This kid is talented. If it were any other contestant, they would have turned into ashes long ago. They definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for so long. Yaoxia Pagoda. The 29th floor. Wu Yu, Heaven's Devil Old Man and the others all stared at the ranking list. He's still holding on? Heaven's Devil Old Man said in shock. At this moment he's still not dead. Unbelievable. This young Xiao Han is really lucky. Even the extermination starlight tribulation can't kill him. Look, he's still alive. Every time his name is about to completely fade, he's able to snatch a chance of survival so that he doesn't fall. That's right. I remember now. Junior brother Xiao Han cultivated a body refining technique that is very magical. When I brought junior brother Xiao Han to the ancient village to train, he couldn't adapt to the gravity of the ancient village at that time. Later, he relied on this body refining technique to forcibly endure it and slowly adapted to life in the ancient village. Could it be? Xiao Mingchu's expression changed. It can't be that abnormal, right? Could it be that junior brother Xiao Han is using the extermination starlight tribulation to refine his flesh shell? That abnormal? Using the extermination starlight tribulation to forcibly refine his flesh shell? Is he still human? Heaven's Devil Old Man said in horror. At this moment, it's lit up. Dongfeng Qin suddenly roared and trembled with excitement. It's lit up. Junior brother Xiao Han's name is suddenly lit up. What? Everyone looked at it with rapt attention. On the virtual image of the notice, when Xiao Han's name was at its weakest and dimmest, it suddenly reversed and became resplendent like the stars, shining brightly. Not only did the name not fade, it's getting brighter and brighter. A strange light burst out from Wu Lu's eyes. Xiao Han seems to have had a fortuitous encounter again. Good. Very good. It's not a big deal if one's fate is smooth sailing. What's amazing is that in the midst of danger and tribulations, not only did he not die, But he also had a fortuitous encounter. This is defying heaven and changing fate. Third round examination venue. What? That Xiao Han's name is lit up. A large group of contestants who were staring at the virtual image of the notice cried out involuntarily. His name is getting brighter and brighter, so bright that it's dazzling. What's going on? Is there a problem with the notice? What? The aura is actually getting stronger and stronger? This is unbelievable. Chen Feng's face suddenly stiffened. This is? In Lang jade-like eyes, an expression of contemplation appeared. Inside the temporary space. Boom, 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 boom. More and more destructive starlight, with the power to destroy the world, violently swept across and smashed onto Xiao Han's body. However, the golden light emitted by the indestructible golden body became brighter and brighter. Not only did it shatter the destructive starlight, but it also refined the meteorite fragments, the dust, and the nebula. Xiao Han's strength also increased by leaps and bounds. From the shell strength of 800,000 ding, it had increased to 1,500,000 ding. It had almost doubled. After an unknown period of time, the destructive starlight finally stopped bombarding Xiao Han. The temporary space suddenly quieted down. Phew! Is it over? Xiao Han let out a breath of turbid air. At this moment, Xiao Han's body was glowing. Although his clothes were ragged, he casually stood there. His entire temperament was as calm as the bright moon, extraordinary and refined. Endless starlight seeped out from under his skin, making him look like a god. At first glance, it seemed as if there was an endless circle of light enveloping him. In each circle of light, there were fine and dense star sand and cold dust rolling. The indestructible golden body, after refining the destructive starlight, it refined my flesh shell again. Not only did my strength almost double, but my flesh shell also has the taste of a star. The indestructible golden body is really unparalleled. No wonder it can seal the demon egg. Xiao Han slightly clenched his fist, and with a bang, the sound of a star exploding could be heard. At this time, the golden light of the indestructible golden body, with Xiao Han as the center, spread out for more than 10 meters. Moreover, in the golden light, there were gorgeous gas in the shape of clouds and dust. That was the nebula. In the nebula, there were densely packed meteorite fragments, emitting fragmented light, like the whole night sky full of stars. The nebula changed. Rays of light swirled around. Whirlpools appeared everywhere. Xiao Han's skin glowed with starlight, without a speck of dust or dirt, and his whole body was like a star. An eternal star wrapped in the nebula. With a slight movement, he was like a star shining, the sun and the moon in the sky, and the rivers flowing on the ground. His whole body's aura was really like the sun in the sky. Suddenly, a gap was torn open in the temporary space, and a deep voice sounded. Congratulations, participant. You have successfully passed the Starlight Extinction Tribulation. Please return to the examination venue and continue the fate game. Chapter 192. In this temporary space, Xiao Han suffered the tribulation of starlight extermination. After an hour it felt like a year. Fortunately, the indestructible golden body released its divine power and refined a large amount of starlight extermination, allowing Xiao Han to complete the starlight tempering. The strength of his flesh shell soared to 1.5 million cauldrons, a great achievement. When Xiao Han was in the southern region qualifier, he encountered a seeded player, Zhou Feng of the Starlight Hall. Zhou Feng was also very talented. He used starlight to temper his body since he was young, making his whole body glitter with starlight. But today, Xiao Han directly used the starlight to temper his body. He was many times more abnormal and tyrannical than Zhou Feng. Heh! 1.5 million cauldrons of flesh shell, comparable to the cubs of ancient divine beasts, such as Swanee and Horned Dragon, right? Now, in terms of pure strength, I can definitely crush a bunch of humanoid beasts from the great wilderness. Xiao Han was also somewhat pleased. My flesh shell is like a star, like a meteorite, like an abyss, like the sea, comparable to a treasured weapon, indestructible. Mid-stage saber intent. 20,000 demon veins opened in the left arm of the demon, the arch palm, mysterious and unpredictable.
It's really a little bit like killing gods and Buddhas blocking my way. Whoever dares to block my way in this demon hero qualifier, I'll kill them directly. However, Xiao Han sorted out his thoughts very soon. Using the spirit turtle's true chi, the nebula swirl around him, the mist-like streams of air, and the resplendent, cold dust were all sealed up. Even his extremely powerful shell of flesh was firmly sealed up. As a result, he looked very ordinary. Xiao Han stepped out of the space crack. He landed on his own rainbow bridge, 99 steps away from the other side. Boss! You're okay. Fatty Zhu turned around and roared at Xiao Han with wild joy. I was worried to death. Boss, you're really awesome. Even the Starlight Extermination Tribulation couldn't kill you. Truly able to swallow the 9 prefectures and sweep through the 8 desolates. Mo Qing Tong, Xiao Yunrong, and Huiyang looked back at Xiao Han at the same time, feeling relieved. Okay, I'm fine. Continue the game. Xiao Han smiled faintly. You're all ahead of me. I've only taken 1 step. It's hard to survive. Seeing Xiao Han's relaxed teasing, Mo Qing Tong couldn't help but chuckle charmingly. He actually came out alive and kicking. Even this couldn't kill him? This person's life is like a stone in a latrine pit, smelly and hard. The younger generation of the Devil Hero region were all eager for Xiao Hanqing to die. Now that they saw Xiao Hanqing jumping out of the temporary space as if nothing had happened, his aura was stable, and he did not seem to be injured at all, let alone dead. They were all shocked and angry. The lower a person is, the harder their life is. The clear stream was cold, the reed flowers were fluttering, yellow leaves were falling, and the cold crows were chirping in the forest. She came from the Xianxia region, was less than 20 years old, and was extremely talented. Moreover, she was the most beautiful and charming among the genius girls of the Xianxia region, who came to participate in the Xianxia preliminaries. She was the object of love and pursuit of many genius youths. However, she had a special liking for her eldest senior brother, and her heart was secretly in love with him. At this moment, it was her turn to hit the die of destiny. Her expression was excited as she looked at her eldest senior brother, who was sitting cross-legged on the other side of the river and meditating with his eyes closed. She thought to herself, eldest senior brother, I will definitely work hard and be the second to reach the other side to reunite with you. I want to prove that I, Shangguanlinger, am worthy of you, eldest senior brother. Shangguanlinger slowly separated a wisp of mental energy and directly hit the die of destiny. Whoosh, rays of light shot out. A 6 was hit. Please take 6 steps forward. Shangguanlinger carefully took a step forward and looked at her eldest senior brother on the other side of the river with gentle eyes. Just as she took her 6th step, boo! A ray of golden light shot up to the sky. In all directions, auspicious clouds and auspicious chi could be seen, and a rain of flowers could be seen. Moreover, the sound of immortal music could be heard. Congratulations, participant. You've obtained a sovereign card. This card is supreme, like a sovereign descending to the world. It allows you to have the power to decide life and death. You can kill any participant who is still on the Rainbow Bridge and hasn't reached the other side of the river yet. May I ask which contestant do you want to kill? Whoosh! The audience was in an uproar. Then there was the sound of people gasping. Then there was dead silence. Supreme Ruler card. You can kill a contestant at will. This is simply an invincible card. You can control others like fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. In an instant, Shangguanlinger felt a thrill of controlling the fate of others. The feeling of being superior was very subtle and captivating. She held the golden card in her hand and slowly turned around. She first squinted her eyes and then opened them. She looked at all the contestants with a satisfied gaze. Every contestant's face turned green when they met Shangguanlinger's gaze. They trembled in fear and were afraid that Shangguanlinger would kill them. Finally, Shangguanlinger's gaze fell on Xiao Han. Junior sister Shangguan. Kill him. That's great. Junior sister Shangguan, you actually stepped on a golden Supreme Ruler card. This is the first Supreme Ruler card produced since the start of the game. Power of life and death. Junior sister Shangguan, kill Xiao Han. Take revenge for our people. Shangguanlinger covered her mouth and laughed.
She made a gurgling sound and looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, right? Do you have the feeling that heaven's net is wide but not wide open? Ha! She laughed like a flower. In the second stage, you had no taboo and actually dared to kill people from our devil hero region. You are courting death, do you know that? Just now, you stepped on the tribulation card and encountered the starlight extinction tribulation. You should have died but you survived. Your life is very tough. But it's useless. Shangguan Linger's face became somewhat sinister. Look, I have the Supreme Ruler card in my hand. I can kill whoever I want. Now, I want you to die. Are you feeling indignant? Even the Starlight Extinction Tribulation couldn't kill you, but you died under a small golden card. This is fate. This is your fate. Your fate is over. Phew. The other contestants all heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Xiao Han with schadenfreude and thought in their hearts, this time Xiao Han is dead for sure, right? Bitch. Xiao Han was furious. He was currently restrained by the power of fate on the Rainbow Bridge and could not move at all. Otherwise, he would definitely jump over and tear Shangguan Linger into pieces. Don't kill my boss. Fatty Zhu wailed. Don't kill my boss, I beg you. Please don't kill Xiao Han. Mo Qing Tong, Xiao Yunrong, and Hua Fan begged in unison. Shangguan Linger completely ignored the pleas of Fatty Zhu and the others. She flicked the golden Supreme Ruler card in her hand and said viciously, I will use this card to completely kill the contestant on Rainbow Bridge number 511, Xiao Han. Kill. Destroy his soul and consign him to eternal damnation. Never to reincarnate. Boom! That golden card directly transformed into a golden light of absolute death. It could easily destroy 1,000 armies and kill people and ghosts. It directly locked onto Xiao Han and blasted out. The golden light was like an evil dragon, surging and roaring, obliterating everything from yesterday. Ah! No! Xiao Han's companions all cried out in alarm. In a flash. Swish! A red card shot out from Chen Fengchen's hand. It transformed into a red dragon and directly crashed into the golden light. 2 by 2. This. Xiao Han escaped death and looked at Chen Fengchen. An idea flashed through his mind. Ah! I got it. It's that red card. I found the red card in the second stage. I can get help in the third stage. That's great. At this moment, Xiao Han's face was covered in cold sweat. His gaze was sinister as he looked at Shangguan Linger and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Bitch, you will definitely die. Remember, once you fall into my hands, I will directly shatter you. Damn it. What's going on? Are you openly breaking the rules of the game? The people on the side of the Xianxia region roared in dissatisfaction. Chen Fengchen and Leng Ruyu exchanged glances. This is fate. Leng Ruyu smiled faintly. In the second trial, this young man found the only red card, and was promised help in the third trial. You can think of this as a young man who has encountered danger in his life, and a benefactor will lend a helping hand. Everything has a cause and effect. If the youth did not find the red card in the second stage, he would have died and been directly obliterated. Alright, this is also a part of the game. You don't have to argue. Also, youth, you have already used this red card that represents luck. Next time, if someone draws the sovereign card and wants to obliterate you, you will not be able to escape. This is also fate. Phew, I understand. Xiao Han heaved a long sigh of relief. He looked at Shangguan Linger with a venomous gaze. Shangguan Linger's eyes were filled with disappointment. She glared at Xiao Han and turned her head away. The game continued. One by one, the contestants hit the die of destiny to determine their luck. During this period, there were also some expulsion cards, unlucky cards, reward cards, punishment cards. Some contestants were already slowly approaching the shore. It was Fatty Zhu's turn to hit the die of destiny again. Fatty Zhu hit a 6 uneasily. After taking 6 steps forward, a white light appeared under his feet. He actually stepped on a reward card that rewarded him with 20 steps forward. After taking 20 steps, another reward card appeared. However, this time, it only rewarded him with 5 steps. After walking, Fatty Zhu took a total of 36 steps. He was still 64 steps away from the shore. Fatty, not bad. Xiao Han could not help but cheer for Fatty Zhu.
Fatty Zhu chuckled foolishly.
Next was the round. Phew, Xiao Han exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He thought to himself, I won't be so unlucky this time, right? When the mental wave hit the die, another 1 point appeared. It was exactly the same as the previous round. This made him not know whether to laugh or cry. One had to take steps to reach the other side. It was too painful and aggrieving for someone like Xiao Han to take one step at a time. He was like a snail and seemed to be at a huge disadvantage when competing with the other contestants. Damn it! Xiao Han cursed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. He could only take a step forward obediently. Just as his feet landed, boom! A golden light soared into the sky. The golden card evaporated. Heavenly flowers fell. Golden lotus gushed out of the ground. Drums rang in harmony. Congratulations, participant. You've obtained an exalted sovereign card. This card is supreme, and it's like a sovereign descending to the world. It allows you to obtain a single right to decide life and death. You can do as you please and kill any participant that is still on the bridge and hasn't reached the other side. May I ask, which contestant do you want to kill? Ha! Xiao Han held the golden sovereign card in his hand. He was stunned for a moment before he laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha! Wah ha 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 ha! How satisfying! How satisfying! Just now, someone had used this supreme sovereign card to threaten him, saying that he was going to kill him. Although he had luckily escaped death in the end, he still felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He felt extremely sullen, and he had a belly full of anger that he had no way to vent. Now, he had actually obtained a supreme sovereign card. It immediately satisfied my desire to seek revenge for the smallest grievance. At that moment, the faces of the younger generation of the Xianxia region instantly turned green. B*TCH, he, what did you say just now? Right. Don't you feel the same way now? How dare you try to kill me? Now, I will return the favor. Xiao Han looked at Shangguanlinger with a hideous smile. Ah! No, don't kill me. You can't kill me. Shangguanlinger completely broke down. She did not have a red luck card that could block death. Now that Xiao Han had the golden card, she would die if he wanted her to. How dare you? Xiao Han, you can't kill junior sister Shangguan. If you dare to do this, it is tantamount to declaring war on the younger generation of the Xianxia region. Xiao Han, don't make a mistake. You seem to be happy to kill junior sister Shangguan now, but have you thought about how to deal with the aftermath? Nonsense. All of you shut up. I don't have so many twists and turns. I will definitely take revenge. Xiao Han stared with his eyes wide open. When this B*TCH wanted to kill me just now, why didn't you jump out and say something? Now that it is her turn to die, you can't sit still anymore? Let me tell you, she will definitely die today. Eldest senior brother. Save Linger. Eldest senior brother. Shangguanlinger burst into tears. The eldest senior brother, who was sitting cross-legged on the other side, had a calm temperament. His eyes were tightly closed. He spoke in an extremely ethereal tone, with a kind of gentleness that could enlighten the people of the world. Enough. Xiao Han, right? No more killing. In the second round, maybe our people were too strong and forced you to kill them. All right, today, I, Garen, promise that as long as you let my junior sister Shangguan go, the younger generation of the Xianxia region will not cause you any trouble in the future. Those junior brothers and junior sisters who died in your hands, we will not pursue it. Today, let me, Garen, come forward and resolve this grudge. What do you think? What he said was reasonable, but there was also a hint of charity and pity in his tone. Xiao Han was stunned. The eldest senior brother's aura was ethereal, and his whole body was covered with jewels and treasures. Xiao Han, I, Garen, am a man of my words. I said I will let you go today, and I will definitely let you go. I will control my junior brothers and junior sisters, so that they will not pester you. What do you think? I think you are also a talent. Maybe in the future, we will have the opportunity to work together to kill the demon clan. Today, give me some face. Leave a way out for everything, and we will meet again in the future. Yes, that woman will not die. Xiao Han will not be able to kill that woman. Now that things have come to this, Xiao Han will definitely stop while he is ahead. Yes. It is impossible for a normal person to continue this hatred. It was not easy to find a way out, so let's go down the slope. I think Xiao Han definitely did not deliberately offend and kill those people from the Xianxia region. He must have been forced to do so. In fact, he is also extremely afraid of the revenge of the younger generation of the Xianxia region. After all, the Xianxia region is powerful, and no one can compete with them. This eldest senior brother is an invincible figure, and his luck covers the sky. There will not be any disasters in his life. Xiao Han will never be able to defeat him. Now that eldest senior brother has personally spoken, Xiao Han will give him face. In fact, this is eldest senior brother giving Xiao Han a chance. Do you understand? If Xiao Han dares to kill that woman, he will not be able to escape death, so it is better to give up now. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han suddenly laughed wildly. Hypocrite! Moreover, you do not see the situation clearly. What you're saying sounds like you're giving me, Xiao Han, something out of charity. In this Xianxia trial, the winner is king, and the loser is the bandit. If I don't kill you, you will kill me. What you said now is like a gift to me. And you still keep saying that you will let me go? Do I, Xiao Han, need you to let me go? Also, you want me to give you face? I will give you face. If I give you face, who will give me face? If it was not for that red lucky card just now, I would have already turned into ashes. Kill. Obliterate the contestant on Rainbow Bridge 230. As soon as Xiao Han's voice fell, the golden card in his hand turned into a golden light, annihilating everything and gently swept. Puff! Shangguan Linger did not even have the time to scream, and her whole body turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. The muscles at the corner of eldest senior brother's eyes twitched wildly, as if he wanted to open his eyes. To be continued. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.